Chapter 191 Hyuga's Persuasion, Shizuke Hell's Forgiveness. Hyuga took a deep breath and looked at Shizuke firmly. Shizuke, you are still young, and many things are not as simple as you think. Everything I do is to find a longer term, more peaceful solution. Shizuke gritted his teeth and said, Senior, you are too naive. Those people in Konoha will never change easily. Only by letting them feel real fear and despair will they know how to reflect. I don't know if you still remember what you said back then. Only destruction can bring about new life. Hyuga shook his head and sighed. Shizuke, doing this will only make you fall into an endless abyss and be unable to extricate yourself. Hyuga is very satisfied with Sasuke's current state, but if the script requires it, he can only give some hypocritical persuasion. Advertisement. Shizuke sneered, so what about the abyss? As long as I can achieve my goal, I won't hesitate to be shattered into pieces. Even if you ask me to forgive Konoha, it must wait until I destroy Konoha. Seeing Hyuga's defeat, Orochimaru said angrily from the side, it seems there is something good to watch again. This situation is getting more and more interesting. Hyuga glanced at Orochimaru sharply and scolded, Orochimaru, shut your mouth, it's not your turn to make irresponsible remarks here. Orochimaru shrugged and said nothing, but still had that elusive smile on his face. Jiraiya said, he starts calling you senior, you should persuade him quickly. Hyuga looked at Shizuke again, and then shook his head, everyone's path is chosen by themselves, and I have no right to interfere. Shizuke, since you want to continue on the previous path, what are you doing here this time? When Shizuke heard Hyuga's question, his tone became more sincere, of course I came here to take revenge on Konoha, and get rid of those trash by the way. Please don't stop me for attack's sake, senior. Oh, I promised you that I won't stop you. Hyuga sighed, but you also underestimate them, and you will suffer a loss. After speaking, Hyuga turned into a stream of light and escaped into the clouds. Everyone on the scene didn't react much when they saw Hyuga leaving. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. Now they were afraid that Hyuga would betray him. Advertisement. Now staying neutral is a good outcome. Shizuke showed a confident smile and said loudly, Senior, it's not that I look down on them, it's just that I am stronger than the enemy now. Now Shizuke has not only evolved Manjiki under the arrangement of Hyuga, but the Sage Jutsu organ has also reached the third stage, and the wood-style ninjutsu in his hand is also more powerful. Tsunade looked at this boy with eyes full of hatred and felt extremely troublesome. The Uchiha Shizuke in front of her now was a product of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign. How many hidden dangers has he buried for Konoha? Tsunade frowned, looked directly at Shizuke and said, Shizuke, revenge cannot solve everything. Konoha may have made mistakes in the past, but blind destruction cannot bring true peace. Shizuke snorted coldly, Tsunade, don't say anything more. Konoha's sins are unforgivable. Jiraiya took a step forward and spoke firmly, Shizuke, think about it, if Konoha is really destroyed, how many innocent people will suffer? Is this really the result you want? Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly, but he was quickly taken over by hatred. Innocent? Who will be responsible for the pain I endured in those years? Tsunade took a step forward and said loudly, Shizuke, when is the time to retaliate? Let go of hatred and we can work together to find ways to make the world a better place. Shizuke gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, don't do this. Your sweet words can't change anything. As long as you bring my relatives back, I will give up my hatred. At this time, Orochimaru sneered from the side, Tsunade, don't waste your efforts. This kid has been blinded by hatred. Oniki heard Sasuke's words and sneered, Humph, Konoha is really full of talents, and everyone is so troublesome. First there were Uchiha Obito and Hyuga, and now Shizuke comes here. It's really not easy to worry about. Even if you left them all in Konoha, the ninja world wouldn't be like this now. Terumi May also said, Konoha always produces these powerful and troublesome characters. Tsunade heard the ridicule in the words, and her face was gloomy. Everyone, now is not the time for ridicule, first think about how to deal with the crisis brought by Shizuke. Gaara said calmly at this time, in the current situation, we cannot be distracted by internal conflicts. Although Shizuke is bent on revenge, if we can temporarily stabilize him and jointly deal with the threat of 10 tails, there may be a turn for the better. Onoki frowned, stabilize him? It's easier said than done. This kid is full of hatred, and I'm afraid he won't be able to get in. Advertisement. Terumi May thought for a moment and said, how about agreeing to some conditions with him first, such as promising to thoroughly investigate what happened back then and give him an explanation. Tsunade only felt miserable in her heart. Almost all the people back then were dead. The masterminds, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, were all dead. Even if they threw the blame, they still wouldn't be able to find anyone. While everyone was arguing, Shizuke shouted impatiently, stop discussing it alone, no one can stop me today. At this time, Kakashi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly appeared. Sasuke, stop first and listen to me. When Sasuke saw Kakashi, the hatred in his eyes became even greater. You guys, don't always act like a teacher. Tell me to put down your hatred and stop talking about it. I still say the same thing, as long as I get my relatives back, I will no longer take revenge. Sasuke could no longer suppress his desire for revenge and formed a seal with his hands. Tsunade, you are a ninja from the Senju clan. I don't know if you recognize this move. Sasuke spread his hands forward, wood-style deep forest creation. As Sasuke displayed this powerful wood-style ninjutsu, countless huge trees grew wildly from the ground, instantly covering the entire venue. Everyone was shocked and quickly used their ninjutsu to resist. Kakashi frowned and shouted, Sasuke, you will only make the hatred deeper and deeper. Tsunade formed a seal with her hands, exerted her strange power, smashed the nearby trees into pieces, and said angrily, Sasuke, you have gone crazy. Jiraiya's big ball raised Nan crushes large trees. Gaara manipulates the sand to form a barrier to block the attacks of trees. Oniki flew in the air and used dust style to try to destroy large trees. Terumi May also performed lava style, melting the approaching branches. Orochimaru had already fled far away with the talisman, quietly watching the battle here. He doesn't intend to run away, because he has a greater goal, such as becoming the Sage of Six Paths and everything. Chapter 192 Sasuke's Naruto plus 5 Shadows. Sasuke remained unmoved and continued to increase chakra's output, causing the tree world to grow even more crazily and attack everyone. And at the same time, a shadow clone was separated, spitting out a straight beam of fire from its mouth. Fire-style Great Fire Destruction. The raging fire spread wildly in the tree world, and the blazing high temperature scorched and twisted the air. The branches of the trees made crackling sounds as they were engulfed by the flames, and black smoke billowed up, covering the sky and the sun. Sasuke's face was reflected by the dancing firelight, but there was no flinching in his eyes, only the pleasure of revenge. Advertisement. The flames quickly climbed along the trunk, and the originally green leaves instantly turned into ashes, picked up by the wind and scattered in the air. The burning branches kept falling, hitting the ground and splashing sparks. The ground at the venue was also scalding hot. Some ninjas who had no time to escape were splashed by sparks, and their clothes instantly caught fire. They rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. At this moment, Naruto in Nine Tails Link mode finally arrived, and he shouted loudly, Sasuke, that's enough. Then countless Naruto clones holding Raise Nan tore into pieces the burning sea of fire in front of them. When Sasuke saw Naruto, he was slightly startled, but soon returned to his indifferent expression. Naruto, do you want to stop me too? Naruto looked at Sasuke firmly. Sasuke, I don't want to fight you, but I won't let you continue to make such a mistake. Naruto now understands Sasuke's feelings very well. In this situation, he can only convince him and then speak to make Sasuke listen. Sasuke snorted coldly, stop saying such childish things about letting go of hatred, then come on and let me see your progress. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes collided. Naruto suddenly opened his mouth uncontrollably, and a black crow slowly crawled out. In one of the black crow's eyes was a scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan. This was the crow attack left in Naruto's belly, and flew out the moment he felt the Manjiki Sharingan. Advertisement. Its pair of 3 Magatama joined together and turned into Manjiki Sharingan. Looking at Sasuke, Distinguished Heavenly Gods was activated, and a genjutsu named Protecting Konoha was activated. This was used by Ataka to control Sasuke during the Manjiki period, but it was of no use to Sasuke's eternal Manjiki. He glared slightly, and the crow flew towards Sasuke uncontrollably. Sasuke put the crow on his shoulder and murmured to himself, Itaki, Shisui, I will avenge you. After saying that, Sasuke's eyes were filled with eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which was spinning at high speed. He turned to look at Naruto, let you see the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Susanoo. The huge humanoid Susan jumped up in an instant. In his human form, Susan held a 8-foot mirror, a 10-fist sword and a bow and arrow in each of his 4 hands. Naruto didn't show any signs of weakness, and entered the tailed beast state and transformed into a huge golden chakra fox, with powerful chakra fluctuations exuding from his body, his hair dancing in the wind, and his sharp eyes. Sasuke's Susanoo stood in front, tall and majestic. The weapon in Susan's hand flashed with cold light, and Sasuke shouted angrily, Naruto, I will let you know the gap between you and me today. As he spoke, Susanoo swung the Juken sword in his hand and stabbed towards Naruto. Naruto nimbly dodged the attack and swept his huge tail towards Susanoo. Susanoo used the Yata mirror to resist, and the impact of the collision caused the surrounding ground to crack. Sasuke controlled Susanoo to distance himself, opened his bow and knocked an arrow, and shot an arrow containing powerful chakra towards Naruto. Naruto quickly turned sideways, and the arrow missed him, blasting a large crater on the ground behind him. Naruto took the opportunity to pounce on Susanoo, opened his mouth and spat out a stream of hot-tailed beast jade. Susanoo raised the Yata mirror and bounced the tailed beast jade back. Naruto hurriedly jumped to avoid it, and the tailed beast jade exploded in the air, causing a huge puff of smoke. Sasuke took advantage of the smoke and commanded Susanoo to launch a close attack. The Ten-Fist Sword and Yata mirror were swung alternately, constantly colliding with Naruto's claws and tail, making a harsh metallic sound. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and every collision caused the surrounding space to tremble. Advertisement. The chakra light on Naruto became more and more dazzling, and Sasuke's Susanoo became more solid. Susanoo shot another arrow, and Naruto swatted it away with his tail. But at this moment, Susanoo took the opportunity to rush forward and hit Naruto with a huge fist. Naruto was hit and rolled backwards for a distance. Naruto quickly stabilized his body and rushed towards Susanoo again, spraying tailed beast jade from his mouth, while Susanoo used various weapons and defensive methods to resist the attack. The battlefield was filled with sand and rocks, and energy fluctuations overflowed. Neither side gave in. In the sky, Hyuga watched the large area of buildings centered on the venue being continuously destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Hyuga clicked his tongue and said, "I can escape the first grade of junior high school, but I can't escape the 15th grade. If Nagato doesn't sweep the floor, Uchiha Sasuke will sweep it. This is my fate." The 5 shadows who were also watching the battle were not so relaxed. They wanted to help Naruto, but they couldn't get involved. In such a huge battle, they were somewhat powerless. Such Hokage is also worthy of being the most experienced in combat among the 5 shadows. He took action when Sasuke controlled Susanoo to jump into the air. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Dust-style original stripping technique." A strange light shot out from his hands and flew straight towards Susanoo in the air. Sasuke sensed the danger and controlled Susanoo to quickly avoid it. However, Dust-style's attack range was extremely large, and it still hit the edge of Susanoo, causing part of it to instantly turn into nothingness. Naruto took the opportunity to attack again. The power of his tailed beast transformation surged, and he rushed towards Susanoo, and started a fierce close combat with Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened with anger, the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was brought to its fullest, and Susanoo's weapon was swung even more fiercely. At this moment, Gaara Kazekage manipulated the sand to form a huge palm, grabbed Sasuke's feet along the gap exposed by Susanoo, and suddenly threw Sasuke into the air. Not to be outdone, Mizukage Terumi used lava style, spraying viscous liquid at Sasuke, trying to give Sasuke a finishing blow. In midair, Commander Sook closed his eyes as if giving up, and all the acid from lava style fell on Sasuke. All of a sudden, Sasuke's whole body was burned with pits and pits. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Sasuke disappeared the next moment. "You trash, don't bother me." Sasuke's voice sounded again, and he appeared on a roof. Chapter 193 Sasuke is determined to take revenge and kill Sakura? Sasuke stood on the roof, staring coldly at the people below. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and tears of blood were shed in the Eternity Mangekyo Sharingan. He had just released Genjutsu on himself, and at the same time turned Genjutsu into reality, eliminating the damage he had suffered. He was panting heavily. Obviously, this method similar to Izanaga's use of pupil technique consumes a lot of energy and chakra. Sasuke stood on the roof and stared coldly at the people below. "Do you think you can stop me like this? You're so naive." Naruto looked at Sasuke, his eyes full of concern, and his eyes seemed to be praying, "Sasuke, hatred will only make you sink deeper and deeper, and make us all lose more. Come back with me." Advertisement. Sasuke said in a cold voice, "Naruto, you don't understand the pain I have experienced at all. Konoha must pay the price for this." Naruto slowly took a few steps forward and said loudly, "Sasuke, I understand your pain, but continuing the hatred will only cause more tragedies. Think of the time we had together, the days we fought side by side." Sasuke was slightly startled, as the past images flashed through his mind, but they were quickly covered up by hatred. "So what? This can't change what Konoha has done to my family." Naruto took a deep breath. "Sasuke, if we keep living in hatred, where is our future? Where are our dreams?" Sasuke gritted his teeth. "My dream is to destroy Konoha." Naruto shook his head. "Sasuke, even if you destroy Konoha, will you really find peace in your heart? Hatred will only make you live in darkness forever." Sasuke didn't waver at all. With a ferocious look on his face, he stretched out a hand and held it tightly. "I feel happy when I think that I can destroy Konoha." Just when Naruto had nothing to say, a whirlpool appeared around Sasuke, and Obito appeared next to Sasuke. "Then can you let go of your hatred for me? I look forward to your forgiveness." Naruto. "To be honest, I accidentally killed Namikaze Minato, I accidentally killed Kushina, and I accidentally released 9 tails. Will you forgive me if I say this?" Naruto. This time Obito did not wear a mask. The resurrected Uchiha Obito stood next to Sasuke in a black robe and said the most mocking words. Naruto looked at Obito, his eyes full of anger. Obito, you are the culprit, you are the one who led Sasuke astray. Advertisement. Obito sneered, didn't you ask Sasuke to let go of his hatred? Why can't you let go of your hatred yourself? Why do you ask others to do something you can't do yourself? Naruto was stunned when he heard Obito's words. Yes, what qualifications does he have to persuade Sasuke to let go of his hatred? Sasuke said, don't compare me to you, I'm just doing what I want to do. Obito didn't take it seriously. Sasuke, don't be so harsh. We are all full of resentment towards this world. Why not destroy it together? At this time, Naruto raised his head and shouted angrily again, Obito, you can't even try to seduce Sasuke. You are committing a heinous crime, and Sasuke was just led astray by you. Sasuke, don't make the same mistake again and again. The people who ordered Uchiha's death are already dead. Are you going to hurt those innocent people? Sasuke's expression became even more crazy. What? Of course I want to destroy everything in Konoha. Sasuke looked around, seeing all the villagers of Konoha village fleeing in panic, and felt happy, seeing them fleeing in panic one by one, losing the peace brought by my brother. I understood the meaning of my revenge. At this time, Obito also spoke again, no, 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 they are all dead. Didn't I bring the last two people who gave the order back then? Saying that, Obito activated Kamui again, and the two decrepit old men were thrown out like garbage. It was the last two Konoha high-level officials, Koharu and Mito Manabu. When Sasuke saw these two people, the anger in his eyes burned even more intensely. He walked towards them step by step, the black flame of Amaterasu igniting on the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Naruto saw this and hurriedly shouted, Sasuke, don't be impulsive. However, Sasuke turned a deaf ear to it. He glared at Koharu and Mito Menon who had gone to bed, and said through gritted teeth, it was your decision that caused my family to suffer disaster. After going to bed, Koharu and Mito Kaden looked at Sasuke in horror, trying to escape but were unable to do so because of their old age and frailty. Just when Sasuke was about to take action, Sakura suddenly rushed out from the roof and stood in front of the two old men. Sasuke, please, don't do this. Sakura begged with tears streaming down her face. Advertisement. Sasuke stopped his hand in midair and said coldly without any emotion in his voice, Sakura, get out of the way. However, Sakura stood firmly on the spot and cried out in tears, Sasuke, if you kill me, no one will wait for you to look back. Sakura obviously didn't see the current Sasuke clearly, and thought he was the Uchiha Sasuke from the Chunin exam back then. However, at this time, Sasuke was already blinded by hatred. He waved the Kusanagi sword and the Amaterasu flame without hesitation, and was about to hit Sakura. At this critical moment, Naruto downstairs stretched out a hand, and the golden chakra continued to extend, grabbing Sakura at the last moment and pulling her away. Amaterasu's flames were unstoppable and instantly swallowed up Koharu and Mito Gate. They screamed in the black flames and soon turned into ashes. Sasuke looked at the scene in front of him without any pity in his heart, only the pleasure of revenge. But there was also a trace of complicated emotions flashing in his eyes. It seemed that at this moment, he also realized that he had embarked on a path of no return. After Sakura was rescued by Naruto, she collapsed on the ground, crying desperately. She couldn't accept that Sasuke had become so cold and heartless. Naruto looked at Sasuke, feeling helpless and sad. He knew that Sasuke at this moment had been completely distorted by hatred, and the friendship and bond that once existed seemed to be broken at this moment. Sasuke, do you really want to keep making mistakes like this? Naruto shouted, with a tremor in his voice. Sasuke turned his head and looked at Naruto coldly, this is not a mistake, this is the path I must take. Obito showed a proud smile on the side, very well, Sasuke, continue to join me and plunge this world into chaos. Let me give Konoha the final blow. Sasuke just made seals with his hands, and the purple light representing Susanoo on his body kept dancing. He tried to summon the complete Susanoo to give everyone present a fatal blow. However, things went against his wishes. Even though he tried his best, he still could not control this powerful force. I saw the light of the soon-to-be-formed complete Susanoo flickering, its outline becoming blurred, and finally dissipated in a burst of violent energy fluctuations. Sasuke's face was pale and he was breathing heavily. It was obvious that this failure had taken a great toll on his physical strength and chakra. Chapter 194 Candidate for the Commander-in-Chief of the Ninja Alliance. Naruto saw this situation and took the opportunity to say, Sasuke, you see, you are so obsessed with revenge, but you can't even fully control your power. If you continue like this, you will only harm yourself. Sasuke glared at Naruto and yelled, shut up. This is just a temporary failure, I will succeed. Obito patted Sasuke on the shoulder at this time, there is no need to be so anxious. You have just merged those two pairs of eyes. Let's go and receive our ultimate power. Enjoying the process of revenge is also a part of revenge that cannot be ignored. Sasuke finally turned his eyes that were always on Naruto to Obito, thought for a moment and nodded. The next moment, Obito activated Kamui and sucked Sasuke into the Kamui space. Advertisement. Naruto angrily asked Obito where he wanted to take Sasuke. The chakra in his body fluctuated violently with anger, and the golden light became more dazzling. Obito, where are you taking Sasuke? Naruto roared. Obito just smiled contemptuously, this is not what you should know, Naruto. Sasuke has chosen his path, and you can't stop it. By the way, the 5th ninja war has begun. The next time we meet, we will be on the battlefield. The 5 shadows. After saying that, Obito's figure also disappeared. Naruto looked at the direction in which they disappeared, clenched his fists, and shouted loudly, no matter where you go, I will bring Sasuke back and let him find his true self again. The expressions of the 5 shadows were all very ugly. They had just been guessing about the strength of Obito and Sasuke, and they only came to a realization at this moment. If the chakra wave on Sasuke's body was successfully activated just now, they would no longer dare to imagine that kind of scene. And what is the ultimate power that Obito talks about? It's all chilling. Hyuga, who had watched the whole thing in the sky, couldn't help but nodded. Obito's performance was perfect and he became dedicated to his work. Sure enough, Hyuga made the right choice to start up Lin. This is the difference between the Force 996 and the active employees under the joint stock system. But it's time for me to take action again. Advertisement. The first thing Hyuga said when he landed back on the ground was, how does it feel? Uchiha Sasuke is the fusion of 2 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. I'm sure if you give him a few more years, he can be the next Uchiha Madara. Now. It's not bad either, isn't it? Hyuga is now like an excited child, showing off his work to others. After all, there is nothing that can be done about it. For Sasuke to reach this point, Hyuga has been calculating for several years and created such an ultimate revenge machine after many layers of planning. Now that I finally have someone to show off to, of course I have to talk about it properly. The 5 shadows' expressions became even uglier. They finally remembered who caused this big trouble. Who else could there be in this ninja world besides Hyuga? Hokage, the most fiery-tempered among the 5 shadows, was the first to say, Hyuga, you have created such a disaster, and you still have the nerve to show off here. Hyuga smiled disapprovingly, Hokage, don't be so angry. If it weren't for me, would you have understood the strength of Sasuke and Obito so clearly? Hokage frowned and said, but this should not have happened. Your so-called works have brought huge disasters to the ninja world. Hyuga crossed his arms and said, disaster? Without the courage to burn everything, how can we usher in true peace? Besides, I just gave him strength. It is the world that has created these tragedies. Kazekage said solemnly, let's not talk about this for now. The most important thing at the moment is how to deal with Obito and Sasuke, and the upcoming 5th ninja war. Yeah, not bad. Hyuga nodded repeatedly and turned to look at Tsunade, Hokage, find a place for us to continue the meeting. I'm afraid this place is no longer available. The Konoha Talks venue is now in a mess, and the once solemn and majestic building has now been reduced to ruins. The roof was lifted off, revealing broken beams and scorched marks inside. The surrounding buildings were not spared. Houses collapsed, store signs were broken, and goods were scattered everywhere. Tsunade frowned, glanced at the surrounding ruins, and said solemnly, come with me. Everyone followed Tsunade to a relatively intact basement. After everyone sat down, the atmosphere was solemn. Tsunade looked at everyone and was the first to break the silence, today's situation is serious. We must form a ninja coalition as soon as possible to jointly deal with the upcoming crisis. At this point, everyone nodded in agreement. Advertisement. Hokage said gruffly, we, the ninjas of the Kingdom of Thunder, will never back down and will join the war with all our strength. Hokage also stated, the Kingdom of Earth will also send its elite forces. Kazekage said calmly, the Kingdom of Sand will also fight side by side with everyone. Mizukage nodded slightly, the country of water should also be obliged to do so. Hyuga nodded and said, the Federation will never tolerate things that disrupt the security of the ninja world. Everyone felt a heavy blow when they heard Hyuga's words. You also said it clearly. You don't know who is the real person who disrupts the safety of the ninja world before you correct your evil ways. Tsunade suppressed the desire to complain in her heart. After all, Hyuga was the uncle now, and continued, in this case, we need to determine the organization and command system of the coalition forces as soon as possible. Each shadow needs to go back to select outstanding ninjas and arrange logistics at the same time. Sure. Oniki said, to form a ninja coalition, we must choose someone to lead the ninja coalition. Otherwise, if we fight each other and blame each other, our only advantage will be ruined. Tsunade nodded, took over the conversation and said, as for the candidate to be the commander of the coalition forces, do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Everyone fell into a brief silence and elected the commander. This was a very serious issue, and what it represented was huge power. In wartime, this position can mobilize almost all the combat power of the ninja world. Hokage was the first to speak. I think this position of commander requires both strength and leadership. I recommend myself. His tone was firm and confident. He needed this opportunity. If he wanted to rebuild his ninja village, he would need help from other countries. It is impossible for a big country to let Hokage embezzle public funds, but he can also rely on his reputation as the commander of the Ninja Alliance to obtain assistance from some small countries to rebuild the ninja village. Hokage Onoki certainly understands the idea behind Hokage. He doesn't want Kumoyin village to rely on other small countries to rebuild. Now it's good to be weaker than Fuyin village. He shook his head. Hokage, your temper is too impatient. The commander needs to be calm and calm. I think Kazekage Gaara is a good candidate. Onoki was cunning, and deliberately selected Gaara, who was least likely to take on the important task. After all, Gaara was young and had never even presided over a war, so how could he become the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces? Gaara narrowed his eyes, knowing that this was a multiple-choice question, so he had no choice but to say, Hokage-senpai has received the award. I am still relatively junior, so I may not be able to take on this important responsibility. Hyuga, who was watching the show on the side, pretended to be angry, and shouted, you are not done with this. One by one, the ninja world has reached this point, and you are still playing these little tricks here. By then we will have failed. All 5 major countries will be destroyed. Chapter 195 The Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Forces is Chiba Muxio. Terumi May coughed lightly and broke the brief silence. Hyuga is right, now is not the time to argue. I think we might as well put aside our prejudices first and analyze the strengths and weaknesses of each film before making a decision. Hokage snorted, okay, Mizukage, you go ahead. Mizukage Terumi May thought for a while and said, Hokage is powerful and brave in battle, but as Tsuchikage said, he has a short temper. Tsuchikage is experienced, but he is older and may have limited energy. Kazekage is young and energetic, but his qualifications are indeed relatively low. Advertisement. Like Kazekage, I myself have no experience in hosting wars. As for Tsunade, her medical ninjutsu is unparalleled in the world, and her leadership skills cannot be underestimated. However, Konoha village has just experienced many changes, and it may be difficult for her to take care of both. Everyone fell into deep thought while listening to Mizukage's analysis. At this time, Tsunade suddenly said, did you forget someone? Everyone looked at each other and couldn't figure out who Tsunade was talking about. Tsunade felt the doubtful glances cast by everyone, and said slowly, the title of commander of the coalition forces, the most important ability is not to command, but to consider his prestige and influence in the ninja world, whether he can convince everyone, and whether he can convince everyone. Can all the ninjas who are enemies become one heart? Hearing Tsunade's words, everyone's eyes widened. How could they not have thought of who this person was? Then they had all lived in vain. And even Hyuga didn't expect this result. He opened his mouth slightly, is this Tsunade so courageous? This is the rhythm for me to take office directly. If we look at who has the highest prestige and influence in the ninja world now, then it is only the head of the federation, Chiba Kishu, right? Advertisement. Tsunade finally said the name, and the expressions of the other 4 shadows became even more exciting. They had imagined countless candidates before Tsunade spoke, but they never expected that she would name such a name. When everyone heard Tsunade's proposal to let Chiba Muxio serve as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, everyone was in an uproar and expressed their opposition. How can you let him be the commander-in-chief? He just destroyed Union Village. Hokage slapped the table angrily, with veins popping out on his forehead. Tsuchikage Onoki also echoed, yes, Hyuga Suidai. Onoki almost said what was in his heart, but he quickly stopped in the middle of speaking. Kazekage Gaara frowned and said solemnly, this matter needs long-term consideration. Hyuga quietly watched everyone's objections and did not argue himself. He had never wanted to be the commander-in-chief of the coalition, but if it was really recommended to him, he would not refuse. After all, it's really interesting. Let a man behind the scenes be the commander of the ninja world. This is a bit like making Hyuga start a one-man show with his left hand and right hand. Tsunade clasped her hands on her chest and said firmly, don't rush to object, just listen to what I have to say. Although Hyuga's past actions did cause some chaos, his transformation is now obvious to all. He has a deep understanding of the ninja world. The control and analysis of the situation far exceeded our imagination. Not to mention that he now knows everything about Sasuke and Obito's plans. Just based on his influence in the Federation and the ninja world, he can mobilize many resources for the use of the coalition forces. Most people in the ninja world don't know that Chiba Kishu is Hyuga, and Chiba Kishu's prestige is obvious to all. If he comes forward, we will definitely gain more support from the people. Furthermore, Hyuga's strength is unfathomable. If he is commanding on the front line, it will definitely boost morale. Moreover, he is familiar with various ninjutsu and tactics and can quickly make the best decisions based on different battlefield situations. More importantly, he is now determined to maintain peace in the ninja world, and this determination cannot be doubted. We cannot turn a blind eye to his efforts in order to bring the ninja world on the right track. Advertisement. Tsunade said conclusively, I believe that if we give him a chance, he can lead us to victory. The Lord has 10 victories. Everyone fell into silence. What Tsunade said was indeed true. Let's put it into perspective, judging from the fact that the Federation selflessly rescued victims of disasters in various countries and supported the economies of various countries. The name of the Federation and Kyanba Muxio has become as sun-like in the ninja world. As long as he comes forward, he will definitely get the support of the people of various countries and reduce the burden. Moreover, the Federation's material war preparations are also obvious to all, and their scientific tools are far ahead of this era. If Hyuga becomes the commander of the ninja coalition, he will definitely get more assistance from the ninja world. And Hyuga's commanding ability should not be underestimated. In terms of war, the Federation has never been defeated since the founding of the country. After thinking about it seriously, Hyuga is indeed the best choice for this commander. Hokage also figured this out, but he still snorted, even so, I still can't trust him. Tsunade said loudly, now has reached a moment of life and death for the ninja world. We must put aside our prejudices and make the choice that is best for the ninja world. Hyuga becoming the commander-in-chief of the coalition may be one of our few chances of winning. Several people except Hokage have been touched, and this may really be an opportunity. Hokage Oniki coughed lightly, broke the brief silence, and said slowly, if you think about it carefully, what Tsunade said makes sense. Now that the ninja world is in danger, someone really needs to stand up and coordinate the overall situation. Although Hyuga has a past, everyone can see the transformation and what he has done now. If he can really lead us to victory, why not give him a chance? Kazekage nodded and said seriously, Senior Hokage is right, we cannot ignore the current crisis because of past prejudices. Hyuga's achievements in the Federation and his control of the situation may bring us come for a transfer. Mizukage Terumi may also expressed his position, I also agree. The current situation is urgent, and we should focus on the overall situation. If Hyuga can serve as the commander-in-chief and integrate the forces of all parties, it will be of great help to resist the upcoming war. Hokage saw that the other 3 shadows had expressed their stance. Although he was still unwilling to accept it, he no longer objected forcefully. He just snorted and said nothing. Chapter 196 Anti-Feudal Fighter Chiba Muxio, Samsara I Suzuki. Hearing that everyone supported his proposal, Tsunade shouted, okay. This will have the momentum of a ninja coalition. Hyuga also seemed to be ringing the sound of thumping war songs, and this world really felt a bit passionate. In this way, Hyuga was pushed to the position of commander by Tsunade in a confused way, of course in the name of Chiba Kishu. This world is really interesting. Hyuga didn't expect that he would become the leader of the Ninja Alliance. I can only say that he has washed his hands too cleanly. He actually became the leader of the Ninja Alliance. This is so amazing. Not only is he the boss behind all the villains in the ninja world, but he is also the leader of the upright ones. Advertisement. But it is indeed time for Hyuga to express his position. Although Hyuga's script does not have a draft, he performed it improvisationally. A director, shocked this is an old actor. Hyuga took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and said, since you all trust me, I will go all out. Judging from this incident, everyone did not disappoint me. This world is indeed not without its advantages. In the face of the crisis, everyone finally put aside their prejudices and united. Then let us work together to build a perfect world. Then I will issue the first order to integrate the politics and military of the 6 countries and establish a ninja coalition. Terumi May nodded and said, although we have already decided on this matter, we still need to ask the daimyo for instructions, otherwise we will not be able to send troops without them providing funds. Hyuga narrowed his eyes and looked at Terumi May, it seems that Master Mizukage didn't understand what I said. As the commander of the ninja coalition, my goal is not just to repel the enemies in front of us. I also want to build a perfect world. There is no need for such a decadent system as the monarchy to exist. Hyuga has murderous intent revealed in his body, and his murderous intent is not facing the 5 shadows, but the daimyo. Everyone, if you don't know what to do, our federation can handle it for you. Hyuga's words perfectly create the image of a radical revolutionary. Listening to the meaning of Hyuga's words, several people's hearts moved. After they felt the superiority of the federation's system, they themselves were a little ready to make a move. In fact, they all agreed with Hyuga's words from the bottom of their hearts. It turned out that they were just suffering from lack of opportunities. Advertisement. After all, the daimyo's control of finances restricted several people, but this crisis related to the ninja world was an opportunity. They could directly use this reason to control the daimyo by force. Among the 5 shadows, the most unusual one is Gaara. He, the Kingdom of Wind, has the closest connection with the Ninja Federation and is deeply influenced by the Republican ideas of the Federation. On weekdays, many high-level ninjas and even senior officials from the Kingdom of Wind want to instigate him to launch a coup. He usually refuses. After all, this will only lead to a dead end, but now this opportunity is right in front of him, and he doesn't want to let it go. At this time, Tsunade tried to dissuade him. Actually, there is no need to do this. As for these things, let's wait until later. I think the daimyo will agree to face such an enemy. Tsunade's cooperation with the Fire Country daimyo was pretty good and she didn't want to go to that point yet. She actually wanted to wait for the war before talking about these things. Before Hyuga could refute, Hokage AI also spoke at this moment. I don't think so. Now is the best time to overthrow the rule of the feudal dynasty. Without this opportunity, I don't know how long it will take to wait. Now it is Hokage who is the first to support Hyuga. Of course, this is not the same thought he and Hyuga show. It's just that he is really loyal to his country, and he doesn't want to see those moths harming his country anymore. Gaara also spoke at this time. I support it. Hokage Oniki was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, perhaps, this is an opportunity for change. Mizukage Terumi bit her lip lightly and finally made up her mind, then let's take action. Hyuga smiled with satisfaction, very good, then we will solve the internal problems first and face the foreign enemies with a more united attitude. It's time to end the rule of the backward feudal system. You must control the daimyo as soon as possible and establish a provisional parliament. Our federation is going to prepare war materials and be responsible for the revolutionary work in those small countries. Time is tight. I hope everyone can establish a provisional government within 10 days. After completing the wartime mobilization, the most elite ninjas will come here, and the protection of 9 tails and 8 tails will be temporarily taken care of by Konoha and I. Soon, ninjas from all over the world took action. Under the command of Hyuga, they controlled the daimyo as quickly as possible. The Provisional Council of Officials who accepted the new ideas was formed to continue to maintain the country's operations in a short period of time. The goal was to maintain the country's wartime operations until the end of the war. Advertisement. However, this action also caused some chaos and unrest. Some loyal supporters of the daimyo tried to resist, but their resistance was insignificant in the face of the powerful power of the ninja. On the other side, Obito took Sasuke back to the temporary base, and Kabuto Yakushi was already getting ready next to the operating table. Next to his hand are the samsara eyes of Uchiha Madara. Kabuto the pharmacist smiled when he saw the two of them arriving. He took out the medicine that he had prepared and placed it in front of them. Take the medicine and start the operation immediately to transplant the reincarnation eye for you. You have controlled the wood style and Sharingan. I believe you can control that power very well. Sasuke frowned and looked at the potion in front of him, feeling a little hesitant. After all, it was not his own power, so he still hesitated. Obito was excited when he saw this and said, Sasuke, this is our chance to become stronger, don't hesitate. Sasuke gritted his teeth and thought of the power that the sage jutsu organ had brought to him. Thinking of revenge for everything, he picked up the potion and drank it in one gulp, then lay down on the operating table. Obito also took the potion and lay down. Kabuto Yakushi began the intense operation, his hands operating skillfully and steadily. Time passed by, and a tense atmosphere filled the operating room. I don't know how long it took, but the operation was finally completed. Sasuke and Obito each had a reincarnation eye transplanted into their foreheads. Sasuke felt the power of the Rinnegan, with a proud smile on his lips. With this power, the ninja world will surely tremble under our feet. But Obito was silent. He just hoped that everything would go faster. When Hyuga's plan was completed, he would live with Lin in the moon world for the rest of his life. At this time, a Baizetsu outside the base stuck his head out and reported, Sir, the great names of all the ninja countries have been controlled, and the ninja coalition is consolidating its forces. Obito snorted coldly, they move very quickly, but this doesn't change anything. Sasuke stood up and said, then let us break their illusions. Obito nodded and left the base with Sasuke, preparing for the upcoming battle. Chapter 197 Hyuga's Puppet Army. 10 days later. Ninja Alliance side. The 6 major nations arrived outside Konoha village with their respective ninja troops. Hyuga was not idle during this period. He personally directed the anti-feudal revolution in the small country and pulled out 10,000 puppets that had been gathering dust in the warehouse. You know, he originally prepared as many as 100,000 units for this war, but in the current situation, 10,000 units were enough. Advertisement. This is Hyugakai's hidden trump card. If the entire plan unfortunately fails, he will turn his back without hesitation and eliminate the 5 major countries in one fell swoop. Therefore, in addition to the composite force of 2,000 ninja warriors brought by the Federation this time, it is this impressive puppet army. On the high platform set up in the coalition camp, Hyuga and the 5 shadows stood side by side, watching solemnly as the tens of thousands of ninjas began to gather below. I saw that they moved quickly and methodically, and tents were constantly being set up. Thousands of tents fell on the ground in an orderly manner like chess pieces on a chessboard. There were many ninja soldiers shuttled back and forth among them, and their busy figures intertwined into a tense and orderly picture. However, the federal army has not yet appeared. Raikage's fiery temper was instantly ignited. He impatiently urged Hyuga, "Where are your federal troops? Why are they still missing? Are you playing tricks on purpose?" Us. Hyugakai's expression remained calm, and he responded unhurriedly, "We're almost there, Raikage-sama, please be patient." Raikage snorted angrily and taunted mercilessly, "Hey! I think you are just talking nonsense, deliberately delaying time, and making it useless." At this moment, the earth seemed to be shaken suddenly by an invisible giant hand, and it began to tremble violently. In the distance, dust was flying all over the sky, like a thick yellow curtain, blocking out the sky and the sun. A majestic army of puppets rolled in like a surging and unstoppable tide. Among them, various forms of puppets are high and low, forming different teams in an orderly manner. Advertisement. Their steps are uniform and their actions are coordinated. They are obviously not a ragtag group of fish soldiers. You know, this is a total of 10,000 puppets. That number is almost equal to the number of ninjas in the Ninja Alliance. What an astonishing scale this is. This means that if it is a one-on-one confrontation, some genin even need to share the pressure of several puppets for genin. When the 5 shadows and the ninja allied forces witnessed this scene, they were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with unbelievable surprise and deep shock. Those puppets took firm and powerful steps, and their bodies shone with a cold and sharp metallic luster, like a layer of indestructible armor. The powerful momentum they exude is frightening, like moving steel fortresses. Tsuchikage Oniki could not help but exclaim in his heart, with such a large-scale puppet army, the strength of this federation is simply beyond imagination. It is so powerful that it is staggering. I really don't know how they created such a terrifying force. Mizukage Terumi may also frown slightly, thinking solemnly, it's no wonder they have such courage to promote change. With such a formidable power, they really should not be underestimated. It seems that our previous understanding of the Federation was too superficial. Garo looked at the mighty army of puppets and secretly rejoiced with lingering fear. Fortunately, we and the Federation are allies who work together, rather than tit-for-tat enemies. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Wind will suffer heavy losses. Kankuro on the side had his eyes widened. He looked at the huge puppet army in disbelief, and his heart was filled with countless questions. How did they do it? Can the puppets still play like this? What kind of energy do they rely on? Driver? Does every puppet have a built-in stove? This is obviously impossible, and it would be such a huge consumption. So what kind of mysterious technology does Hyuga use? No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how these puppets could do so. At this time, the ordinary ninjas in the coalition forces also completely exploded. Oh my god, is this the power of the Federation? It's terrible. A ninja said with a trembling voice. His hands unconsciously clenched the weapons in his hands, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. How come we have never heard of such a powerful puppet army before? It would be unthinkable to be our enemy. The other ninja's eyes widened with horror on his face, as if he had seen the tragic ending of the confrontation with this force. Advertisement. Fortunately, we are allies, and with such strength to help, there may be hope of victory in this battle. A ninja murmured to himself, a spark of hope igniting in his eyes, but that light was still mixed with fear of the unknown. It's unimaginable that the Federation actually hides such amazing strength. It seems that we have underestimated them before. Another ninja couldn't help but sigh, filled with worries and expectations about the future situation. For a time, exclamations and sighs of emotion arose one after another among the ninja coalition, and everyone's face was filled with awe and surprise at the federal puppet army. The faces with different expressions constitute a picture full of complex emotions. Hyuga looked at Raikage and asked with a smile, "Master Raikage, what do you think of our federal army?" Raikage frowned and said after a moment of silence, "I have to admit, it is indeed shocking. But on the battlefield, strength cannot be determined by quantity and equipment alone." Hyuga nodded slightly and said, "What Mr. Raikage said is absolutely true, but what do you want to say?" Hyuga snapped his fingers, and with just a thought, the huge army of puppets cleared the open space in an orderly manner and set up a camp for the federal troops to follow. The 5 figures on the high platform stared wide-eyed, unable to imagine the scene in front of them. Is this really a puppet? Are you sure this is not a real person wrapped in iron? But they didn't feel any signs of life? What exactly is ninjutsu? Is it really possible for ninjutsu to do this? Hyuga looked at the confused Hokage and said with a smile, don't be surprised, this is not ninjutsu in the traditional sense, but the result of a fusion of advanced technology and ninjutsu principles. This is just nonsense. Although the Federation is technologically advanced, it is not to the point where it can develop robots on its own. This is of course the result of Hyuga Tensei's eye power. Chapter 198 Hyuga's speech. Hokage looked at the efficient and orderly army of puppets, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he still said firmly, hey, these are just some showpieces. It's not sure how effective they will be on the battlefield. Hyuga smiled and responded without further entanglement, Master Hokage, we will see. Hokage Oniki frowned and asked, technology? What kind of technology is this that can be so powerful? Hyuga continued to explain nonsense, this is the culmination of years of research by the Federation. Through the special chakra transmission device and precise mechanism structure, precise control and efficient action of the puppet are achieved. This can be regarded as a trap left by Hyuga for them. They will definitely hide a few secretly for research, but there will be no results. Advertisement. But the final right of interpretation belongs to Hyuga. Who told you to want to steal federal technology? It's just that there may not be 5 major countries after the war. Mizukage Terumi May nodded thoughtfully, I see, no wonder it's so magical. I will do more research after I go back. I didn't expect the gap between Kirigakure and the Federation to be so big. Hyuga waved, let's go, everyone. Since the battle may start at any time, let's formulate a strategy and discuss specific combat methods. Several people walked down the high platform to a tent where the meeting was held, and everyone took their seats. Then everyone looked at Hyuga. He was the commander of this battle, so of course he had to speak first. Hyuga asked the federal statistician on the side, let's talk about the number of troops in the statistics first. Everyone has a good psychological foundation. Yes, the total number of coalition forces this time has reached 15,658, including 10,000 puppet soldiers, 12,346 people from the 6 major countries, and 3,312 ninjas mobilized by each small country. Those ninjas from small countries all came from those countries that were part of the anti-imperialist movement hosted by the Federation. Hyuga nodded slightly, thought for a moment and then said, the strength of the enemy is still unclear. Our most important enemy is the reincarnation of the earth. Tsunade-sama, I wonder how Orochimaru's research on the spell is going. Tsunade took out a charm and handed it to Hyuga. This is the latest result of Orochimaru's research. The effect has not been tested yet, but according to him, it should have an effect. Advertisement. After receiving it, Hyuga carefully observed the runes on it, and sure enough, Orochimaru did not disappoint, he really left a surprise for the Ninja Alliance. We don't have time to experiment. Let's experiment on the battlefield later. So how many of these things are there now? Tsunade said, currently there are only about 10, and Orochimaru is still stepping up production. Hyuga frowned, the quantity is a bit small, but I'll use it first and see how it works. We can use this thing on the strongest people and persuade them to join the Ninja Alliance. This thing may have a miraculous effect. Everyone nodded after hearing what Hyuga said. They also thought that if the ninja god Senju Hashirama could be persuaded, their war might end soon. Hyuga took out a battle report and passed it on to everyone. This was a plan jointly formulated by the intelligence groups of the 5 major countries. For the sake of confidentiality, Hyuga has just seen this. The plan is very simple. The purpose of Obito and his friends is Killer Bee and Naruto. They create the illusion that the two are in the coalition camp, and form 4 lines of defense in the southeast, northwest, and southeast with the coalition camp as the center. The center is the command post, where several sentient ninjas from the Yamanaka clan jointly launch ninjutsu to transmit messages. Hyuga followed the plan and commanded everyone, Hokage, lead your troops to station on the eastern front, Hokage, I will leave it to you on the western front. Mizukage, you will be in charge of the southern front, and the northern front will be left to Gaara. Tsunade, you lead the medical ninjas to be on standby near the command post. And the last 5,000 puppets are mobile support around the camp. Don't take away all the ninjas at once. This time is likely to be a protracted battle. We can organize defense changes. By this time, no one was delaying the order, and everyone nodded in agreement. Clear. Hyuga looked at everyone seriously, everyone, this battle is related to the future of the ninja world. We must go all out and make no mistakes. Advertisement. Everyone walked out of the meeting tent, and ninjas from various countries were already quarreling outside because of many issues. It was okay when the 5 shadows and Hyuga were watching, but as soon as they left, the outside world became noisy. The reason is also very simple. They themselves were enemies before, and the person in front of them even killed their relatives. How can they live together peacefully? Hyuga looked at the chaotic scene and flew into the air, shouting loudly, "Everyone, please be quiet." His voice was filled with irresistible majesty, and the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Hyuga's penetrating voice resounds in everyone's ears. "You should recognize my face. I am Chiba Muxiu, the current head of state of the Federation. I am the former enemy of some of you and now your temporary leader. What is the goal that brought us all here? You may still be a little confused about it. What I want to tell you now is that it is the enemy. It is our common enemy." Hyuga glanced majestically at the quiet people below and said loudly, "In the past, the daimyo controlled our destiny and exploited our blood and sweat. They regarded us ninjas as tools and drove them at will, without caring about our life or death. But we rose up to resist and completely wiped out the decadent daimyo forces. Today, various countries have established provisional parliaments. This is the result of our joint efforts and an important step towards freedom and equality. However, at this moment we are facing a more severe challenge. The enemy is trying to destroy our homeland and destroy our hard-won peace. Can we let them succeed? No. Behind us are tens of millions of people, our relatives. Friends, is everything we want to protect. We come from different countries and may have been enemies of each other, but in this war to defend our homeland, we are comrades in arms and brothers. We must put aside our past grudges, join hands and fight for a common goal. Our strength comes from unity. Comes from faith, comes from the desire for peace. I believe that in this battle, each of us will be brave and fearless and will give everything for victory. Because we are not only fighting for ourselves, but also for our descendants and for the future of the ninja world. Let us use our blood and courage creates a monument to victory. P.S. The pace before the Great Ninja War and before Uchiha Madara appears will be very fast, and the early battles will pass by in a flash. After all, they are all supporting characters fighting, there really is nothing to write about, and this will not be changed later." Chapter 199, Ninja World War, Elite Genin can only be used as ABD. For a time, the shouts of the ninja coalition were deafening, their morale was high, and everyone was ready to fight. As soon as Hyuga finished speaking, a young ninja in the Ninja Alliance took the lead in shouting, "Your Majesty, we will follow you, fight for peace, and never back down." His eyes were full of determination. Immediately afterwards, another ninja who had experienced many battles also loudly echoed, "Yes, let's put aside the hatred of the past for the time being. At this moment, we are only fighting to protect our homeland." He clenched the weapon in his hand, and veins popped out. In the crowd, a ninja from a small country waved the short blade in his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, "No matter who the enemy is, we must make sure they never come back." His roar seemed to break through the sky. The five shadows' eyes widened when they saw this scene. They had never seen such an exciting scene among these ninjas. Advertisement. But now Hyuga started to stir up the atmosphere in the room with just a few words. Onaki secretly muttered in his heart, "You are really good at winning people over. No wonder you can create such a huge foundation in a short period of time. Hyuga can't be allowed to build his reputation here alone." At this time, Raikage's loud voice sounded first, "Cheer up Laozi, everyone, if anyone loses face on the battlefield, Laozi will not spare him." In an instant, all the ninjas in Union Village raised their arms and cheered, and one sentence calmed down some impetuous people. The other four shadows did not give up this opportunity to gain reputation. Mizukage Terumi Mei also raised her arms and shouted, "Sisters, brothers, let us show the power of ninja." Tsuchikage Onoki said in a calm tone, "Let's work together and don't let this battle go down." Tsunade clenched her hands into fists and shouted loudly, "Warriors, show your courage and let the enemy see our determination." Garo looked at the excited crowd and said loudly, "For the sake of peace and the future, we will definitely win." For a time, the shouts of the Ninja Alliance resounded through the sky, their morale was high, and everyone was ready to fight. Then the four mixed troops headed to the preset defense line under the leadership of several shadows. Advertisement. On the other side, in an underground cave 100 kilometers away from the Ninja Alliance's defense line, Kabuto Yakushi, Obito, and Sasuke stood together. To their right was a sinkhole, which contained the Shikakuzetsu created using Hashirama cells and Gedo statue. And beside them were hundreds of ninja coffins that sealed the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. At this moment, both Obito and Uchiha Sasuke have closed samsara eyes on their foreheads, which can be opened at any time. The 11 white Zetsu poked their heads out from the ground and said, "This is drawn according to your wishes. 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 9 Tails Jinchuriki are in the coalition camp. They plan to guard the coalition camp and wait for our attack." Obito sneered, "Humph, these stupid guys, think they can stop us like this." His eyes were full of disdain. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and said sadly, "However, we cannot take it lightly. After all, we are facing the entire ninja coalition this time." Sasuke crossed his arms and looked indifferent, "Whatever, just kill him." Obito shook his head, Don't be reckless, we have to act according to the plan. Let those losers weaken their combat power first, and then we will end this stupid world. Yakushi Kabuto casually summoned the seals that had broken most of the reincarnated ninjas, and as the leader, he led the White Zetsus towards the Ninja Alliance's defense line. The ones that were unlocked first were some failures, around Janin's level, and they were considered junk pieces. Asuma, Kato Dan, Kari, and Darui are among them. Now the villain side can be said that two people deceived one Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto and Obito already know all of Hyuga plans. Only Sasuke is really working hard for 10 tails. At this time, on the eastern front of the Ninja Alliance, Hokage was commanding everyone with a serious face, cheer up and pay attention to the enemy's movements. His eyes were like a torch, always paying attention to the changes on the battlefield. A ninja suddenly shouted, "Master Hokage, a large number of unknown objects are coming." Hokage took a closer look and saw the White Zetsu coming like a tide. Get ready to fight. On the southern front, Mizukage Terumime looked at the battle situation in front of her and shouted, "Don't let the enemy break through the defense line." The water whip in her hand flew away the oncoming Baizetsu. Advertisement. On the western front, Tsuchikage Oniki was suspended in the air, commanding the coalition forces, concentrate firepower and destroy these monsters. On the northern line, Gaara manipulated the sand to form solid lines of defense, blocking White Zetsu's advance. At the same time, countless ninjas stood on the sand wall and threw their blades to kill a large area of White Zetsu. In the coalition camp, Hyuga sensed the fighting situation on all fronts through sensing ninjutsu, and thought to himself, "It's so boring. When will a real war break out? When will this kind of playing house end? Didn't Obito Yakushi Kabuto prepare 10 pain puppets? I'm looking forward to when they will come on stage." The 10 puppets were to reseal the 7 captured tailed beasts into the body of the reincarnated ninja. If the Jinchuriki of this generation do not die, they will be replaced by the Jinchuriki of the previous generation. 8 tails 9 tails is also partially replaced by Chakra, Urabi and the Gold and Silver Horn brothers. This adds up to exactly 10 people. After thinking about it, the ninjas of the Zhongshan clan reported, the defense lines are under fierce attack on all sides. The combination of Baiju and the Dirty Land ninjas puts great pressure on the defense lines. Hyuga heard the report and showed a solemn look on his face, "Let them hold on for a long time. I will send puppets and ninjas to support the 4 defense lines and alternately seriously injure the soldiers to let them hold on." While Hyuga was thinking about it, the situation on the battlefield became increasingly tense. The reincarnated ninjas of Baizetsu and Rudo continued to attack the defense line of the ninja coalition. Although the coalition resisted tenaciously, the casualties were gradually increasing. At the coalition camp, Hyuga quickly deployed puppet and ninja troops, ready to go to support at any time. "Let's go. We must hold the line of defense," Hyuga ordered loudly. The puppet army and supporting ninjas rushed to the battlefield quickly, giving the defense lines on all lines a chance to breathe. But at this moment, Kabuto Yakushi also showed a weird smile. He used ninjutsu again and summoned a more powerful ninja reincarnated from the earth. His real trump card was activated. Akatsuki organizations Kakuzu, Scorpion, Deidara, Haiden, Cho, Kito Suijutsu, Mu, Raza, Third Reikage, Saratobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Sakumo and others were also released from the seal. The only trump cards Kabuto has now are Uchiha Madara and Nagato, 2 big killers. According to the script, these 2 will also appear after 8 tails 9 tails is forced to show up at the end. Chapter 200 The Konoha Boys team appears. Several coffins were erected out of thin air on each side of the battlefield, and then opened with a bang, and the familiar or unfamiliar people inside walked out, making everyone in the coalition's eyes widen. Everyone in the Ninja Alliance was shocked when they saw the appearance of these powerful ninjas reincarnated from the dirt. On the eastern front, Reikage looked at the Third Reikage and others in front of him and gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, even my father was summoned." Third Reikage looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar son in front of him and smiled, "Son, I didn't expect us to meet in this way, but I have to ask you to stop me." Haiden next to him screamed and rushed towards the enemy without being controlled by Kabuto Yakushi, "Although I can no longer feel pain, I will sacrifice you all to the evil god." Advertisement. The resurrected Kakuzu also casually took out a heart from the ninja at his feet. "I wonder if Pain and the others have used the money I left well." And if Hyuga knew about this first problem after Kakuzu's resurrection, he would proudly tell him, "Don't worry, I'm using it well and didn't let that prodigal BCH Konan create it." The other lines of defense were also facing similar situations. The appearance of these ninjas almost quickly reversed the situation of the battle, and the originally relatively stable battle situation was torn apart almost instantly. Now we can only rely on some elite ninjas to barely fight against the enemy. In the headquarters, Hyuga once again received a message from the perception class. The battlefield on the eastern front appears. The western front battlefield. Calls for reinforcements were being made at almost the same time, and Hyuga had no available troops at hand, and those who were supposed to support him had already been sent to the scene. Tsunade, the medical ninja, has also been sent to the field, and there are no shadow-level players left. According to the script, Hyuga will also face Uchiha Madara and others, and must preserve his strength. Tell them to concentrate on trying to put Orochimaru's spell into the enemy's body to restore their original consciousness, but remember to choose a powerful ninja from the original camp of the 5 powers. It must be a ninja that can turn the tide of the battle, preferably the 5 Kages. Hyuga spoke out his order. Yes. The ninjas in the communication class responded quickly and started communicating to convey Hyuga's order. On the battlefield, the ninja coalition forces all received orders and followed Hyuga's orders to try to use Orochimaru's control spell on those powerful ninja reincarnations. However, this is not an easy task. The ninjas reincarnated in the Dirty Land are powerful and attack fiercely. The coalition's operations are facing huge difficulties. On the eastern front, Hokage struggled to resist the attack of 3rd Hokage while looking for the right moment to use the spell. But 3rd Hokage's attack was too fierce, making it difficult for Hokage to get close for a while. On the southern front, the battle between Mizukage Terumime and Annihilating Genzuki also reached a stalemate. She tried to get close to Cho, hoping to use the spell on her, but Suijutsu's water-style technique kept interfering with her actions. Advertisement. On the western front, Tsuchikage Oniki was in the air with Wu, looking for opportunities to use spells, but was unable to break through their defenses. On the northern front, Gaara had mixed emotions when facing his father Raza, but he still firmly wanted to use the spell to restore his father's consciousness. The first candidate they want to regain control of is of course the 4 shadows of their original ancestors. They want to use the power of these 4 shadows to seal Deidara, Scorpion, Cho, and others. The newly opened 5th battlefield is Konoha's support force versus Konoha's filthy soil reincarnated army. Tsunade looked at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama in front of her with trembling hands. Grandpa, Grandpa. Behind Tsunade are Jiraiya, Kakashi, Abarame Shiwei, Akamichi Dingza and other Konoha's elite ninjas. On the opposite side were Konoha's Earth Reincarnation Force, the Senju brothers, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hotaki Sakumo, 5 shadow-level powerhouses. Senju Hashirama looked at the people in front of him, his eyes full of affection. Tsunade and the ninjas of Konoha, I didn't expect that I could meet everyone in the new era in this way. Senju Tobirama looked serious. Tsunade, don't hesitate, just take action. The enemy cannot escape in order to control us. Now we only have 30% of our original strength. I believe you. Tsunade gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. How could I do anything to you? At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her Hokage responsibilities and turned back into the little girl who loved gambling. In the next book, I may write a plot like Tsunade Ome. I have some ideas, but I don't know when to write it. Without the behind-the-scenes flow, it is really difficult to control the rhythm of the behind-the-scenes flow. Senju Tobirama shouted loudly, Tsunade, you are the Hokage of Konoha, you must put the overall situation first. Tsunade clenched her fists and her body trembled slightly, but Senju Zhu directly said, Tsunade, we believe you will make the right choice. Tsunade took a deep breath and suppressed the grief in her heart. Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm sorry. Hotaki Kakashi also looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure opposite, Hotaki Sakumo, his eyes full of complicated emotions. His lips trembled slightly. Father, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. The goodbye that Kakashi said was because the two had already met once in the Pure Land when they invaded Konoha a few days ago. Hotaki Sakumo's eyes were still cold, but he could not hide the deep warmth. Kakashi, come on, don't have any scruples. Advertisement. Kakashi clenched the short sword in his hand and said with difficulty, Father, please verify my practice again. Hotaki Sakumo nodded in approval, as expected of my son. Kakashi took a deep breath, a determined light flashed in his eyes, and he hid a charm on his body. Father, I will restore your consciousness. After saying that, he flashed and rushed towards Hotaki Sakumo. Hotaki Sakumo also swung his sword to attack without mercy. Kakashi's body was like electricity, and the short sword in his hand intersected with Hotaki Sakumo's sharp blade, causing a string of sparks to fly. Tsunade took a deep breath, formed seals with her hands, and released the yin seal on her forehead. Her body burst out with powerful chakra, and she rushed towards Senju Hashirama first. Senju Hashirama smiled slightly, easily accepted Tsunade's attack, and said, Tsunade, your strength is still not enough. But there was no trace of hostility in his eyes. Jiraiya also used Sage Mode and started a fierce ninjutsu battle with Senju Tobirama. Jiraiya shouted loudly, Tobirama-sama, I'm offended. Fire-style fire bullet. Fiery flames spurted out from his mouth and reached Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama looked at the two immortals on the shoulders of the person in front of him and couldn't help showing a pleased expression, and responded, Mount my Boku's Sage Mode? Konoha really has a successor. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, water-style water barrier. A huge wall of water rose instantly, blocking Jiraiya's fire attack. The intersection of water and fire produces a large amount of steam, which fills the battlefield. Jiraiya took advantage of the situation and jumped forward, condensing Sage Art Massive Raise Nan in his hand, and threw it at Senju Tobirama. Earth-style wall. Senju Tobirama quickly used Earth Style, and a solid earth wall rose from the ground in an attempt to block Jiraiya's attack. However, Raise Nan was so powerful that it directly broke through the earth wall. Senju Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Raise Nan fell into the air, leaving a huge hole in the ground. As expected of Tobirama-sama, you responded so quickly. Jiraiya gasped. Senju Tobirama looked solemn and reminded, be careful. After saying that, he formed the seal again, the Art of Darkness. The surrounding area instantly fell into darkness, and Jiraiya's vision was greatly hindered. But Jiraiya did not panic. He calmed down and relied on Sage Mode's perception to fight the enemy. Next to them, Konoha's elite Jonin such as Metkai, Akamichi Dingza and Bai Yunzeo also surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen and launched an attack. With the cooperation of several people, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also held back. Chapter 201 Father and Son Join Forces, Constant Bond. The first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage and Hotaki Sakumo were all stopped, but Namikaze Minato had no one to fight against. Namikaze Minato flashed and appeared in the Ninja Alliance instantly, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, but his eyes were cold and ruthless. Be careful with my kunao, it's the Flying Thunder God's technique. His voice was anxious, but his figure kept flashing, and every appearance was accompanied by a fierce attack. The ninja coalition forces were caught off guard by this sudden attack and were thrown into chaos. A ninja tried to resist Namikaze Minato's attack, but he was instantly dodged. Then the kunao in his hand scratched and blood spattered. Advertisement. Ah! Screams resounded on the battlefield. Everyone, be careful! Someone shouted loudly, trying to organize an effective defense. But Namikaze Minato's speed was so fast that he was as elusive as a ghost. The kunao in his hand shone with cold light, taking away a life with every wave. The resistance of the coalition forces seemed so weak, and fear spread among the crowd. Can't back down. For peace. A brave Jonin shouted and rushed towards Namikaze Minato, but what greeted him was a merciless blow. Namikaze Minato shuttled through the crowd, and everywhere he went there was chaos and blood. The casualties of the ninja coalition forces continue to increase, and the situation becomes increasingly critical. At that critical moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of the ninja who was good at sealing techniques. The person coming is none other than Naruto. Dad, you can't become the enemy's slave. I believe you can get rid of control again. Naruto looked at Namikaze Minato and shouted loudly. Namikaze Minato kept moving his hands. I tried it, the enemy has strengthened the control technique. Naruto's eyes were firm and he quickly formed a seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, many Shadow Clone appeared and rushed towards Namikaze Minato, trying to restrain his actions, but Minato easily defeated them with kunao. Minato condensed a Raise Nan and hit Naruto. Damn it, I must stop those people. Naruto shouted as he used Raise Nan, which collided with Namikaze Minato's Raise Nan. The huge impact caused by the collision of Naruto and Namikaze Minato's Raise Nan made the surrounding air seem to freeze, followed by a huge explosion, and both of them flew away. At this moment, a ninja threw a charm at Naruto. Minato was controlled to shoot a kunao and also activated the Flying Thunder God to prevent the spell from falling into Naruto's hands. Advertisement. Naruto. This is the spell that blocks the reincarnation technique of the Dirty Earth. Put it into the body of the 4th generation master and you can restore it to itself. But the kunao was intercepted by the ninja tools thrown by a group of people. Thank you, leave the rest to me. Naruto took the spell without any danger and locked his eyes tightly on Namikaze Minato. Dad, believe me. Naruto roared, the chakra all over his body surged, and he instantly entered the Kurama connection mode, and the huge-tailed beast chakra formed a huge shadow on him. Although Namikaze Minato couldn't control his movements, there was a trace of relief and trust in his eyes. Naruto kicked his feet and rushed towards Namikaze Minato like a cannonball, and at the same time he also entered the tailed beast state. The huge-tailed beast chakra enveloped him like a burning meteor. Namikaze Minato was also pulled by this powerful force, and the chakra that transformed into a tailed beast also surrounded him. Two huge golden chakra nine-tails foxes appeared on the battlefield again. Naruto hugged Namikaze Minato and refused to let go no matter how he was hit on the back. Then he desperately passed through the layers of tailed beast transformed chakra and approached Namikaze Minato with difficulty. Naruto finally succeeded in getting close to Namikaze Minato, and he used all his strength to insert the charm into Namikaze Minato's body. In an instant, the light of the earth reincarnation technique on Namikaze Minato flickered, his body gradually stopped moving, and his eyes returned to clarity. The two of them exited the tailed beast state at the same time, but managed to maintain their posture in the tailed beast state. Naruto was still hugging his father tightly. Naruto. Namikaze Minato reached out and touched Naruto's head with a very comforting voice, and Naruto really stopped himself again. A bright smile broke out on Naruto's face. Dad, great, you are finally out of control. Minato showed a smile. The war is not over yet, let's talk about old times later. The father and son looked at each other and smiled, then turned to face the battlefield. Advertisement. The two fought side by side, with Nine Tails powers echoing each other, and powerful chakra fluctuations shaking the entire battlefield. Dad, let's go together. Naruto shouted with high spirits. Namikaze Minato nodded slightly, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. Okay, son. The two men flashed and rushed towards the controlled third Hokage. Naruto shouted to several ninjas in Konoha, Teacher Thick Eyebrows, Uncle Dingza, Uncle Morning, let us do it. Several Konoha ninjas saw that it was these two people who took action and quickly got out of the way to clear the battlefield for the two of them to prevent accidental injuries. The two of them unanimously chose Sarutobi Hiruzen as their opponent, which had some personal grudges. Naruto and Namikaze Minato and his son rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, their figures moving as fast as lightning on the battlefield. Namikaze Minato threw several kunao, and the flying thunder god jutsu instantly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the kunao in his hand stabbed away. Sarutobi Hiruzen also reacted very quickly, and the golden cudgel transformed into a monkey demon blocked his back. At this time, Naruto used wind release, spiral shuriken. The powerful wind attribute chakra rotated in his hand and threw it towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands together, earth-style Tsukulyubi. Several layers of thick earth walls rose up one after another, barely blocking the attack of the Rasen shuriken at the last second. However, Namikaze Minato immediately launched the sealing technique's 8-sign seal in an attempt to restrict Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately used fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, and the powerful flames rushed towards Namikaze Minato, interrupting his sealing techniques. Naruto saw this and shouted, Dad, get out of the way. After that, he used Kurama's chakra power to display the tailed beast Tama, and the powerful energy ball rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, forcing him to be distracted. During this short gap, Namikaze Minato instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid it. The powerful tailed beast jade explosion shattered the reincarnated body of Hiruzen Sarutobi in almost an instant. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen's body could recover, Namikaze Minato took the opportunity to rush forward and formed a seal with his hands, sealing techniques multiple binding techniques. Chapter 202 The Sealed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the prelude to the decisive battle. The trident kunao in Minato's hand was instantly covered with sealing runes, and then the trident kunao pierced straight into Sarutobi Hiruzen's reincarnated body. In an instant, the sealing runes enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his body could no longer recover even half a cent. I'm sorry, Lord Third Generation, I can't explain to Pepper if I don't do this. Minato's eyes were cold and he spoke the first words he had with Hiruzen Sarutobi since his resurrection. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked ashamed. I'm sorry for you, go and stop Shode and the others, and ignore me, an old man. In any case, regardless of whether there are rumors fabricated by Kai Hyuga or not, Hiruzen Sarutobi is indeed responsible for Naruto's childhood. Advertisement. Naruto was even more expressionless as he took his father's arm and walked away. And Naruto's appearance here was of course Hyuga's plan. At the same time, Killer Bee was sent by Hyuga to support Raikage. This is the next step of the script. Hyuga Kai reluctantly sends Naruto and Killer Bee to play, and Obito and Sasuke take action to capture the two. Naruto took his father Namikaze Minato's arm and quickly rushed in the direction of Tsunade. Tsunade was fighting fiercely with Senju Hashirama, and she was injured in many places. Seeing Naruto coming, she glared angrily and reprimanded loudly, Naruto, why don't you hide at the predetermined place? Don't you know Obito and the others are targeting you? Naruto said firmly, Grandma Tsunade, I can't just watch everyone fall into danger and remain indifferent. Tsunade frowned, you kid, you are always so impulsive. If you fall into the hands of the enemy, all our efforts will be in vain. Namikaze Minato hurriedly persuaded, Tsunade-sama, Naruto is also here to protect everyone. Now is not the time to blame. Let's deal with the current crisis together. That's right, besides, Brother Mushu has recognized my strength and promised me to support you. Naruto wiped his nose and said proudly, and I have unlocked the Earth reincarnation for my father. Don't worry about the rest of the battle. Minato looked surprised, did you really convince Hyuga? Naruto became even happier when he heard this question. He said very excitedly, Brother Mushu said that he is willing to give the ninja world a chance to prove that the world is not without hope. Now he should be commanding from the command post. Minato also smiled, you can really surprise me. And Naruto's appearance here was of course Hyuga's plan. At the same time, Killer Bee was sent by Hyuga to support Hokage. Advertisement. This is the next step of the script. Hyuga reluctantly sends Naruto and Killer Bee to play, and Kabuto Yakushi sends Uchiha Madara, Nagato, Obito, and Sasuke to capture the last two-tailed beasts. In cave. Kabuto Yakushi also saw the situation there through the connection with the reincarnation of the earth, and knew that Hyuga's script had progressed to the next step. His eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Sasuke on the side saw that the usually calm Kabuto Yakushi was so out of control, and couldn't help asking, "What happened?" Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses and pretended to be calm. The Ninja Alliance has developed a spell that can cut off the control of the reincarnation of the earth. Now both Namikaze Minato and Raza have been defeated and have regained self-control. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but frown and reprimanded, "What do you do for food? Such mistakes can happen." Pharmacist Kabuto pretended to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't want those chess pieces. 8 tails and 9 tails have already appeared, and we can show our final trump card." Obito picked up the Uchiwa fan at hand and carried it behind his back. "That's enough. Let's go according to the original plan, Sasuke. I'll take Geto statue to capture 8 tails, and you take Pain to capture the stronger 9 tails. As for Hyuga, let Uchiha Madara take action, and for the other ninjas, let Nagato take action." Sasuke snorted and rushed out first, followed closely by a Pain puppet, and Obito also activated Kamui and disappeared. On the Eastern Front battlefield, 4th Hokage was in a fierce battle with 3rd Hokage. With the help of Killer Bee, he spotted a momentary flaw and successfully put the spell into his body. 3rd Hokage's movements suddenly stopped, and his eyes gradually returned to clarity. He looked at Hokage, sighed and said, "Son, I really didn't misjudge you." With the addition of the strongest spear and the strongest shield, other ninjas reincarnated in the Dirty Land were also defeated and sealed. On the southern route, Mizukage Terumime was unable to get close to Cho due to the interference of Ghost Lantern Jinryu. But at the critical moment, she cleverly used the Kirigakuer technique to confuse Suijutsu, took the opportunity to get close to Cho, and put the talisman into his body. Cho woke up, and together with Terumime, quickly reversed the war situation on the southern front, and then turned Ghost Lantern into one of his own again. Advertisement. On the western front, Tsuchikage Oniki gradually gained the upper hand in the air battle with Mew. After a thrilling collision, he took advantage of Mew's instability and put the talisman into Mew's body with lightning speed. After Mew regained consciousness, in cooperation with Oniki Ryode Tsuchikage, Dust Style quickly defeated and sealed the other ninjas reincarnated in the dirt. On the northern front, after the battle, Gaara controlled the sand to restrict his father Raza's movements and successfully put the talisman into his body. Luo Xia looked at her son, her eyes filled with relief. The father and son worked hand in hand to bring about a turn for the better on the northern front. On the 5th battlefield, during the battle with Senju Hashirama, Tsunade, with the help of Naruto and Minato, finally found an opportunity to put the talisman into Senju Hashirama's body. After Senju Hashirama woke up, he immediately assisted Jiraiya and others in fighting Senju Tobirama, and also allowed his brother to regain control of his body. Kakashi was also in a fierce duel with Hotaki Sakumo, and took advantage of his unpreparedness to put the talisman into his father's body. After Hotaki Sakumo regained consciousness, he and Kakashi faced the enemy together. As the reincarnated ninjas on various battlefields were successively sealed and regained consciousness, the pressure on the ninja coalition gradually eased, and the war situation began to develop in their favor. Inside the headquarters, a ninja rushed in excitedly and reported loudly, "Report." Good news came from the Eastern Front battlefield. With the help of Killer Bee, 4th Hokage successfully put the talisman into 3rd Hokage's body. 3rd Hokage has regained consciousness. Then, good news continued to be sent back to the headquarters. Hyuga's expression did not waver at all, and he just said calmly, "Let all combat forces return to the headquarters to assemble as soon as possible." The ninjas on the side were stunned by Hyuga's calmness. They originally thought that Hyuga would show joy or excitement after hearing these good news, but he remained calm throughout. The ninjas looked at Hyuga's unwavering expression and couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. "Lord Mushu is too calm. With so many good news coming, he doesn't show any joy at all. Who says otherwise? Did he already expect such a result? As expected of the head of the Federation, perhaps he has experienced too many battles, and such a victory is not enough to move him. But this is the key to turning the tide of the war. How could he be so calm?" A ninja nodded confidently, "Maybe he has a longer-term plan in mind, we can't guess." These low-pitched discussions were repeated in the headquarters, but Hyuga still seemed not to hear them, as if he was really thinking about the next step of the battle. Chapter 203 The Power of Uchiha Sasuke. On the 5th battlefield, the battle between Tsunade, Naruto, Minato, Senju Hashirama and others had just subsided, the situation had eased slightly, and they were reminiscing with each other. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of strong energy fluctuations in the sky, and several black shadows descended with an endless sense of oppression. Everyone looked up and saw that Sasuke used the gravity of the Rinnegan on his forehead to float in the air, and his eyes were a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Behind him, there were 10 reincarnation-eyed puppets of the tailed beast chakra, each of which exuded the materialized square puppet. Sasuke looked down at the people on the battlefield with cold eyes, and said coldly, Hotaki Sakumo, Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, all of these people have been cut off by you. I really can't believe that Orochimaru there is also such ability. Advertisement. His voice was like ice, instantly making the temperature of the entire battlefield seem to drop a few points. The 10 samsara-eyed puppets were lined up in a row, surrounded by tailed beast chakra lights of different colors. Their eyes were empty, but full of killing intent. Tsunade's face was solemn, and she gritted her teeth and said, Sasuke, are you going to make the entire ninja world an enemy? Sasuke snorted coldly, the ninja world is already rotten and needs to be reshuffled. Those are the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The same eyes as Madara. I never thought I could meet such an enemy in this day and age. Senjo Hashirama looked at Uchiha Sasuke's eyes and scratched his head, sighing, the eye on his forehead must be the samsara eye. Brother, this is not the time for you to sigh. Senjo Tobirama complained about his eldest brother, and then his whole body burst out with murderous intent, so our enemy this time is this Uchiha brat. Naruto heard this and quickly corrected, Sasuke is not an enemy, he was just temporarily bewitched. I think you were also bewitched by Uchiha like my elder brother. Senjo Tobirama frowned. Naruto raised his head and shouted that he wanted to persuade Sasuke, Sasuke, don't make any more mistakes. Sasuke ignored Naruto's call and waved his hand, and 10 puppets rushed towards everyone in an instant. The 10 puppets directly entered the state of the tailed beast's coat, and 10 tailed beast jade burst out at the same time, shooting at everyone. Advertisement. Facing the tailed beast jade fired by the 10 puppets controlled by Sasuke, everyone used their ninjutsu to resist. Namikaze Minato and Senjo Tobirama instantly used the Flying Thunder God's Guide Lightning to move part of the tailed beast jade to an open area. Senjo Hashirama summoned a wooden wall to block the remaining tailed beast jade. This battle still depends on you. Our body can only exert limited strength. Senjo Tobirama shouted. Understood. Naruto fist bumped with Minato and entered Nine Tails Link mode again. Not to be outdone, Sasuke ordered 7 puppets that could fully transform into tailed beasts to unleash their full strength. In an instant, 7 tailed beasts soared into the sky and appeared on the battlefield. Only the 3 puppets of Burubi and Gold and Silverhorn still maintained their tailed beast coats because they did not have all the chakra. Since you are companions, the little guy from the Uchiha clan will be left to you, and we will buy time for you. Hotaki Sakumo said with a smile in the face of such a crisis. Okay. Naruto shouted, summoned 2 shadow clone, threw himself into the air, and rushed towards Sasuke in the sky with the raised nan in hand. Naruto couldn't fly but he was so reckless and dared to soar into the sky to confront Sasuke. Idiot. Sasuke couldn't help complaining about Naruto's move. At the same time, he just flew 2 meters to the side and dodged the blow. Sasuke was about to complain about Naruto, but he couldn't complain in the next second. A person suddenly appeared behind Naruto in the sky, it was Naruto's father Minato Namikaze. Namikaze Minato pushed Naruto hard, and Naruto rushed towards Sasuke like an arrow. Sasuke was startled and quickly used the flying ability of the Rinnegan to try to avoid it. However, his control over the Rinnegan was still very young, and Naruto was extremely fast, and he was in front of Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke hurriedly summoned Susanoo's skeleton and collided with the raised nan in Naruto's hand. The powerful impact caused ripples in the surrounding air. Sasuke, wake up! Naruto shouted, increasing the strength in his hands. Sasuke snorted coldly, don't be naive, this world is hopeless. I need the power of 10 tails. Naruto, hand over 9 tails. After saying that, Sasuke increased his strength and shook Naruto away. Advertisement. At the same time, on the battlefield below, Senjo Hashirama and others were engaged in a fierce battle with the 7-tailed beasts and the puppets. The tailed beasts roared and released powerful power, while Senjo Hashirama and others relied on their superb ninjutsu and combat experience to deal with them. These people are worthy of being veteran powerhouses. Senjo Hashirama, Senjo Tobirama, Hotaki Sakumo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Metkai work very closely together. Facing 7 puppets fully transformed into tailed beasts and 3 puppets in tailed beast coats, he was not at a disadvantage. On the battlefield below, Senjo Pillar looked like a towering mountain. He clapped his hands and performed the wood-style technique. The huge wooden dragon rose from the ground and pounced on the tailed beast puppets with its teeth and claws. Senjo Tobirama is agile and shuttles between battlefields, using various sharp water styles and space-time ninjutsu from time to time to interfere with the movements of the tailed beast puppets. Hotaki Sakumo and Kakashi held short swords, and their figures shuttled between the tailed beast puppets, stabbing the tailed beast's vitals accurately with every shot. Tsunade continued to strike with her hands, and the powerful strange power knocked back the approaching puppets again and again. Jiraiya also summoned a huge Bunta toad, and had a fierce collision with the tailed beast. Metkai opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates dungeon, the Gate of Wonder, and used his fierce power to confront the tailed beast head-on. They sometimes fought independently and sometimes cooperated with each other. Under the siege of 7 puppets that were completely transformed into tailed beasts and 3 puppets that were in tailed beast coats, they did not show any panic at all. Senju Hashirama's wood style collided with the tailed beast's power, making bursts of roars. Senju Tobirama's space-time ninjutsu made the tailed beast puppets' attacks repeatedly fail. Hatake Sakumo and Kakashi's daggers left scars on the puppet's body. Tsunade's strange power makes it difficult for the puppets to get close. Jiraiya's toad and the tailed beast puppets engage in a fierce fight. Metkai's 8 gates armor bursts out with astonishing momentum. Chapter 204 Uchiha Madara finally appears. On the eastern front battlefield, everyone relied on the third Hokage to regain control of their bodies and quickly sealed all the ninjas reincarnated in the dirty land. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the space in front of them suddenly distorted, and Obito's figure slowly emerged. The third Hokage, fourth Hokage, and Killer Bee were instantly alert, and Obito glanced at them indifferently with a pair of Sharingan. 8 Tails, you finally appeared. Obito's voice seemed to come from the netherworld, with a hint of chill. Fourth Hokage's eyes widened with anger, and the lightning-style chakra on his body crackled. Obito, don't even think about touching a hair of Killer Bee. Advertisement. Killer Bee held the weapon in his hand tightly and was ready to fight at any time. The corners of Obito's mouth raised slightly, revealing a strange smile. You are so naive, let's take a look at the gifts I have prepared for you first. Obito raised 2 fingers, psychic art. The ground behind Obito suddenly cracked, and a huge creature slowly crawled out of the crack. It was a monster with 9 closed eyes and a huge mouth. Its body is grey, covered with a hard shell, and looks extremely terrifying. The monster behind Obito exuded a frightening aura, and the expressions of third Hokage and fourth Hokage instantly became solemn. What kind of monster is this? Fourth Hokage said through gritted teeth. Killer Bee took a deep breath and shouted loudly, whatever it is, let's go together. After saying that, the 3 of them immediately rushed towards Obito and the monster. The power of fourth Hokage's lightning style turned into streaks of lightning, heading towards Obito. The third Hokage focused all his strength on one finger and stabbed at the monster. Killer Bee entered the state of complete tailed beast transformation and rushed over with his fists brandished. Obito didn't panic, he blurted out and dodged the fourth Hokage's attack, and then flicked the Uchiha fan behind him, which blocked the third Hokage's face. It's just a fan, don't underestimate me. Third Hokage roared angrily, aiming straight at Uchiha's fan. But the fan that he thought could be easily shredded rebounded most of the force and pushed third Hokage away. Then facing the charging Killer Bee, Gedo statue punched him. 8 Tails and Gedo statue's fists fell on each other at the same time, and they were both beaten back. Advertisement. At this time, the ninja coalition forces nearby came to support and rushed towards Obito. Strong thunder and lightning suddenly erupted behind Gedo statue. These thunder and lightning were like countless ferocious pythons, instantly sweeping towards the rushing ninja coalition. A burst of miserable screams could be heard. Wherever the thunder and lightning struck, the bodies of the ninjas instantly turned black and they fell to the ground. The air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. Don't come, you are not allowed to participate in this kind of battle. Back away. Fourth Hokage shouted. After hearing fourth Hokage's order, those ninjas stopped launching suicidal attacks. Seeing this scene, the eyes of third Hokage, fourth Hokage, and Killer Bee were filled with anger and grief. Fourth Hokage gritted his teeth and said, Obito, you devil, I will cut you into pieces. Obito smiled contemptuously, then let's give it a try. On the northern front, just when Gaara and his father Raza had just stabilized the battle situation and were preparing to take a break, a bunch of coffins appeared out of thin air again. For a moment, the air became extremely tense again. Gaara instantly became alert, and the sand barrier quickly rose. The next moment, the coffin board fell, and Nagato walked out of the coffin with a face full of pain. It's him. Gaara's eyes widened. Isn't this the owner of the Samsara Eye? He was also resurrected. Nagato said painfully, I can't control my body now. Please be careful, please stop me again. Gaara breathed a long sigh of relief and nodded heavily, I will. With that said, he and his father took action together, and the sand mixed with placer gold covered the sky with earth coiling towards Nagato. Nagato channeled the Yata bird and flew into the sky to avoid the combined attack of the father and son. At the same time, his arm transformed into a launcher, firing countless rockets in an instant and sweeping towards the ninja coalition behind the two. Gaara. Raza reminded. Clear. Advertisement. The next moment, the mixed sand gold turned into countless tentacles and accurately caught all the rockets and detonated them in the air. The northern battlefield once again fell into fierce fighting. On the western front, Hokage Onaki and Wu had just sealed the other reincarnated ninjas from the dirty land before they had time to take a breath. A coffin appeared on the battlefield again. Second Hokage was even more rude, and directly released dust style to cover the entire white coffin without waiting for the people inside to come out. Just when Wu was about to turn the entire coffin and the people inside into dust, the next moment, the light of dust style disappeared, the coffin exploded in all directions, and a figure slowly walked out of the fog. Onoki and Mew both gasped, "This is Uchiha Madara." The two of them looked at this man and recalled the fear of being defeated by Uchiha Madara. And Uchiha Madara walked out of the coffin with a pair of reincarnation eyes, as if he didn't see the two of them. He raised his hand to observe his current body, and then murmured to himself, "Reincarnation in the dirty soil, isn't it the art of reincarnation?" Obito appeared over there. "What is the problem?" Then Uchiha Madara looked around, "Is this a battlefield? It seems that something went wrong. I have been summoned in advance." Then he closed his eyes and felt the few breaths that appeared on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Obito, Nagato, an imp with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the nine-tailed beast. Uchiha Madara smiled, "There are so many acquaintances, it's really interesting." Ignoring the two people in front of him, he walked away as he spoke. He planned to go to Uchiha Obito to confirm the current situation first, and then go to Senju Hashirama. "You can't leave." Onoki suppressed the fear in his heart and stood in front of Uchiha Madara. "Oh." Madara became interested when she saw someone dared to stand in front of her, and then looked at Onoki in front of her. "Is it you? It's been a long time since we last seen each other. You really have a lot of skills." Madara sneered. Onoki gritted his teeth and said, "Uchiha Madara, no matter what, we will not let you do whatever you want." Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully, "It's just you? You were no match for me back then, so what can you do now?" Wu Ye took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Today is different from the past, we must stop you." Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and couldn't help laughing when he heard these crazy words, "Ha ha ha ha, let's give it a try." As he exuded a powerful aura, the air around him seemed to freeze. Chapter 205 The Legend of the Ninja World? The strongest person in the ninja world? Don't overestimate your capabilities. After saying that, he flashed and approached Onoki and Wu at a speed that was almost as fast as flying close to the ground. Madara's speed was so fast that Onoki and Mew didn't even have time to react. Madara suddenly waved his palm, and a powerful repulsive force suddenly erupted. Onoki was directly knocked away by this force, and hit the mountain wall in the distance. The gravel rolled down and buried him. Without seeing anything, he quickly formed seals with his hands, trying to use dust style to resist Madara's attack. However, Madara just raised her hand slightly, and an invisible force restrained Wu's movements, preventing him from using ninjutsu. Advertisement. Humph, these little tricks are useless in front of me. Madara snorted coldly, raised her foot and kicked Wu's body like a cannonball, hitting the boulder. Having dealt with the two men, Uchiha Madara continued towards his goal without stopping. Along the way, the ninja coalition soldiers he encountered were intimidated by his powerful aura, and no one dared to step forward to stop him. And at this moment, another figure fell like a meteor and made a big hole on the ground. A person slowly walked out of the smoke. This was Hyuga, who rushed from the headquarters immediately after receiving the news. He still had a vague smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to the next battle. "That's Uchiha Madara, he's extremely powerful, and he actually has the power of the Samsara Eye," Onoki reminded. Hyuga waved his hand to signal those behind him to leave quickly. I know, you two Hokage, you can take your troops to support other battlefields first, and leave this place to me first. Wu's body has recovered and his body is floating again, can you? Let's retreat now. You may not know the power of Uchiha Madara." At this time, Onoki held back and tried to dissuade Hyuga. "Don't worry, Master Wu, his strength can be comparable to Madara." Onoki can certainly be sure of Hyuga's strength. After all, he has seen Hyuga take action before. After hearing what his disciple said, Wu did not try to dissuade him from leaving with the ninja coalition. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt a chakra that was not inferior to Senju Hashirama, and couldn't help but look at it sideways. Advertisement. At this moment, a voice sounded in Uchiha Madara's mind, "Madara-sama, the young man in white in front of you is the strongest man in the ninja world, Hyuga." Hearing these words, Madara already knew that this was the caster of the reincarnation of the earth. He glanced at Hyuga with interest and said to the dialogue in his mind, "Oh? Then who are you?" Kabuto, the pharmacist thousands of miles away, pushed up his glasses and said, "My name is Kabuto, and I am Obito's collaborator. There is a little problem with your plan, and I can't explain it for a while. To put it simply, it's 8 tails 9 tails. Now that it is still in the hands of the enemy, we are forced to launch a ninja war. Madara's eyes were indifferent, and she didn't pay any attention to the man in front of her who was said to be the number one in the ninja world. It seems you know a lot, even the plan. Yes, but please deal with the enemy in front of you. He is now the biggest obstacle in our plan. In order to match your heyday, I have prepared the best sacrifice. Have you seen me in my prime? No, let me see the legendary power of Uchiha. Good. Uchiha Madara only then raised his head and looked at Hyuga and asked, are you the strongest person in the ninja world now? Hyuga lazily took out a rubber band from his pocket and casually raised the hair that was hanging down his back. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said calmly, the strongest? Maybe. But when he met the legendary Uchiha Madara, which is quite interesting. Uchiha Madara sneered, arrogant brat, has the ninja world become so rotten now? It seems you need me to discipline you. Whoever faces him, Uchiha Madara, is not respectful and frightened. This is the first time he has met such an arrogant brat. This is really infuriating. Hyuga spread his hands, oh. I'll really wait and see, the legendary Uchiha Madara, I hope you won't disappoint me. There was a hint of disdain in Uchiha Madara's eyes, you guys who don't know the heights of the world, you will soon pay the price for your ignorance. Hyuga's eyes became sharp, then let's see if your legend is worthy of the name, or if my strength is better. Uchiha Madara formed a seal with his hands, in that case, then take my move first. A powerful chakra burst out from him. Fire style, the fire is extinguished. Advertisement. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of fire spat out from Uchiha Madara's mouth and rushed towards Hyuga. Hyuga looked at the raging flames without any panic. He waved his hand out of thin air and said, water style waterfall technique. A huge stream of water appeared out of nowhere and collided with the blazing flames of Uchiha Madara. In an instant, water vapor filled the air, covering the two of them. Uchiha Madara's voice passed through the fog, there is some ability, but this is just the beginning. After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. Hyuga felt a powerful aura coming from behind him, then turned around and punched out. With a bang sound, Hyuga's fist collided with Uchiha Madara's palm, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding ground to crack. Kid, that's a good reaction. Uchiha Madara raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Hyuga smiled and said, you're not bad either. Hyuga and Uchiha Madara's fists met and then separated quickly. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and rushed towards Hyuga again, each step bringing a strong wind. Hyuga also showed no signs of weakness and stepped forward, their fists and feet intertwining with each other in the air to create an afterimage. Madara's punches are fierce and domineering, the predecessor of the Konoha steel fist. Hyuga's responds with flexible and changeable moves. His taijutsu is derived from the Hyuga gentle fist. Bang! Hyuga turned sideways to avoid Madara's straight punch, and at the same time struck Madara's ribs with an elbow. Madara reacted quickly, blocked it with her palm, grabbed Hyuga's arm, and wanted to throw him out. Hyuga used his strength to flip in the air, and turned his other hand into a fist, slashing down on Madara's head. Madara let go of her hand and took a step back to avoid the blow. The two of them were going back and forth, their fists, palms and shadows intertwined, and the surrounding air made bursts of explosions due to their fierce collision. The dust on the ground was stirred up, forming a hazy dust mist. Then the two clashed in strength again, and Uchiha Madara's arm was shattered, and he was forced to fly away. Chapter 206 The Strongest Byakugan vs the Strongest Sharingan. Kid, your taijutsu really impresses me. Judging from your taijutsu, you must be from the Hyuga family. Uchiha Madara's arm recovered, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. With your physical skills, you are worthy of being my opponent. Kid, tell me your name. Hyuga smiled slightly, Hyuga. Uchiha Madara, Hyuga, okay, then I'm going to get serious, I'll let you know the upper limit of your eye roll. After saying that, the chakra on his body surged again, and the powerful aura raged like a strong wind. Advertisement. Since it's a battle between Sharingan and Byakugan, I won't use other powers. Hyuga decided to temporarily degenerate his reincarnated eyes back to the Byakugan state, and Hyuga's black eyes changed into white. Apparently he has opened his eyes. And Uchiha Madara's blood-red Sharingan flashed with fierceness, Susanoo. A huge blue skeleton instantly emerged around him, gradually solidifying into the fourth humanoid Susanoo form. Susan wielded the short sword in his hand and slashed at Hyuga. Hyuga's expression remained unchanged, he just opened one hand and raised it in the air, Funin Taijutsu Kaden. Wind attribute chakra emanates from acupuncture points all over his body, and a green chakra ball protects him within it. Susan's long sword struck the ball, making a loud sound like metal collision, and could not make any progress. And the next moment, the short sword condensed from the humanoid Susanoo suddenly broke. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly and snorted, something capable. Then he controlled Susanoo to attack again, and his huge fist blasted towards the green chakra ball with majestic power. Hyuga waved his hands, 8 trigrams air palm. Green chakra shock waves shot out from the ball and collided with Suzanu's fist, resulting in a powerful explosive impact, and the surrounding ground instantly collapsed. Advertisement. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, leaving Suzanu unscathed and approaching Hyuga again. Hyuga stepped forward, flew out of the ball, and danced his hands quickly, gentle fist method 8 trigrams 128 palms. His figure instantly turned into afterimages, and countless palm shadows fell densely on Suzanu's body. There were ripples on Suzanu's surface, but no substantial damage was caused. Uchiha Madara laughed and said, "Kid, you can't break my Suzanu with just this attack." The corners of Hyuga's mouth raised slightly, "Really? Then what about this?" After saying that, the chakra in his body surged again, and a seal was formed in his hand, 8 trigrams. With Hyuga as the center, a huge 8 trigrams formation appeared on the ground, enveloping Suzanu. Hyuga's eyes seemed to burst with huge pressure, restraining Suzanu's limbs. Uchiha Madara felt that Suzanu's movements were restricted, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is not the 8 trigrams of the Hyuga clan. Taking this opportunity, Hyuga flew towards Suzanu, condensing a powerful chakra in his hand, Thunder Ninja Taijutsu 8 trigrams Thunder Palm. He slapped Suzanu's chest heavily with his palm, making a loud noise, and the surging thunder and lightning enveloped Suzanu, and the chakra that penetrated Suzanu was activated by Hyuga. Cracks immediately appeared on Suzanu's body. Uchiha Madara's face darkened, and she increased the chakra output, trying to repair the cracks on Suzanu's body. "It's not that easy to defeat my Suzanu so easily." With the surge of chakra, the light on Suzanu's body flickered, and the cracks began to slowly heal. Hyuga's Byakugan is tightly locked on Suzanu's chakra flow line, locking on the weakness of chakra flow. "Found it!" A glimmer of light flashed in Hyuga's eyes, his body flashed, and he rushed towards Suzanu again. Uchiha Madara snorted, "You still want to come? How naive." Suzanu condensed a chakra sword in his other hand and slashed towards Hyuga. Hyuga ducked sideways while gathering chakra in his hand, Fire Ninja Taijutsu, Fire Lion. 2 flaming lion heads condensed by chakra flew out of his hand and rushed towards Suzanu. Advertisement. Suzanu chopped off one lion's head with his sword, but the other lion's head bit its arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hyuga jumped up to Suzanu's head, stretched out a fist and slapped it hard, God Sky Strike. A huge fist fell from the sky, and under the impact of the powerful force of the fist, Suzanu could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Uchiha Madara's Suzanu was broken and fell to the ground again. "You can actually develop the power of the Byakugan to this extent. You are really a genius." Uchiha Madara first praised Hyuga, and then changed the subject, "But it's a pity that you were not born in Uchiha, so you are destined to be my stepping stone." Hearing this, Hyuga couldn't help complaining in his heart, "What are you doing in Uchiha, hunting weasels?" If Hyuga traveled to Uchiha, that would be another story. The chakra on his body surged crazily, and an extremely majestic breath exploded. An incomparably huge and complete Suzanu rises from the ground, standing tall against the sky, exuding endless coercion. The complete Suzanu held 2 swords, and the sword blades shone with a cold light, as if they could cut through the void. Faced with such an enemy, Hyuga did not panic at all. Instead, he murmured to himself, "It seems that the upper limit of the Byakugan is here. The Yagami airstrike can indeed destroy the complete Suzanu, but that is already it's not something ordinary Byakugan can do. But it seems that I have never used this trick seriously. I just want to try it this time." Uchiha Madara saw Hyuga dying and still talking to himself, "Kid, tremble in front of this absolute power." Uchiha Madara controls the complete body of Suzanu and swings a huge katana to slash at Hyuga. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Just when Uchiha Madara thought he could kill Hyuga, he saw Hyuga's Byakugan also transformed into the Scarlet Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and also used the complete Suzanu. In an instant, the huge Suzanu stood up from the ground, and the 2 huge Suzanus stood opposite each other, and the air seemed to solidify due to this powerful pressure. Hyuga's Suzanu appeared Saiyan, holding a 2-handed heavy sword, and swung it down hard to collide with Uchiha Madara's katana. Hyuga suddenly took action and knocked back Uchiha Madara with one blow. Chapter 207 The Battle Between Suzanu. And in the complete Suzanu, Uchiha Madara's originally confident expression instantly froze, and a trace of unbelievable astonishment flashed in her eyes. He never expected that this brat who called himself Hyuga, a man with Byakugan, could actually perform Mangeki Sharingan and complete Suzanu. How can it be? He always thought that Hyuga was just a genius of the Hyuga family who had developed the Byakugan power to the extreme, but he never thought that the other party had such a trump card. A trace of doubt arose in Uchiha Madara's heart. He stared at Hyuga's Suzanu, thinking to himself, what is the origin of this kid? He has Byakugan but also has Manjiki Sharingan. Is it some kind of special blood fusion? Advertisement. After being surprised, anger welled up in Uchiha Madara's heart. He felt that he was being played. Hyuga had been hiding this ability until now, as if he was deliberately provoking his authority. You kid, you dare to hide your strength in front of me. You are so young and frivolous. Uchiha Madara frowned. At the same time, the fighting spirit in Uchiha Madara's heart was also completely aroused. Meeting such a powerful opponent also made him feel the excitement that he had not seen for a long time. He looked at Hyuga coldly and said, "You successfully attracted my attention, but you will still be defeated by me today." After that, he controlled his complete Susanoo and rushed towards Hyuga. Facing the angry Uchiha Madara, Hyuga raised the corner of his mouth slightly and showed a confident smile, "Then let's try it and see who will lose." Uchiha Madara controlled the complete Susanoo and swung the huge katana to slash at Hyuga. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp sound of piercing the air. Hyuga controls his complete Susanoo to flexibly avoid Uchiha Madara's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. His Susanoo held a two-handed heavy sword, and he swung it down with force and collided with Uchiha Madara's katana, making a deafening sound. Uchiha Madara's katana suddenly had many cracks, and Hyuga's heavy sword was obviously sharper and tougher than Uchiha Madara's katana. There is no other reason. This is a weapon made by the Federation after the Ten-Fist Sword and Yata Mirror. According to the ninja world, this is a new artifact. Uchiha Madara also noticed something unusual about Hyuga's heavy sword, but had no choice but to continuously strengthen the output of chakra to restore Susanoo's katana. Advertisement. Every confrontation between the two perfect Susanos caused huge energy fluctuations, and the surrounding space trembled. Just when Uchiha Madara's attack failed, Hyuga's Susanoo swung his heavy sword with both hands, and a powerful sword energy struck Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Uchiha Madara quickly controlled the Susanoo to resist, but the power of the sword energy was beyond his imagination, causing his Susanoo to retreat slightly. Uchiha Madara shouted angrily, "Don't be so arrogant, kid." Uchiha Madara once again increased the output of chakra, and the power of the complete Susanoo instantly surged. That huge body exuded a heart-stopping coercion, and the katana in his hand swung even faster, with every blow carrying a devastating aura. Hyuga was not afraid at all, his eyes were still as calm as ice, and he controlled the blue Susanoo to skillfully deal with Uchiha Madara's violent attack. Once again, Hyuga saw through Uchiha Madara's next move. His Susanoo held the heavy sword tightly in both hands, and the sword body flashed with a cold light. He saw the right moment and thrust forward suddenly, and the sharp blade penetrated Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened and he looked at this scene in disbelief. He did not expect that Hyuga could find his own flaw so quickly and accurately. Following a violent explosion, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was instantly shattered and turned into dots of light that dissipated in the air. He himself was blown away by the huge impact, his armor shattered, revealing Hashirama's face on his chest, and he was thrown back to the ground. Paper scraps were flying. Due to the reincarnated body of the dirty soil, his armor quickly recovered, but Uchiha Madara had an expression of disbelief on his face. If there is another reason why Hyuga was defeated in Taijutsu just now, it is that the body of his own reincarnation was too fragile. In Sharingan's duel, he was defeated by Hyuga, so he really couldn't find a reason. He was Uchiha Madara, and he was defeated by a foreigner who was not Uchiha. If this was spread, who would dare to believe it? How is this possible? I, Uchiha Madara, have pursued power all my life, and I never thought that I would be defeated by the power of Sharingan, which I am most proud of. Kid, you succeeded in making me angry. Advertisement. In the distance, the soldiers of the Ninja Alliance who had not gone far witnessed the earth-shattering battle between Hyuga and Uchiha Madara from a distance. Everyone's face was full of surprise and shock. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened slightly, as if a restraining spell had been cast on them. Is this really the strength that a ninja can achieve? It's like a duel between gods. A young ninja coalition soldier said with a trembling voice. I have never seen such a powerful force. This is beyond our imagination. Another soldier echoed, his eyes full of awe. It's like a battle between gods in mythology. We are so small in the face of such power. Another soldier muttered to himself, his forehead covered with large beads of sweat. They looked at the two huge Susanos in the distance, and the energy fluctuations produced by each collision made them feel frightened. The surrounding space trembled and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world was coming. Such fear envelopes everyone's mind, they don't know how this battle will end, and whether Lord Kishu can defeat Uchiha Madara. And when Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was shattered and he himself was knocked to the ground, thunderous cheers erupted from the ninja coalition. Lord Mushu! Lord Mushu! Everyone shouted his name in unison, and their voices echoed through the sky. The soldiers hugged each other and cried excitedly, cheering for this hard-won victory. Onoki was also standing in the crowd at this time, his short body trembling slightly, his cloudy eyes staring at the battlefield, and a turmoil in his heart. He thought that he had experienced countless powerful ninjas after many years of fighting, but the scene in front of him made him understand that everything he faced in the past seemed so insignificant. He can really compete with Uchiha Madara. Onoki muttered to himself. Uchiha Madara was once his inner demon and nightmare, but he never expected that such a powerful Uchiha Madara would be defeated. And seeing that he was defeated so easily, he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. At first, he only thought that Hyuga could barely fight against Uchiha Madara, and it would be better to die together with Uchiha Madara. But he never expected such a result. Hyuga actually completely suppressed Uchiha Madara in all aspects. Chapter 208 Complete Defeat of Uchiha Madara, Power Beyond This World. Uchiha Madara slowly stood up from the ground, his eyes no longer had the previous contempt, replaced by a kind of extreme concentration and solemnity. Kid, you did make me look at you, but that's not enough. Uchiha Madara shouted angrily, and his pair of Sharingan instantly transformed into Samsara eyes and began to shine with a strange light. The sky darkened instantly, and a huge shadow enveloped the earth. Uchiha Madara quickly formed seals with both hands, and performed the strongest ninjutsu that can be performed today, Tianzhen Zhenxing. A huge meteorite fell from the sky, carrying blazing fire and an endless sense of oppression, and hit Hyuga directly. The trajectory of the meteorite left behind a hot air flow, as if it was going to burn all the air. And Hyuga's Susanoo also seemed a little small under such an attack. Advertisement. Hyuga looked at this scene of destruction, with no change in his eyes. He was the person who had truly destroyed a planet. Just when everyone thought that Hyuga was manipulating Susanoo to escape, his next move made everyone open their mouths. Hyuga actually cancelled Susanoo, and he fell back to the ground. When the ninja coalition saw Hyuga cancel Susanoo and fall back to the ground, there was an uproar and all kinds of speculations came one after another. Did Hyuga give up resistance? Facing such a huge meteorite, did he feel there was no hope? A ninja said in horror. No, I see a firm look in his eyes. It definitely doesn't look like he is giving up. Maybe he has some mysterious ninjutsu that we don't know about to deal with. Another ninja retorted. Is it possible that his chakra has been exhausted and he can no longer maintain Susanoo? This speculation made many people nervous. It's over. The battle just now must have consumed too much chakra, but the ninja reincarnated from the dirty land has infinite chakra. What should I do? Everyone whispered to each other, their hearts full of doubts and worries, and their eyes were fixed on Hyuga, wondering how he would respond to Uchiha Madara's devastating blow next. At this time, even Onoki, who had always been at odds with Hyuga, couldn't help but clenched his fists for Hyuga, looking forward to Hyuga's next move. Now Hyuga can be said to be the savior of the Ninja Alliance. If even he is defeated, then the world will really be over. The next moment, everyone saw Hyuga's eyes turned golden, his whole body was ignited with golden chakra, and he was dressed in a white robe without wind. Hyuga's figure floated up, like a god who came to the world. Now is the battle between the Reincarnation Eye and the Reincarnation Eye. Advertisement. Senseigen? What kind of power is this? Uchiha Madara looked at the current Hyuga and said with surprise, is this your strongest power? Oh my god, it's not that Uchiha Madara is inexperienced. This is the first time in his life that he has heard of the reincarnation boundary, the Tsenjikangan. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You will have an understanding of it soon. Hyuga raised his head and looked at the huge meteorite that fell. He just raised a hand, and the invisible gravity dragged the huge meteorite. Watching this scene, Uchiha Madara frowned. What kind of ability could he lift such a large meteorite with one hand? But he didn't have much time to think. Uchiha Madara formed the seal again. You caught the first one, how do you deal with the second one? The sky darkened again, and another huge meteorite roared towards Hyuga with the first meteorite. Hyuga's golden chakra shone brightly, and his powerful gravitational field exploded instantly, freezing the two meteorites in mid-air. Hyuga's gravity control ability can even reshape the moon. Let alone two meteorites, Hyuga can easily catch even a meteorite rain. When the ninja coalition saw this scene, they screamed one after another. Is this the power of Master Mushu? It's simply incredible. Kishisama will definitely defeat Uchiha Madara and save us. Second Tsuchikage eyes widened and he said in disbelief, he held the meteorite with one hand. When Uchiha Madara saw this, he couldn't help but shuddered in his heart, but he did not flinch. The Rinnegan's light flashed, preparing to use a more powerful ninjutsu. Hyuga didn't give Uchiha Madara a chance. He waved his hands violently, and the two meteorites hit Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly formed the seal again. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Countless giant trees rose into the sky to block the meteorites flying into the sky, but this defense was so hasty that they could not stop the two meteorites after all. The trees of wood style only blocked the meteorite for a moment before being broken through. The two meteorites hit Uchiha Madara with unparalleled force. Boom. Advertisement. After a loud noise, the smoke filled the air. When everything gradually became clear, Uchiha Madara's figure looked slightly embarrassed. Most of his body was shattered by meteorites and is being slowly repaired by the art of reincarnation. And this is the third time since the two men fought that they were crushed by Hyuga. The first time was when he was punched by Hyuga. The second time was when Hyuga used Susanoo to kill him with his sword. The third time was smashed by Hyuga using his own meteorite. Uchiha Madara was really furious this time. His attacks were defused time and time again. The move he thought was the strongest was so unbearable in the hands of Hyuga. That was a humiliation that even Senju Hashirama had not given him. He roared angrily, "Kid, you are indeed strong, but how can I, Uchiha Madara, give up so easily?" Hyuga in the sky had already prepared a new attack. Hyuga's 9 truth-seeking balls were combined into one and held by Hyuga. A golden beam of light soared from Hyuga's hand into the sky. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Hyuga held the golden beam and dropped it heavily, hitting Uchiha Madara with an unstoppable force. The golden beam of light that soared into the sky tore through the clouds, splitting the mountains in front of it, and the scratched ground turned into a deep canyon, approaching Uchiha Madara's position. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened and he stared at the whizzing golden light beam. He knew that the power of this blow was by no means ordinary. When faced with such an attack, the first thing he thought of was to use the ability of the Samsara Eye to absorb it, but the next moment he rejected this option himself. This attack is not just chakra, it is the power of the Blood Eye technique, which cannot be completely absorbed. At this critical moment, Uchiha Madara had no choice but to mobilize all the chakra in his body, and the light of the Samsara Eye became stronger and stronger. Shinra Tensen. He shouted violently, and a powerful repulsive force burst out from his body, trying to resist Hyuga's golden wheel reincarnation explosion. However, Hyuga's attack was too powerful, and Shinra Tensen only slowed down the speed of its impact. Then the dazzling light drowned it in it. Chapter 209 Uchiha Madara's Defeat, Black Zetsu's Deception. Uchiha Madara's aura completely disappeared, and Hyuga let go of his hand. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a straight sinkhole. Uchiha Madara has disappeared without leaving any trace. Of course Hyuga knows where Uchiha Madara went, it was Black Zetsu who rescued him. Although Heiju did not appear, he was secretly preparing his backup plan. After all, it's not time for him to retire yet. Advertisement. And Hyuga also has to pretend not to know anything, pretending that Uchiha Madara has returned to the Pure Land. The ninja coalition burst into cheers, excited for Hyuga's victory. Uchiha Madara is dead. Long live Master Mushu! Waves of joy surged through the crowd, and everyone's face was filled with joy for surviving the disaster and hope for the future. Onoki looked at the majestic figure in the sky, his heart full of complicated emotions. All the problems he had with Hyuga seemed so insignificant at this moment, and he was glad that his previous prejudices did not affect this crucial battle. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and his tense body finally relaxed, and murmured to himself, it's okay to welcome. Onoki knew very well that if Hyuga had not shown such powerful power, the ninja coalition would have fallen into a situation that was beyond redemption. And Hyuga slowly fell from the sky, and everyone immediately surrounded him, hero. Hero. Hyuga slowly walked towards the cheering crowd, but his voice was still loud and touching, this is our common victory, and you fight for this ninja world, you are the real heroes. A sincere smile appeared on Onoki's face, and he said to Hyuga, I was short-sighted before, but this time, it's thanks to you. Advertisement. Hyuga smiled slightly and responded, we will protect peace together. Cheers sounded again. No matter which country he was a ninja from, everyone was cheering for Hyuga at this moment. When everyone's cheers gradually subsided, Hyuga spoke again, our war is not over yet. Please continue to follow me to the northern front to support our comrades. Yes. The ninja coalition said in unison. Then Hyuga took the lead and flew into the sky, leading everyone to support the northern front, where Gararaza was on the battlefield. Onoki and Muya flew into the sky, and landed next to Hyuga to show their respect. Chief Mushu, why do we go to the northern front first? Onoki asked, the situation in the northern front can be maintained because of some intelligence advantages, but when Raikage faces Uchiha Obito on the eastern front, they have already said that they will not persist. Living. Onoki vaguely reminded that he was afraid of the feud between Hyuga and Raikage, which made him use his energy to support Gaara, who had the best relationship with the Federation. Nagato over there can be our fighting force. The battle just now actually consumed a lot of money. I just held on so that the ninjas wouldn't see it. I will use my last strength to put Orochimaru's spell into Nagato's body, so that we will have a fighting force with the Rin-Egan. Hyuga talked nonsense casually. He even held back his hand in the battle just now, otherwise there would be nothing wrong with Black Zetsu. But he said this to add a layer of buff to his future self. After all, the strength he showed was too strong. It would be difficult to explain why he would not take action when the time comes. After that, Hyuga can continue to promote the plot, and finally reach the edge of obscurity when Tsutsuki Kagaya is resurrected, and then eats Kagaya in one bite. And Onoki and Mew couldn't hear the problem in Hyuga words. After all, Hyuga battle just now was so shocking that it consumed a lot of chakra. This is not surprising. If you can continue to fight with high intensity after going through such a battle, that would be weird. Second, Tsutsuki didn't hear Hyuga explanation, nodded in recognition, and said with some admiration, "You are a real hero, not only for your strength, but also for your strategic vision." Hyuga continued modestly, "It's all for this ninja world." Advertisement. In an underground base, Uchiha Madara, wrapped in Black Zetsu, slowly emerged from the ground. Then Black Zetsu slowly separated from Uchiha Madara's body. It was the yin-yang style technique he used just now that brought Uchiha Madara out from Hyuga attack. Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu angrily and shouted, "Why are you taking me away? I can still fight." He is Uchiha Madara, a legend in the ninja world. When did he become as embarrassed as he is now? Such an embarrassing escape is not his Uchiha Madara style at all. Black Zetsu's voice was low and gloomy. He continued to act as Uchiha Madara's will in the face of Uchiha Madara's questioning, and persuaded him nicely, "Madara-sama, don't be impulsive. That Hyuga strength is beyond imagination, and you are now this is not an escape. You are reincarnated in a filthy body and cannot display your true strength. It is not wise to fight at this moment." Uchiha Madara gradually calmed down from his anger after hearing this. "You don't have to say that. I, Uchiha Madara, am not someone who cannot afford to lose. I lost this battle. It's not that I have never failed, but I don't will always fail." Heiju continued to comfort him, "There is no doubt about your strength, but our plan cannot be completely lost due to temporary anger. If we keep the Green Hills, we will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Madara-sama, during your absence, the plan has undergone great changes. We still need to consider it in the long term. Although Hyuga is strong, he may not be able to see through our final layout." Uchiha Madara listened to Heizetsu's words, and now she felt that all her efforts were wasted. She only felt that she had left a hand for Heizetsu Obito, but they all walked out with 3 and 1. It's still TM's 3-3 Belt King. Samsara I, Gedo Statue, Hashirama Cell, White Zetsu, such good chess pieces, just wasted like this. Black Jew smiled sadly, "Don't worry, Master Madara. Everything is still under control. You will achieve your goals and make this world what you want. Of course this is impossible, of course the world will become what he Black Zetsu wants, not you Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and calmed down, "Tell me, what happened during my absence, what happened to Hyuga, and what happened to his eyes?" "Yes. After you leave Uchiha Obito." Before Black Zetsu could continue, Uchiha Madara scolded, "Shut up, let's talk about Hyuga first." "Okay, Madara-sama." Black Zetsu said respectfully, and hidden under his mask of loyalty was his unchanging ambition. Hyuga was born in Konoha 45 years ago. Chapter 210 Black Zetsu's plan, Orochimaru wants to jump out of the chessboard. In this way, Black Zetsu told Uchiha Madara the information he knew, and it is unknown whether this information was deleted or not. Moreover, he also omitted many of Black Zetsu's small actions in the intelligence. Originally, he abandoned Uchiha Obito and chose Hyuga. Completely transformed into Uchiha Obito betrayed Uchiha Madara and wanted to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki to resurrect Nohara Rin. Black Zetsu was forced to continue completing the Eye of the Moon plan with Hyuga, but later Hyuga betrayed the Eye of the Moon plan because of 2 women. He bewitched Kabuto Yakushi and asked him to find Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke to continue completing the Eye of the Moon project. Advertisement. Black Zetsu never mentions the fact that Hyuga is actually his collaborator now. He just wants to use the information gap that Uchiha Madara has just been resurrected and does not know the actual situation to hedge his bets and please both sides. And Uchiha Madara did not notice the abnormality in Heizetsu's words. After all, he had never doubted Heizetsu. He also believed that the Heizetsu he created was the incarnation of his will. Because of this, he never doubted whether Heiju was telling lies. The reincarnation I, the ninjutsu who captured the blood successor, the Ninja Federation, it's really interesting. This Hyuga is matched to be my opponent. Uchiha Madara found himself again momentum. However, facts have proven that his Ninja Federation has failed. The Eye of the Moon plan is the only way out for the ninja world. Black Zetsu heard Uchiha Madara's words and said with a smile, "Yes, sir, everything is still under our control. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito are not of much use, but you can let them collect tailed beasts for you first. We only just wait for the opportunity. At that time, I will control one of them to resurrect you, and let you get your reincarnation eye back. Uchiha Madara showed a smile. Well done. The two envisioned a new plan, as if everything would go smoothly. By then, he would become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and killing a Hyuga would not be easy. And just where Hyuga and Uchiha Madara fought, a small white snake burrowed into the ground spitting out a letter. Not long after, Orochimaru's temporary laboratory in the coalition command post, where he had been placed since the beginning of the war, was asked to create a spell that could block the connection between the reincarnated ninja of the Dirty Land and the caster. He also pretended to bargain and asked the coalition to give him his freedom after the war. To this request, the Federation agreed under the pressure of the situation. Advertisement. After that, he was placed here, leaving only a dozen ninjas to supervise Orochimaru and transport the manufactured charms. And Orochimaru also accomplished his purpose on the side, to create a blocking spell for the coalition forces. And that talisman was actually manipulated by Orochimaru as Hyuga saw. As long as he waited for an opportunity, he could seize control of the reincarnated ninja, thereby using their power to capture the Samsara Eye and Sansei Eye and become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Of course this was the state he expected. At this time, a small white snake emerged from the ground and merged into Orochimaru's body, making him understand what had just happened. Orochimaru closed his eyes and recalled the scene that appeared in his mind, and murmured, "The reincarnation eye, the Samsara Eye, are really powerful." Just as Orochimaru was thinking this, a ninja broke into his laboratory. "Orochimaru, where is the newly made charm?" Orochimaru already knew the reason after hearing this man's words, and he pointed to the 2 coins at hand. The ninja immediately picked up the 2 charms and ran outside as fast as he could. Looking at the man's leaving figure, Orochimaru also showed a smile. At the same time, Hyuga led the ninja coalition to the northern battlefield, and the sky was filled with dust. Gaara and Raza are engaged in a fierce battle with Nagato, who was reincarnated in the dirt. Faced with this situation, Gaara and Raza had to go all out to deal with the threat from the sky, the huge meteorite controlled by Nagato. I saw a meteorite formed by planetary devastation hanging high in the sky, slowly but surely falling towards Gaara and others. However, at this critical moment, Gaara reacted quickly and used sand to barely resist the falling meteorite. But at the same time, he was trapped in place and unable to move. At this moment, he knew that he could not relax at all, because if he was slightly negligent, the ninja coalition that had just experienced a heavy blow would be in dire straits. Therefore, Gaara could only grit his teeth and use all his strength to slowly move the meteorite into the distance. Advertisement. At this critical moment, the ordinary ninjas in the ninja coalition on the ground ran with all their strength in the opposite direction, trying to stay away from this crisis. Nagato, on the other hand, was riding on the Yata bird, holding a weapon and constantly launching missiles to attack Gaara. But Raza stood in front of Gaara at this time, trying his best to make up for his belated father's love. He had already reconciled with his son when pain invaded Konoha and admitted his mistakes. He is now trying his best to make up for his past mistakes and protect his son. The sand gold not only protected Gaara tightly in the center, but also split out countless sand hands to grab Nagato in the air. Hyuga saw the critical situation in front of him, his eyes focused, and he instantly burst out with powerful chakra. He flashed and appeared next to Gaara. A repulsive force surged out and he actually caught the meteorite forcefully. "You go to support the other ninjas first, leave this to me," Hyuga shouted loudly. Upon hearing the order, the ninja coalition turned around and rushed towards the newly appeared White Zetsu army. Wu and Oniki also joined the siege of Nagato. However, Nagato, who was controlled by the reincarnation of the earth, could not control his own movements, and he did not lose at all in the face of the siege of the 4 people. When he saw Hyuga appearing, he said with some relief, "Hyuga, it seems that you have made the same decision as me. I thought you were the initiator of this war." "No. You guessed it right, the leader of this war is indeed Hyuga." Hyuga dragged the meteorite and flew towards an uninhabited place in the distance. "Yes, maybe we can believe in this world again, maybe they will also give me a surprise." "Yes, I'm very glad that you did the same thing as me, Hyuga." The smile on Nagato's face froze in the next moment. His arm changed like a machine and turned into a thick barrel. Nagato reminded loudly, "Sorry, I can't control myself now. Behind my back that person wants me to destroy that meteorite." But it was all too late. The next moment, a heavy chakra laser shot out from Nagato's arm, piercing the huge meteorite in Hyuga's hand. The meteorite exploded like fireworks under this powerful impact, and countless rebels flew around, falling towards the ninja coalition on the ground. "Careful!" Hyuga shouted loudly. Chapter 211 In Conan's arms, 10 Tails appears. Although Hyuga was very anxious, he did not intend to stop it too much. He kept in mind that his current character was that of a person who had just experienced a war and had little physical strength and chakra. How can Hyuga still have the strength to block so many gravels now? Hyuga raised his hands as if to block the falling gravel from the sky, keeping most of the gravel in the sky temporarily. Hyuga once again looked like a drama queen, with a ferocious expression as if he had exhausted all his strength. Everyone, let's go. I can't hold on anymore. The ninja coalition on the ground began to run towards the distance with all their strength, but before they could get far, Hyuga seemed to have lost all his strength, and his hands dropped as if they had lost all strength. Advertisement. The body is also like a kite swinging in the sky, teetering on the edge of collapse. And the gravel fell like raindrops because there was no restraint from Hyuga. Hyuga! Gaara exclaimed when he saw this scene out of the corner of his eye. The four Hokages Mui, Onaki, Raza, and Gaara also want to get rid of Nagato's entanglement, to help Hyuga share the pressure, and to stop those huge gravels from falling. But Nagato didn't give them this chance. He launched the Vientian sky to catch the four people, and the four were forced to turn around to deal with Nagato's attack. Just when the rebel was about to fall, countless paper cranes flew in, got close to the rebel and immediately exploded, detonating the rebel in the sky. The huge gravel turned into large and small gravels that could no longer hurt people. Then a figure appeared on the horizon. Konan waved her white paper wings and descended like an angel. There were countless paper cranes made of detonating talismans hovering beside her. At this time, the ninja coalition burst into cheers again, and they were saved again. Angel! So beautiful! Her help drew cheers from the ninja alliance. Hyuga raised his head with difficulty and looked at the fairy-like Konan in the sky. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Konan, you are here. Halfway through the words, Hyuga's body swayed in midair like a candle in the wind. He could no longer withstand the huge pressure and fell rapidly towards the ground like a kite with its string broken. Seeing this, Konan's beautiful eyes were full of anxiety and concern, and she flew towards Hyuga without hesitation. She opened her warm embrace, and her arms instantly turned into countless pieces of paper as white as snow, tightly wrapping Hyuga in front of her gently but firmly. Advertisement. Then, Konan vigorously shook the paper wings behind him that looked like angel wings, bringing up a gust of wind and rushing into the sky again. At this moment, the two of them were flying in the sky, very close to each other, staring at each other face to face, and each could clearly feel the other's hot breath. Konan felt Hyuga's breathing, his face turned red all of a sudden. He quickly let go of Hyuga, and used the Shiki no Jutsu to create a platform for him to stand on. Hyuga regained his balance and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you, Konan. Konan pretended to be calm and said, It's okay, you are now the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and it is my responsibility to protect you. Hyuga saw Konan pretending to be calm and couldn't help but smile. Anyway, it's all thanks to you this time. Konan snorted softly, you should take a rest first and let me take action. Nagato is not a pawn under their control. Good. Hyuga's performance just now was certainly not about wanting a hug from a beautiful woman. He was just showing off his acting skills on the spot, and he didn't expect that Konan would take the initiative to hug her. And this is not to say that Konan likes Hyuga so much, but that Hyuga is too important, so Konan was anxious and used this fastest method. Nagato in the distance also saw this scene and smiled. Although he died, there was someone who could protect Konan for him and Yahiko. He has nothing to worry about anymore. Konan flew towards the battlefield between Nagato and the four Hokages. Everyone, let me do it. The four shadows looked at each other and saw that they had spent a lot of money, so they all took a few steps back, leaving the battlefield to the two of them, and took the initiative to assist. Konan looked at Nagato firmly and said loudly, Nagato, let me stop you. There was a trace of helplessness in Nagato's eyes. Konan, I'm sorry to bother you. Konan took out a long series of psychic scrolls, and in an instant, countless detonating talismans flew out. She controlled more detonating talismans to turn into paper cranes, and rushed toward Nagato like a raging wave. Nagato was also controlled by Kabuto Yakushi and wanted to fly away, but the next moment Hyuga activated the gravitational shackles to hold him in place, allowing Hyuga to achieve a key control. Facing this continuous stream of detonating talismans, Nagato could only use the Shinra Tensei, and the powerful repulsive force knocked away the paper cranes that were approaching. However, Konan's attacks continued and seemed to have no end. I will not let Nagato continue to be your puppet. Konan's voice was very firm. Advertisement. At this moment, Hyuga shouted from the side, Konan, pay attention, Shinra Tensei will reach the limit soon. Konan nodded slightly and increased his control of the detonating talisman. The number of paper cranes increased, forming a gorgeous and dangerous scene, tightly surrounding Nagato. Nagato's Shinra Tensen also disappeared in the next moment. Countless paper cranes wrapped him tightly, and then a huge explosion occurred, and thousands of detonating talismans were detonated one after another. The explosion directly submerged Nagato's figure, and the continuous explosions destroyed his reincarnated body. Gaara, Raza. Use sealing techniques. Hyuga ordered immediately after seeing this scene. Clear. Magnet-style mixed sands burial. Drink. Gaara and Raza joined forces, and the sand was mixed with placer gold to completely confine the place where the explosion occurred, turning it into a golden pyramid. A ninja from the command headquarters handed the newly made talisman to Gaara, who wrapped the talisman in sand and finally sent it to the ceiling pyramid. The talisman was sent into Nagato's body under Gaara's control, helping him regain control of his body and soul. Then Raza and Gaara carefully released the seal above, and Nagato reappeared in everyone's sight. But this time he did not attack everyone again, but instead helped the ninja coalition to clean up the remaining white zetsu. Then everyone quickly cleared away the surrounding white zetsu. Hyuga also pretended to rest and regain some strength, and several high-level combat forces of the coalition also gathered together again. Hyuga greeted Nagato. "Nagato, long time no see." Nagato said with some shame, "I've caused you trouble this time." Hyuga patted his shoulder to comfort him, "It's okay, this is out of your control. With you participating in the next battle, we will be much more relaxed. Let's go support other troops." But just as Hyuga finished speaking, a chakra beam burst out from the sky. Along with this, a huge chakra appeared in Hyuga's perception. Nagato's Rinnegan also felt the extremely dangerous aura, and his expression changed dramatically. 10 Tails has appeared. Chapter 212 Namikaze Minato's Guilt. To talk about why 10 Tails appears, we have to go back for a while and look at it again. While Uchiha Madara and Hyuga were fighting, the battle between the 5th battlefield Uchiha Shizuke, the 10-tailed beast pain puppets and the Konoha tendon was also going on. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto who was shaken away, his eyes full of concern. "Naruto, are you okay?" Naruto fell back to the ground to stabilize his body, shook his head slightly to indicate that he was okay, and his eyes were locked on Shizuke. Looking at the father and son in front of him, he thought of his relatives Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Itachi, who were all killed by Konoha. Advertisement. But now the power of his father and brother is with him. Looking at himself, he will use this power to achieve his goal. Shizuke looked up to the sky and screamed angrily, "Ah!" The people on the battlefield below were dealing with the attacks from the tailed beast puppets while paying attention to the battle above. Senju Hashirama sighed in his heart, "These two children, I hope they can reach a reconciliation and resolve this crisis." Tsunade gritted her teeth, "Naruto, we must bring Shizuke back." Metkai shouted loudly, "Naruto, burn your youth." Naruto rushed towards Shizuke again, quickly forming seals with his hands, multiple shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, countless Narutos helped each other and rushed into the air, surrounding Shizuke. Shizuke directly used the power of the Samsara Eye, and the powerful repulsion defeated the shadow clones one after another. Namikaze Minato took the opportunity to teleport behind Shizuke and stabbed Shizuke with the kunao in his hand. Shizuke reacted quickly and turned around to block with Susanoo. "Child, you must have been greatly wronged, but what you do now won't change anything. Turn back!" Minato shouted. "Impossible. I can use the power of 10 Tails to change everything. I am going to resurrect my relatives who were killed by Konoha. I can create a perfect world." Advertisement. Shizuke roared out his purpose, as if to prove it to them, increased Susanoo's power and pushed Minato back. Minato, who fell back to the ground, recalled Sasuke's words and was so smart that he could guess the cause and effect. After all, the biggest problem he faced in the short period of time he was in power was the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. Infinite guilt welled up in his heart. All of this seemed to have happened because of him. If he had saved Lin at that time, perhaps the things that happened later would not have happened, right? If Obito had not gone down a wrong path, and if he had not died, Naruto would not have had such a miserable childhood, and he would have had the opportunity to reform Uchiha and Hyuga. Hyuga would not have slaughtered his own clan, and Shizuke would not have taken this path. Road. Naruto took the opportunity to jump above Shizuke, wind release, spiral shuriken. The powerful wind attribute chakra shuriken flew towards Shizuke. The Susanoo skeleton on Sasuke's body was wrapped in flesh and clothing, and entered the human form. Susanoo drew the bow like a full moon, charging purple chakra arrows. Amaterasu. Shizuke had tears of blood in his eyes. The chakra arrow was instantly infected with Amaterasu's black flame, and then an arrow was shot out, meeting Naruto's Rasen shuriken. The Amaterasu arrow shot by Shizuke collided violently with Naruto's wind release spiral shuriken in the air, erupting into a powerful energy shock that distorted the surrounding air. Namikaze Minato's eyes became extremely firm. "Shizuke, you bear too much hatred, but no matter what, I can't let you hurt Naruto." He flashed and appeared in front of Shizuke again, stabbing with the kunao trident in his hand with a sharp light. Shizuke bit his lips tightly, the pain and anger in his heart intertwined. "Why do you all stop me? Only by gaining the power of 10 Tails can I change everything." His Rinnegan shone with mysterious light. Susanoo instantly grew bigger, and he swung the Juken sword in his hand to face Namikaze Minato's attack. Namikaze Minato dodged sideways, disappeared instantly, and appeared behind Shizuke, condensing a big ball raised Nan. However, Shizuke seemed to have expected it, and turned around to use the 8-foot mirror to deflect the attack. Namikaze Minato had to use the Flying Thunder God to avoid the rebound attack. Naruto took the opportunity to rush forward, the chakra on his body surging. Shizuke, come back with me. Advertisement. He used the Rasen Shuriken again and attacked Shizuke. Naruto, don't waste your efforts. Shizuke controlled Susanoo, stretched out a huge palm, and tried to catch Naruto. Because he couldn't kill Naruto, he wanted to catch him in this way. But several golden chains flew out from behind Naruto and tightly wrapped around Susanoo's body. Shizuke wanted to break free from the shackles of the golden chain, but was unable to do so for a moment. The chain wrapped around Susanoo's body as if sealing all his strength. Naruto took this opportunity to throw the Rasen Shuriken in his hand, and the blow hit Commander Susanoo's chest. The huge force dragged Susanoo out for more than 10 meters, and then the wind attribute chakra burst out. Came out, constantly tearing apart Susanoo's defense. But this blow did not break Susanoo's defense after all, it only caused cracks on Susanoo's body. Then Shizuke controlled Susanoo to get up, and the next moment all the cracks on it were repaired. Naruto took a step forward and shouted, "Do you remember who taught me this ninjutsu?" Shizuke didn't reply, quietly listening to Naruto's words, and secretly began to accumulate strength. It was Brother Mushiu who handed it over to me. At that time, he told me the secret of my identity, letting me know for the first time that I am an ordinary child with parents and a family, not a demon fox without a father or mother. Minato felt even more guilty after hearing Naruto's words. It was his fault here. Naruto felt his father's self-reproaching gaze, and shook his head slightly to indicate that he didn't have to worry. "I know why you are obsessed with power." At that time, in order to comfort us, Brother Muxiu told us that death is not the end of this world, and to become the leader of the ninja world the strongest may be able to resurrect their loved ones. Afterwards, Brother Muxiu asked us what our ideals were. My ideal is to become a Hokage and become the strongest person in the ninja world to resurrect my parents. And your dream is also to become the strongest man in the ninja world, avenge your brother, and resurrect your parents. Later, in order to support us, Brother Musha gave me the sealing techniques that the Uzumaki clan has inherited, so that I can contain Kurama's power. What is given to you is the Sage Jutsu Seal, which gives you the power to control natural energy. Chapter 213 Sasuke's Madness, Susanoo was defeated. Naruto recounted the story of that year, and at this point his tone suddenly became louder, and he shouted loudly, "But don't you feel that you are on the wrong path? Shizuke, you are now making enemies of the entire ninja world in pursuit of power. Can this really bring your loved ones back to life? If you do this, you will only cause more innocent people to lose their lives and break up more families. Will the so-called perfect world you pursue really come true because of this?" When Brother Mushiu gave us power, he hoped that we could use it to protect, not to destroy. Hatred has blinded your eyes, preventing you from seeing the true path. So what if Ten Tails is resurrected? That kind of power does not belong to you after all. Advertisement. Shizuke, turn back. Don't be swallowed up by darkness anymore, don't be driven by hatred anymore. Let's work together to change the world in the right way and realize our ideals. Hearing Naruto's words, Shizuke covered his face with one hand and laughed maniacally. It wasn't until his laughter became a little broken that he regained his composure. He raised his head and looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, do you know how ignorant your words are now? As long as the power is strong, it doesn't matter where it comes from. Your 9 tails are not your power, aren't they? You may not know how complete Hyuga's research is. For a research institute as big as the Federation, what do you think they are researching? The ninjutsu that can resurrect people has been successfully researched. Now I have obtained that ninjutsu. As long as I become 10 tails Jinchuriki, I can resurrect my relatives. As long as you hand over 9 tails, leave here and no longer hinder my plan, I will resurrect your parents after becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki." Shizuke pointed to Namikaze Minato aside, "Naruto. Don't you want to be with you? Will your parents be reunited?" Namikaze Minato shook his head, "No, neither Kushina nor I need such a resurrection, we just need to know that Naruto is happy now. Even if we are resurrected in that way, we will not feel at ease. I think your relatives will be the same." Naruto looked at his father and nodded heavily, his eyes full of determination. "Shizuke, I won't compromise just because of this. Power obtained in the wrong way will eventually bring disaster. Even if you can resurrect your loved ones, this is based on countless people on top of the pain, what's the point of such a resurrection?" When Shizuke heard Naruto's words, the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt, which could no longer be contained. "Shut up! Naruto, what do you know? You have never experienced the pain of watching a loved one die in front of you. You have never experienced the pain of killing a loved one with your own hands. Sasuke's eyes were red and his eyes were about to burst. The chakra all over Sasuke's body surged crazily, and Suzanu's power surged again, as if he was going to crush everything around him. Advertisement. My parents and relatives all died at the hands of Konoha. It was all a conspiracy of the higher UPS in Konoha. Sasuke shouted at the top of his lungs. I just want them to pay the price. I want to use the power of 10 tails to destroy everything. Since you said that this is a power that does not belong to me, let me show you my power that comes from an evil source. Sasuke formed a seal with his hands, his body erupted with purple light, and his huge complete Susanoo rose into the sky. Sasuke displayed his full form of Susanoo. The huge and majestic figure covered the sky and the sun, exuding an endless sense of oppression. Not to be outdone, Naruto and Minato both entered full-tailed beast transformation. Naruto and Minato were wrapped in the chakra of 9 tails. The 9 tails danced wantonly, and the golden light shone dazzlingly. Sasuke controlled the complete Susanoo to launch the attack first, swung his 2 swords, brought out bursts of sharp sword energy, and slashed towards Naruto and Minato. Naruto used the power of 9 tails to quickly dodge, and at the same time, he spurted a huge-tailed beast jade from his mouth and rushed straight towards Sasuke. Namikaze Minato instantly moved to Sasuke's flank, preparing for an opportunity to attack. Sasuke faced the combined attack of father and son without any intention of backing down. Susanoo's defense was impenetrable, and he slashed through Naruto's tailed beast Dama, which easily resisted, and counterattacked, engaging in a fierce close combat confrontation with the two. The two people transformed into 9 tailed beasts looked a bit small in the reflection of the complete Susanoo. Sasuke's Susanoo wields 2 swords, each attack carrying the power to destroy everything. Naruto and Minato worked closely together. Minato relied on the teleportation of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to constantly shuttle between Susanoo's attacks, looking for opportunities to counterattack. Naruto took full advantage of 9 tails' powerful chakra and continuously sprayed huge-tailed beast jade from his mouth, trying to break through Susanoo's defense. However, Sasuke's Susanoo was too powerful. Although those tailed beast jade were amazingly powerful, they could only leave some shallow marks on its hard defense. Namikaze Minato saw the right moment, teleported to the top of Susanoo's head, condensed a huge raised nan in his hand, and slammed it towards Susanoo. Advertisement. Sasuke reacted quickly and controlled Susanoo to raise an arm to resist. The raised nan collided with Susanoo's arm, causing a huge explosion, and smoke filled the air for a moment. Naruto took advantage of the cover of smoke and quickly approached Susanoo. His 9 tails were like sharp spears, stabbing hard at Susanoo's body. However, Susanoo's outer defense was extremely strong, and the tail's attack failed to cause substantial damage. Chidori flow! Sasuke shouted angrily, and lightning currents spread out from Susanoo's body, hitting Naruto and Minato. The two people quickly dispersed to avoid it, and where the thunder and lightning fell, a deep crater was blasted out of the ground. The battle entered a fierce stage, and Naruto and Minato gradually felt the consumption of physical strength and chakra. Namikaze Minato and Naruto looked at each other, fist bumped and used the tailed beast to communicate mentally. Normal attacks are useless, we must attack his weaknesses. We need to attack Susanoo's forehead directly. Sasuke is there, I will do it. It's a feint, and you look for an opportunity to attack there. Naruto nodded in approval when he heard his father's plan. Father, be careful. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and used the Flying Thunder God technique again, appearing in front of Susanoo in an instant. 9 tails continuously spit out tailed beast jade feints to attack Sasuke. As expected, Sasuke was attracted by Minato's movements, focused his attention on Minato, and controlled Susanoo to respond with all his strength. At this moment, Naruto seized the opportunity, and the 9 tails suddenly pushed the ground. His body rushed towards Susanoo's forehead like lightning, and a raised nan the size of 9 tails was condensed in his hand. Sasuke noticed Naruto's intention and wanted to defend himself, but Naruto was already in front of him and he was already a little powerless. At this moment, Namikaze Minato also appeared next to Naruto using the Flying Thunder God, and the father and son worked together to inject power into the raised nan. The huge raised nan collided with Susanoo's forehead, making an earth-shattering sound. I have to wake you up, Sasuke. Naruto yelled. Just hearing a loud boom, Susanoo's forehead instantly cracked with a huge gap, the light flickered, and the light and dark alternated. Sasuke's face was as pale as paper, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. However, he still refused to give up and desperately mobilized the chakra in his body in an attempt to maintain Susanoo's form. Chapter 214 Breaking Susanoo Again, Purple Plastic Bag. The next moment, raised nan broke through Susanoo's defense with overwhelming force and was about to fall directly on Sasuke. The samsara eye on Sasuke's forehead suddenly lit up, and an invisible repulsive force burst out instantly. This blow was extremely powerful, and ordinary Shinra Tianzhang could not withstand this blow at all. Although it slightly hindered Rasengan's progress, the next moment the powerful chakra severely knocked Shizuke away with a repulsive force field. Shizuke was slammed into the ground by this violent blow, and a hole was made on the ground on the spot. Advertisement. The smoke filled the air, and it took a long time before Shizuke climbed out of the pothole with difficulty. There was blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, his whole body was covered with mud, and he was in a miserable state. Why? You all have to stop me one by one, Naruto, you should be the one who understands me best. I can resurrect your parents for you. Why are you stopping me? Naruto looked at Shizuke, his eyes full of pity and determination, and said, Shizuke, it is precisely because I understand you that I cannot let you make the same mistake again and again. Namikaze Minato also stepped forward, looked at the embarrassed Shizuke, and said, Child, hatred will only make you lose yourself, let it go. But Shizuke roared loudly, No. You don't understand at all. You will never understand what I have suffered. At this moment, the space around Shizuke began to distort, and 3 huge octopus legs appeared next to Shizuke, followed by a huge Gedo statue, and finally Uchiha Obito. Obito looked at the situation on the battlefield, the 3-tailed beasts who were still imprisoned by wood style in the distance, the Konoha tendon who were struggling with the tailed beasts, the embarrassed Shizuke, and Minato Naruto who was exuding powerful chakra in front of him. Father and son. What a mess, Shizuke. Shizuke ignored Obito's teasing and asked, Are these just a few octopus legs? The 2nd Mizukage and 4th Mizukage from Kirigakure village are here, and the enemies are very tough, but it's enough. Now let's summon Fusion 10 Tails. Shizuke said indifferently, I entangled so many enemies according to the plan, and according to the agreement, I should take the last step. Obito smiled, Of course, please. Although Sasuke's words contained a bit too much water, Obito gave him all the best pain puppets. Advertisement. If he is defeated by them quickly, it can only be said that Shizuke is useless. But Obito had no doubts about Sasuke's request. He wanted to make Shizuke become 10 Tails Jinchuriki according to Hyuga plan. Obito made a pleased gesture and gave up control of Gedo statue. Shizuke looked at the Gedo statue in front of him with longing in his eyes. He quickly formed seals with his hands and injected a large amount of chakra into the Gedo statue. All the pain puppets that had not been sealed ran towards Shizuke. The next moment, Gedo statue opened his mouth wide, spit out a dozen purple chains in the air, and rushed towards the tailed beast turned pen puppet on the battlefield. The purple chains were entangled and dragged several sealed tailed beasts towards the Gedo statue. Quick! Stop him, don't let him suck the tailed beasts over. When everyone in Konoha saw Sasuke's actions, they were very anxious and wanted to rush forward to stop him. And several controlled tailed beasts spit out tailed beast jade in the air and shot it at everyone in Konoha. They were forced to stop and had to block the tailed beast jade in front of them. They had just blocked the tailed beast's attack, and Obito also appeared in front of them in an instant, blocking their way. This road is blocked. Obito said coldly, exuding a powerful aura. Tsunade glared angrily and shouted loudly, Obito, you guy, don't even think about stopping us. Is it just you? Then stop dreaming. Obito smiled sarcastically. Everyone used their own ninjutsu, trying to break through Obito's blockage. But Obito's double Kamui Sharingan ability was extremely weird, and for a while, the two sides fell into a stalemate. Even when Minato and Tobirama's Kunao tried to bypass Obito, they were sucked into the Kamui space by him. At the same time, on Sasuke's side, the purple chains have successfully dragged the tailed beasts into the Gedo statue. Advertisement. The complete 1 tail to 7 tails, the horns and 3 octopus legs of 8 tails, the partial chakra of 9 tails, and the chakra of 1 to 9 tails are all completed. Gedo statue's 9 closed eyes have all been opened, and it is holding its head and making a harsh howling sound. Shizuke looked ferocious and shouted, 10 Tails is about to be resurrected. I won this war. Just when Shizuke shouted that 10 Tails was about to be resurrected and that he would win the war, everyone in Konoha showed no intention of backing down. Naruto's eyes widened with anger, and the 9 Tails chakra surged out of his body again, I won't let you succeed, Shizuke. Namikaze Minato fired several kunao towards Shizuke. Senju Hashirama formed a seal with his hands, and the huge wooden dragon rose from the ground and attacked Gedo statue and Shizuke, young man, this is not the path you should take. Senju Tobirama was observing calmly from the side, looking for the enemy's weaknesses, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Hatake Sakumo held a long sword and exuded a cold aura as he rushed straight to the Gedo statue. Hatake Kakashi kept slashing at Obito with his sword, Shizuke, Obito. Don't make the same mistake again and again. Metkai burned with the flame of youth and opened the gate of wonder, let me stop you. Tsunade clenched her hands into fists, preparing to unleash her powerful monster power. Uchiha Obito sneered, do you think you can stop us like this? You are so naive. After saying that, a half-length blue Susanoo appeared on Obito's body, condensing several Kamui shurikens and shooting them at the wooden dragon in the air and several people on the ground. The Kamui shuriken first hit the wooden dragon in the air. The wooden dragon's body was directly twisted off, turning into two ordinary pieces of wood and falling to the ground. Everyone was frightened when they saw this scene, and they all jumped up to avoid the attack. Those Kamui shurikens fell to the ground, and even the ground was twisted into a whirlpool. It's hard to imagine what it would be like if it hit someone. The next moment, Namikaze Minato and Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared in front of Shizuke. The raised nan in Naruto's hand quickly spun and blasted towards Shizuke with the surging chakra. Chapter 215 Obito arrives, Ten Tails is about to be resurrected. The moment the two appeared, Shizuke activated Genjutsu and pulled the two into Genjutsu. Even if they were the perfect Jinchuriki-tailed beast, chakra could help break through Genjutsu, but it would take time. The two of them were delayed for just a second, and a blood-red stab wound suddenly appeared on their chests. Shizuke Hitomi Jutsu Cloud Gauging turned the feelings of the two people in Genjutsu into reality, and the next moment he used Susanoo to condense the bone hand to grab the two people. At this moment, Senju Tobirama suddenly activated Flying Thunder God, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, he appeared on the side of Gedo statue, quickly formed seals with his hands, and spit out a sharp water blade from his mouth to slash at Gedo statue's head. Advertisement. Water-style water shockwave. When Shizuke saw this, he gritted his teeth and had no choice but to give up his skeletal hand grabbing the two of them and go to protect Gedo statue. The bone hand grabbed the stream of water to resist the blow, but also gave up this great opportunity. Naruto and Namikaze Minato quickly retreated and left Sasuke's attack range. Tsunade quickly stepped forward to treat the stab wound on Naruto's chest. Naruto's wound healed quickly under Tsunade's treatment. And Namikaze Minato himself is a reincarnated body of filthy soil and is not afraid of such ordinary scars. Obito sneered from the side, let this chaos be more violent. Kakashi shouted angrily and faced Obito with short sword in hand, Obito. Stop being stubborn. Even if Lin is resurrected, I will not forgive you for your current actions. He brought a fan and hit Kakashi, I will create a perfect world, and you are just the remnants of the old world. It is still unclear who is righteous and who is evil. Kakashi said, no one will accept this world. Just when the fan was about to hit Kakashi, Kakashi drew his sword to block it. Then you have to ask your Senju Hashirama-sama, how many people did he indirectly and directly kill after ending the Warring States period? Obito then attacked Kakashi again. And the two quickly fought together. At this time, Senju Hashirama formed seals with his hands again, and the huge tree world descended, trying to trap Shizuke and Gedo statue, young man, turn back and you will be safe. Shizuke snorted coldly, and Susanoo instantly grew in size and condensed a long sword to cut off all the trees. And Hotaki Sakumo waved the short sword and rushed towards Shizuke like a ghost, no matter who you are, I will stop your madness today. Shizuke holds the Kusanagi sword tightly, Chidori's electricity jumps on the blade, his eyes reveal determination and madness, I have no retreat, this is the path I have chosen. Advertisement. The Kusanagi sword in his hand condensed into a Chidori sword and faced Hotaki Sakumo's short sword, and sparks flew out in an instant. The two clashed for a moment, and the Kusanagi sword and the short sword clashed several times. Hotaki Sakumo's short sword could not withstand the blows of the Kusanagi sword and the Chidori sword and suddenly broke. Hotaki Sakumo also had to retreat to avoid Sasuke's next attack. The Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body burned like fire, and he once again condensed a huge raised nan and rushed towards Shizuke. Namikaze Minato's eyes were firm and he said silently in his heart, son, I will protect the village and peace with you. The kunao in his hand was flashing with cold light, and he coordinated with Naruto to attack at an extremely fast speed. Sasuke's Susanoo became more powerful, protecting him tightly, and powerful power burst out from him, resisting the attacks of Naruto and Minato. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, and the trees continued to grow, and the huge tree trunks were like giant pythons, attacking the two people again. Shizuke controlled Susanoo to defeat several people instantly but attacked, cutting off the surrounding branches, and shouted angrily, none of you can stop me. Shizuke exploded with Susanoo's power with all his strength, his eyes full of determination. He controlled Susanoo to swing his huge sword and slashed towards Naruto, Namikaze Minato, and Senju Hashirama. The sword energy flew vertically and horizontally, splitting the air and making a sharp whistling sound. Naruto did not retreat but instead advanced, the Nine Tails chakra condensed two arms, and the raised nan in his hand continued to grow larger, dazzling, and collided with Sasuke's blade. In an instant, a powerful energy shock wave spread around, and the surrounding earth and rocks were blown up. Both were knocked back several steps by the blow. Namikaze Minato's body flashed, and he kept throwing kunao with the Flying Thunder God mark in his hand, constantly changing positions to attack in an attempt to interfere with Sasuke's actions. However, Sasuke's Sharingan is extremely perceptive and can react in time every time to block or avoid these attacks. Senju Hashirama's wood style became more and more powerful, and a huge wooden hand stretched out from the ground, tightly grasping Sasuke's Susanoo. But Sasuke struggled hard, and a powerful force burst out from Susanoo's body, shattering the wooden hand. Senju Tobirama has been looking for Sasuke's flaw. At this time, he saw the right moment and used Flying Thunder God Slash. He instantly appeared in front of Sasuke, and the sharp blade in his hand stabbed Sasuke with a sharp breath. Sasuke had no expression on his face and easily blocked the blow with his Susanoo. Advertisement. But Senju Tobirama is indeed an expert in dealing with Uchiha. His attack did not stop. He condensed an extremely compressed water diamond in his hand and pierced Susanoo's body. The concentrated whirlpool water blade made Susanoo also cracks appeared. Sasuke snorted coldly, his samsara eye shined brightly, and a powerful repulsive force suddenly knocked Senju Tobirama away. Just after repelling Senju Tobirama, Tsunade appeared in front of Sasuke at the next moment, wanting to attack the gap left by Senju Tobirama just now. But Sasuke reacted faster, and Susanoo stabbed Tsunade's chest with his sword. Tsunade suffered this sudden heavy blow, her body trembled suddenly, and blood flowed out from the wound. However, there was no fear in her eyes, but instead she ignited a stronger fighting spirit. Sasuke, you don't want to succeed easily. Tsunade shouted. With her strong willpower and strange strength, she reached out and grabbed Susanoo's short sword with one hand. Sasuke was slightly startled and tried to pull out the blade, but found that Tsunade held him tightly. Then Tsunade stretched out her left hand and punched Susanoo's dagger, breaking it violently. She pulled out the broken blade from her body and threw it at Sasuke. Then she came to Sasuke and punched out with a punch that she had been preparing for a long time. This punch hit the place where Senju Tobirama had just attacked, which was Susanoo's weakest point. Tsunade's fierce punch, with an indomitable momentum, directly hit Susanoo's weak spot. In an instant, Susanoo's light flickered, as if it would collapse at any time. There was a trace of pain on Sasuke's face. It was obvious that this blow had a great impact on him. Even the eternal Mangeki Sharingan would be under considerable pressure to encounter such attacks continuously. But at this moment, the 5-second cooldown of Luo Tianzhen's Samsara eyes also ran out again, and a powerful repulsive force burst out from him again. Tsunade was also knocked away. Seeing this scene, Senju Hashirama quickly caught Tsunade with the teleportation technique and asked with concern, "Tsuna, are you okay?" Tsunade turned pale and shook her head. The continuous battles had made him exhausted. Chapter 216, Susanoo is defeated 3 times and 10 Tails is resurrected. And just when Sasuke was at his weakest, Naruto seized the opportunity. He perfectly integrated with the power of 9 Tails. His body was surrounded by blazing golden light, like an invincible god of war. Dragging in his hand was a golden raised nan that he had saved for a long time. "Sasuke, turn back!" Naruto roared. The raised nan in his hand grew larger again, and rushed towards Sasuke with a devastating momentum. Namikaze Minato was not idle either. He instantly appeared behind Sasuke using the Flying Thunder God technique, and pressed the raised nan in his hand against Susanoo's back. Sasuke was caught in the dilemma of being attacked from both front and back. He gritted his teeth and poured all the chakra into Susanoo, trying to jump away to avoid the attack. Advertisement. At this time, Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and countless huge wooden vines emerged from the ground and swept towards Sasuke, binding Sasuke in place. Sasuke was trapped in place, unable to escape. The raised nan in Naruto's hand and Namikaze Minato's raised nan hit Sasuke's Susanoo at the same time. A burst of dazzling light burst out, and Susanoo's body suffered numerous cracks under this double blow. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was shaking. But he still held on, the madness and determination in his eyes not diminishing at all. At this moment, Gedo Statue suddenly roared. Gedo Statue's body underwent huge changes, and red chakra rose into the sky and tightly wrapped Gedo Statue. Sasuke's body was instantly enveloped in red chakra, his aura became stronger again, and Susanoo regained his light. "I will not fail!" Sasuke roared, breaking free from Muto's shackles. His chakra recovered and he entered the Karasu Tengu armor state again. The 2 artifacts of Juken sword and Yata mirror also appeared again. With a wave of the 10-fist sword, the 2 of them were forced to retreat far away in the face of the attack from the artifact. At this time, Obito also tried his best to break away from the close fight between Kakashi and Metkai, and came to Sasuke's side. 10 Tails has been resurrected. It seems that we have won this war. Obito pointed at everyone in Konoha indifferently, a few remnants of the old world, let us, the 2 saviors, send you on your way. Sasuke opened his arms with a crazy smile on his face, everyone, please feel the horror of 10 Tails. Obito said this because he wanted to continue shaping his character to suit Hyuga's plan, but Sasuke really felt that his plan was just one step away. Advertisement. He only needs to wait for the opportunity to inhale the evolved 10 Tails into his body to reshape the world and resurrect his relatives. As if to confirm their words, the red chakra light beam soaring into the sky dispersed, and the real 10 tails appeared in everyone's eyes. It was a gigantic beast with 10 tails, its body was like a mountain, and everyone standing under its feet was as small as an ant. In its initial form, 10 tails has only 2 forelimbs, and its entire body has a woody great tone. Behind 10 tails stands a spiral dorsal fin that looks like a wooden drill. The most eye-catching thing is the blood-red 9 Magadama reincarnation eye in its one eye, and the huge mouth full of sharp teeth. The blood-red full moon behind him and the pair of blood-red 6 Megatama Samsara eyes reflect each other, creating a strange yet harmonious picture. Sasuke gathered Susanoo and Obito and jumped on the back of 10 tails. A wooden tube protruded from 10 tails' body and penetrated into the two bodies, establishing a connection with the two. 10 tails still needs time to evolve, take advantage of this time to deal with them first. Obito suggested. Sasuke nodded with extremely cold eyes, these ants are indeed in some trouble, let's deal with them first. Everyone looked at 10 tails in front of them, their hearts filled with shock and fear, but there was no hint of flinching in their eyes. Naruto gritted his teeth and mobilized the power of 9 tails in his body again, and the golden light on his body became more dazzling. No matter what kind of monster you are, we will not let you succeed. Namikaze Minato looked solemn and quickly formed seals with his hands, get ready to attack again. Senju Hashirama took a deep breath, and the huge chakra surged in his body, let's all work together and try our best. Tsunade endured the pain and shouted loudly, warriors of Konoha, never back down. Kakashi and Metkai also readjusted their status and prepared for the next fierce battle. 10 tails seemed to sense everyone's hostility. It opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound seemed to tear the sky apart and make the entire battlefield tremble. Advertisement. Let this destruction be more complete. Sasuke sneered. Obito crossed his arms and said, no one can stop us. The two of them stood on 10 tails' bodies, overlooking the strongest men in Konoha and some of the ninjas behind them, as if they were overlooking ants. Naruto's eyes widened with anger and he shouted loudly, Sasuke, Obito, your evil deeds will be put to an end. After saying that, he turned into 9 tails again and rushed towards the two of them. Namikaze Minato followed closely, the kunao in his hand flashed with cold light, and the flying thunder god jutsu was activated instantly, appearing on the side of 10 tails. The golden 9 tails head wrapped it and condensed a tailed beast jade, ready to be released at any time. Senju formed a seal with his hands and released all the accumulated chakra. Several wooden dragons emerged from the ground and coiled around 10 tails, trying to restrict its movements. Sasuke stood on 10 tails' back and sneered, your resistance is in vain. With that said, the two controlled 10 tails to stretch their bodies slightly, and the wooden dragons all shattered. This body is restricted and cannot condense the sage jutsu chakra. Otherwise, the Myojin gate might be able to restrain 10 tails. Hashirama said angrily, do you have any idea, Tobirama? Tobirama frowned tightly and thought about the current situation, don't ask me about everything, I'm thinking of a solution. The tailed beast jade condensed by Namikaze Minato was also bounced back like a booger by 10 tails' stretched out hand, and Namikaze Minato had no choice but to activate the flying thunder god to return to the original place. Facing the oncoming Naruto, 10 tails opened his mouth wide, the light in his mouth flashed, and a powerful energy beam shot towards Naruto in front of him. Naruto, get out of the way. Namikaze Minato shouted anxiously with wide eyes. Immediately afterwards, everyone quickly fled around, and wherever the energy beam hit, everything was reduced to ashes. Many ordinary ninjas in the Ninja Alliance had no time to dodge, and they were all wiped out by the huge power of this blow. Naruto narrowly avoided 10 tails' energy beam, and looked at the dead people with rage in his heart. Sasuke, Obito, what on earth have you done? Chapter 217 The Art of Ninja Alliance, the Alliance of Rabble-Rousers. Sasuke and Obito didn't take it seriously, and continued to control 10 tails to launch more violent attacks. I saw 10 tails' thick and powerful tail sweeping across with thunderous force, instantly bringing up a violent wind. The howling wind swept away the sand and dust on the battlefield, making the entire battlefield more chaotic and unclear. At this moment, Gaara and Raza appeared on the horizon, suddenly appearing in the sky. The two of them opened their hands without hesitation. They manipulated the sand and mixed it with placer gold, and quickly formed a huge sand mat. Advertisement. 10 tails slapped it with its extremely powerful tail, and the huge force was dissipated, but it also kicked up a huge cloud of sand. Then, Onoki, Wu, 3rd Raikage, 4th Raikage, Onaiden Genzuki, Terumi Mei, Cho, Killer Bee, Nagato, Konan and many strong ones. He led the ninja coalition to the battlefield in a mighty manner. They looked resolute, as if they were determined to win. First unit, get in position. The commander of the first unit shouted like a bell. The ninjas of the first unit quickly stood up, their postures tall and straight, and the weapons in their hands flashed with cold light. Second unit, get in position. The ninjas of the second unit responded in unison, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Third Force. Force 4. Team 5. Support troops came to everyone in Konoha like a tide, and the ninja coalition composed of 10,000 people formed a large area, and the scene was extremely spectacular. As for the puppet army, they were not afraid of death and fought bravely. After a fierce battle, there were only more than 2,000 units left. But even so, they still exude a frightening atmosphere. Everyone is here. Naruto said excitedly as he looked at his friends around him, his eyes shining with excitement and emotion. Naruto, long time no see. Nagato said with relief as he felt the surging nine tails chakra on Naruto's body. He knew that he had not seen the wrong person. Senior brother Nagato, you are here too. Naruto said excitedly. By the way, senior brother Nagato, where is brother Muxio? Naruto asked Nagato without noticing the familiar figure. Nagato smiled, the person who tied the bell needs to be untied. Hyuga went to find that person. Maybe he can find a solution. Great, I knew brother Muxio definitely had a way. Naruto's eyes lit up. In his understanding, as long as brother Muxio wanted to accomplish something, there would be no failure. Then they just need to hold on until Hyuga comes to reinforce them. This is 10 Tails. It is indeed the legendary power that even Sage of Six Paths must be afraid of. Onoki frowned tightly as he looked at the huge 10 Tails and felt the huge chakra emanating from it. Advertisement. This chakra. Terumi gritted her teeth. When everyone in the coalition army looked at the mountain like 10 Tails, they were shocked in their hearts. Can such a monster really be defeated? At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's mind, even 10 Tails is not invincible. We can defeat him if we work together. This is the voice of Shikaku from the headquarters. After Hyuga left the headquarters, the commanding task was given to him. Then he told everyone about his plan to restrict 10 Tails. When everyone heard about Shikaku's plan, their faith became firmer again. Okay, let them see the art of our ninja alliance. Naruto clapped his hands and said excitedly. Ninja United Army, this is really interesting. I didn't expect that all the ninjas in the entire ninja world would be united by them. Obito said with emotion. So what, they're just a bunch of people. Sasuke said, as he was about to control 10 Tails to attack again. Naruto shouted, this is not a mob, but a ninja alliance that can defeat you. The next moment, several ninjas from the Yamanaka clan simultaneously activated the heart turn technique, temporarily seizing control of the two people's bodies. But 2 seconds later, many ninjas from the Yamanaka clan collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their orifices, obviously suffering from serious injuries. They were all attacked by Sasuke and Obito's genjutsu, and their souls were severely damaged. And although it only lasts for 2 seconds, it is enough. Then, the Ninja Alliance showed amazing unity and tacit understanding. The Kumigakure ninjas shouted in unison, let this monster see the power of our Kumigakure. I saw them quickly forming seals, and powerful chakra gathered in their hands. Storm style inspiring to lock the harsh elements. Lightning style thunder light pillar. Along with their roar, a dazzling light burst out instantly, so intense that 10 Tails had to squint his eyes. Well done, brothers of Kumigakure. The Konoha ninja on the side praised loudly. At this moment, the Iwagakure ninjas also stepped forward. It's our turn, Iwagakure, to take action. Advertisement. Earth-style earthquake core. They slapped their hands heavily on the ground, and the powerful earth-style power exploded instantly. The ground under 10 Tails' feet began to collapse violently, and soon a huge pit was formed, and 10 Tails' body fell into it uncontrollably. Haha, look how arrogant this monster is now. The Iwagakure ninjas shouted excitedly. Use the Kirigakure Jutsu, wind release, and parasitic insects to interfere with Sharingan's perception. Shikaku's voice sounded in the minds of every coalition ninja. Clear. Water style, Kirigakure no Jutsu. The ninja from Kirigakure village spat out thick water mist. Parasites. Tens of millions of parasites flew out of the sleeves of the Aberme clan and filled the sinkhole. Wind release, storm wave. The ninjas of Tsunagakure village shot out strong winds from their palms to spread Kirigakure's technique and fill up the entire sinkhole. The triple ninjutsu was released together, completely blocking the vision of Obito Sasuke and the two. Shikaku's voice rang in everyone's minds, lava-style ninja, prepare to release the lava-style lime condensation technique. I saw a dozen ninjas with lava-style blood inheritance quickly standing up, their hands forming seals, and chakra surging in their bodies. Lava-style lime condensation technique. They shouted in unison, and the powerful chakra exploded instantly, and balls of hot lime water spurted out from their mouths and flew in the direction of 10 Tails. Shikaku then shouted, Kirigakure ninja release water-style water bomb jutsu. Many Kirigakure ninjas did not hesitate and quickly formed seals with their hands, water-style water bullet jutsu. Huge streams of water shot out from their mouths and met the flying lime. Lime and water are instantly stirred together, producing a large amount of heat and smoke. Fire style ninjas of Konoha, it's your turn. Use fire style to solidify it and imprison Ten Tails' body. Shikaku ordered loudly. Many fire style ninjas in Konoha stepped forward, fire style's powerful fire jutsu. Balls of blazing flames rushed towards the mixture of lime and water, and the blazing high temperatures caused them to solidify quickly, forming a solid cement that tightly bound Ten Tails' body. Great, successful. The ninjas cheered excitedly. Don't let up and continue attacking. Only by defeating the controller will we have a chance to win. Shikaku's voice came again, reminding everyone that the battle is not over yet. Senjul looked at the United Ninja Coalition and smiled, it's incredible. Different ninjas from different countries have united. If this is the case, it may be possible to achieve real peace in the future. Brother, don't be emotional, solve the immediate trouble first. Tobirama reminded. Chapter 218 Ten Tails enters the second stage, the desperate coalition. Sasuke was furious when he saw Ten Tails trapped. Damn it, you ants! Sasuke shouted angrily. After experiencing these things, his pride was trampled on and Sasuke became very moody. Obito's expression remained unchanged and he said calmly, don't panic, we haven't lost yet, Ten Tails is still evolving. At this moment, Ten Tails suddenly burst out with a powerful force, trying to break free from the partially solidified shackles. Advertisement. Nagato also exerted his strength at this time, and the Samsara Eye continued to vent its pupil power, trying to remotely suppress the Ten Tails operation. Ten Tails is still evolving, everyone must hurry up. Nagato shouted. Nagato sensed that there was a stronger force gestating in Ten Tails' body, and he couldn't control Ten Tails' power at all. The puppet army was the first to jump down, and invariably took out the spirit ball left by Hyuga from his chest and held it in his hand. Shouting, hidden energy in the back. Just kidding. An army of more than 2,000 puppets fell on Ten Tails like ants, and then, the reincarnation eye power contained in the spirit ball in their hands was instantly detonated, and its power was no less than an ordinary B-level ninjutsu. However, 2,000 B-level ninjutsu were released at the same time, but Ten Tails remained motionless. Everyone come together. In an instant, several people jumped down into the giant pit and rushed towards Sasuke and Obito on Ten Tails. Naruto held a huge Rasen shuriken and jumped towards Sasuke and Obito. Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already on Ten Tails' back, with the kunai in his hand piercing the transmission tube behind Obito's head. Senju Hashirama mobilized his whole body chakra with all his strength and shouted loudly, Wood style the tree world is coming. Countless huge trees in the pit rose from the ground and swept towards Ten Tails, reinforcing a layer of restraint on it. Killer Bee also entered the complete tailed beast state, activated the tailed beast Lianyu, and continuously spit out the tailed beast jade from his mouth and shot it at the two of them. Oniki and Muji were floating in the air, and their hands came together to activate ninjutsu, dust style the jutsu of original realm peeling. Advertisement. The two of them worked together to create a powerful beam of light that shot into Ten Tails' eyes. This blow had the potential to turn Ten Tails into ashes. Terumi May opened her red lips lightly, lava style the art of dissolving monsters. The highly corrosive liquid was sprayed at the two of them. The third Raikage's whole body flashed with lightning, and Hell thrust ip on hand. Attacked the enemy with thunderous power. Fourth Raikage is not to be outdone, lateral bolt of pain, chop. The powerful power of thunder makes the air crackle. Ghost Lantern Hwayu stretched out two fingers, water iron cannon technique. The dense water bullets shot towards the two people like a heavy rain. Cho controlled the puppet, and various hidden weapons shot at Sasuke and Obito like locusts. Konan turned into paper, and countless pieces of paper turned into sharp blades and swept away. In an instant, countless attacks were directed at Ten Tails, Obito, and Sasuke. The two of them seemed to be defeated at any time under such attacks. But the two of them never showed a hint of fear, as if it was not them who were at a disadvantage, but the ninja coalition. Facing Minato's sudden attack, Obito seemed to have expected it. He turned around and kicked Minato hard. Teacher, do you want to use the move you used the first time a second time? Minato was forced to use his arms to resist, and his body was hit by the huge force and flew backwards. Sasuke looked at Naruto who was charging towards him with great energy, and nameless anger surged in his heart, and he roared, don't think you can defeat me like this. With that said, Ten Tails, which had been motionless, entered the second stage. Its body underwent strange changes again. In an instant, the Ten Tails behind Ten Tails grew and lengthened rapidly like trees, and even grew huge hands. At the same time, its hind limbs and head also grew. At this moment, it looked like a huge, skinny humanoid monster. Ten Tails, who entered the second stage in an instant, broke free from the shackles of the cement on his body. He waved his 10 palms and dispersed all attacks in an instant, sending the fallen ninja coalition flying away. The ninja coalition forces were caught off guard by this sudden counterattack and fell to the ground one after another. Many people were injured and vomited blood. Damn it, this 10 tails is too strong. Naruto gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Sasuke looked at Naruto's embarrassed look and laughed proudly, you guys also want to defeat me? It's just a fool's errand. But the ninja coalition did not back down. They regrouped, their eyes full of determination. Advertisement. Ryuju shouted from a distance, everyone, don't mess up, reorganize the attack. Obito looked at 10 tails at his feet, he's becoming more and more disobedient. The columnar cells on Obito's arm surged, and once again condensed a conduit and inserted it into 10 tails, strengthening the connection with 9 tails. Not to be outdone, Sasuke also condensed a conduit from the sage jutsu organ next to his heart, broke through the skin and clothes on Sasuke's back, and was connected to 10 tails. Obito glanced sideways at Sasuke and suggested, go and deal with the people in the headquarters first. The Nara family members are very difficult to deal with. Sasuke did not reply to Obito's words, but said to Naruto, Naruto, watch carefully, you can't protect anything, these destructions all come from you. The 10 tails at his feet opened his mouth wide and condensed a cone-shaped tailed beast jade from it. His target was the coalition headquarters more than 10 kilometers away, where Narashikaku and Yamanakahiki were. Everyone knew the purpose of the two at this moment, but no one had the ability and strength to intercept or prevent this blow. Stop! Sasuke! Naruto shouted with eyes wide open when he saw this scene. Yamanaka Ino shouted with tears in her eyes, no! Sasuke! Her father was still at the command post, and she shouted, trying to wake up Sasuke's last vestige of conscience. But now Sasuke has long been possessed and only wants to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. How can he pay attention to the screams of a little woman? Shikamaru also stared wide-eyed. As smart as he was, he couldn't think of a way in this situation, and with this gap in hard power, there was no way. Senju Hashirama looked at the tailed beast jade that was still condensing and there was nothing he could do. His body was still too weak now. Maybe he could block this blow with the real tree Senju at his peak, but he definitely couldn't do it now. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato both threw kunao in their hands, trying to use the Flying Thunder God technique to take away the tailed beast jade, but 10 tails just blew the air, and the kunao were blown away. There is no way to reach 10 tails. Nagato tried to use the Rinnegan to control 10 tails to deflect the attack, but the two had already strengthened their control over 10 tails, and his control could not shake the orders of the two. Everyone knew their goal, but no one could stop it. The next moment, the cone-shaped tailed beast jade like a hill was shot out of 10 tails' mouth, falling in the direction of the coalition command headquarters like a mortar shell. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the tailed beast jade. Sasuke smiled, he wanted to watch this scene of destruction quietly. And everyone in the coalition can only look forward to a miracle happening. Chapter 219 The Savior appears. And in the blink of an eye, a dazzling golden meteor suddenly appeared in the sky, tearing the sky apart with the force of thunder, and slammed into the cone-shaped tailed beast jade. The next moment, the cone-shaped tailed beast jade suddenly stopped in the air, as if imprisoned by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, a voice as loud as a bell rang in everyone's ears, Sasuke, you are really capable. Are you trying to kill me? Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from with dumbfounded eyes. They saw a tall figure floating in the air, with shining golden chakra burning all over his body. The light was so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. He only used one hand to hold down the powerful tailed beast jade steadily, making it hover in mid-air, like a god who controls all things, exuding unparalleled majesty and domineering power. Advertisement. At this time, Hyuga figure became the only focus in the world, which was awe-inspiring. Sasuke's eyes widened, how could it be you? Where's Uchiha Madara? Didn't you ask him to stop you? Sasuke looks a little panicked now, mainly because the pressure placed on him by Hyuga is too great, and Hyuga's strength is too unfathomable. To this day, he has not heard of anyone defeating him. And Hyuga appears here, and Uchiha Madara, who was given high hopes, has probably failed. Seeing Sasuke's current state, Obito couldn't help but remind him, we haven't lost yet, 10 tails has entered the second stage. Even if Hyuga encounters a battle, it will consume a lot of energy, and there will not be much strength left. When everyone in the Ninja Alliance saw the appearance of Hyuga, their faces suddenly showed expressions of surprise and hope. Naruto shouted excitedly, Brother Mushu, you are here. His eyes were full of trust in Hyuga. Shikamaru let out a long breath and relaxed his frown slightly, father has been saved. Is he worthy of being called the savior of the ninja world? Senju Hashirama also showed a happy smile when he saw this scene, it's him. It seems that he has also embarked on the right path. This child's power has surpassed mine. There is hope for this genin world. Think back to what they said when they were reincarnated by Hyuga as his chess pieces. The ambition he revealed at that time was so huge that he didn't expect that he would also join the ninja camp. Senju Tobirama looked at Hyuga's figure and frowned. He didn't have a good impression of Hyuga who once wanted to control him. The solemn look on Terumi Mei's face eased slightly. As long as he appears, we will definitely be able to turn things around. Onaki said loudly, don't relax, everyone, let's fight together. Advertisement. In the headquarters, many ninjas who were ready to die also burst into cheers. They were saved, but who would want to die if they could live? Ryuju and others breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems we don't have to die. Then several ninjas ran into the headquarters. Oh no, Orochimaru escaped. Hearing this, everyone frowned again. Ryuju thought for a while and said, he should have escaped. He is no longer needed in the current battle situation. Don't chase them. You can't catch them. Continue to complete the task of protecting the headquarters. As he said, it is difficult for Orochimaru to cause any kind of storm in such a battle. Their primary goal is to defeat Sasuke and Obito. We should wait until the war is over to pursue Orochimaru. Hyuga looked at Sasuke and Obito with cold eyes. The golden chakra burning around him became more intense. Sasuke, Obito, your ambitions must stop here. Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted at Hyuga, Hyuga, don't think you can stop us like this. Obito also said immediately, even if you come, you can't change anything. Hyuga sneered, then let's give it a try. As Hyuga exerted force on his palm, the cone-shaped tailed beast jade turned upside down in one direction under Hyuga's gravitational pull. The reversed cone-shaped tailed beast jade whizzed towards Sasuke and Obito with thunderous momentum. Obito and Sasuke's expressions instantly became extremely ugly. They never expected that Hyuga would be so powerful and be able to control 10 tails tailed beast jade so easily and counterattack. Everyone in the Ninja Alliance was stunned when they saw this scene. Their originally tense heartstrings seemed to become even more tense at this moment, their eyes fixed on the tailed beast jade, not daring to express their anger. Naruto's mouth opened slightly, his eyes full of disbelief. Brother Mushu threw back the tailed beast jade. Killer Bee's eyes widened and he murmured to himself, this guy is simply a monster. Advertisement. Terumi Mei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Is this the strength of Hyuga? We may still underestimate him. The wrinkles on Granny Chiyo's face seemed to have deepened, and she was full of shock. It seems that I did not misjudge the person back then. Maintaining friendship between Tsunagakure village and the Federation was an extremely correct decision. Before she died, she asked Gaara to take charge of Tsunagakure and establish a good relationship with Konoha and the Federation. At that time, her idea was to take a fancy to the potential of Naruto and Kyanba Muxio, and at that time, Tsunagakure was extremely weak and needed allies. I just left those last words, but I didn't expect it would have such an effect. I just hope that after the war is over, this may not be something a dead man should think about. There was a glimmer of hope in Konan's eyes. As expected of him, he can always bring victory. No matter what the Akatsuki organization's mission is, Hyuga can always use his powerful strength and strategy to complete it perfectly. So in the Akatsuki organization, Hyuga always goes on missions alone. Onaki looked at the surprised expressions of the people around him and sighed, you haven't seen the true strength of Hyuga. Uchiha Madara was defeated by him. That was a ninja who combined the Samsara Eye and Sharingan. Onaki had the tendency to become Hyuga Kibuki after witnessing the battle between Hyuga and Uchiha Madara. He has surpassed me. Senju Hashirama said happily when he saw this scene, and there was no jealousy in his heart. The stronger Hyuga was, but it showed that the safer the ninja world would be, the more peaceful the world would be in the future. Senju Tobirama glanced sideways at his brother. Based on his understanding of his brother, he had already guessed his brother's thoughts. The more invincible Hyuga showed, the more worried he was about the safety of Konoha. He knew best from studying the Uchiha clan that the strong strength may not give birth to Senju Hashirama, but it can definitely become Uchiha Madara. I don't eat beef. JPG. No wonder they were so shocked. The power contained in the tailed beast jade was something they had never seen before, and such an attack was thrown back by Hyuga as if it was random. What kind of strength is this? Chapter 220 Hyuga's strategy. Sasuke and Obito tried their best to resist the whizzing cone-tailed beast Tama. Obito instantly opened Kamui and wanted to transfer the tailed beast jade into it, but the powerful power actually caused unstable fluctuations in his space. The two of them could only work together to order 10 tails to condense another tailed beast jade and shoot it towards the cone-shaped tailed beast jade in the air. At this time, Naruto also separated several shadow clone, shuttled among the Ninja Alliance, passing his 9 tails chakra to everyone. Sasuke and Obito also ordered 10 tails to wrap 10 tails together to protect them. Advertisement. Boom. The two-tailed beast jade collided together, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The powerful energy impact spread in all directions, causing landslides and ground cracks wherever it went. Facing such an explosion, Hyuga stood motionless in the sky, overlooking the situation on the battlefield. Everyone in the Ninja Alliance was relatively far away from the explosion, and because of the protection of the 9 tails chakra left by Naruto, they were all safe. 10 tails, Obito and Sasuke faced the explosion, and it was not easy. Sasuke and Obito were shocked by the aftermath of the explosion, and even 10 tails roared in pain. Seeing this scene through the protection of 10 tails, Hyuga seemed satisfied, and then flew towards the Ninja Alliance. Hyuga fell back to the ground, and everyone who was familiar with Hyuga came over. Shikaku and Ino bowed to Hyuga together, "Thank you for saving our father." Hyuga waved his hand gently and said with grace, "I am the commander of the coalition forces. This is what I should do. I will fight with you next." Nagato also asked at this time, "How's it going over there?" Hyuga nodded, "It's done. Kabuto Yakushi has joined our camp. He has already gone to look for Uchiha Itachi's body." Uchiha Itachi's body was moved away by Sasuke. He doesn't know where it is now, but he should be able to find it. As long as Uchiha Itachi appears in person, he will be able to persuade Sasuke. As Hyuga said, this is the next step in his script. He has just gone to Kabuto Yakushi to let him return to the Ninja Alliance camp, and arranged for him to retrieve Uchiha Itachi's body and reincarnate him in the dirt, waiting for the opportunity. Let Uchiha Itachi appear to persuade Uchiha Sasuke to return to the right path. Great! Upon hearing Hyuga's plan, Naruto excitedly smacked his palms. Advertisement. Hyuga sighed softly, "I just hope I can catch up. I'm afraid the next battle will be left to you. My eye power is a bit consumed and I can't display much strength." It was a bit of a bluff just now. Hyuga showed a weak look, and everyone present, even Tsunade, could not see any problem. Naruto patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." Hyuga came to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama at this time and took out 2 copies of Hashirama cells. "I'm here to restore some strength to you too. Your current body is too restrictive for you too." When Hashirama heard this, he clapped his palms excitedly, "Ha ha ha, great, I can finally use Sage Jutsu. This look is exactly the same as Naruto's, it can only be said that he is the reincarnation of Chakra." Hyuga divided the Hashirama cell in his hand into 2 halves and placed them on Hashirama and Tobirama's chests. Flesh and blood surged, and the 2 pieces of flesh and blood completely merged with their bodies, which also restored a lot of their strength. After hearing Hyuga's words, everyone became more determined in their belief in victory. At this time, Sasuke and Obito also felt how weak Hyuga was now. Sasuke said with some excitement, "Sure enough, the battle with Uchiha Madara has exhausted his physical strength. Coupled with the truth-seeking ball he just reversed, he should just be bluffing." Obito looked at Sasuke's excited look, and for some reason a trace of pity flashed through his heart. The silly boy thought that Hyuga could be defeated. If he could truly know Hyuga's strength, he probably wouldn't think so. But he won't tell Sasuke the truth. If Sasuke doesn't become 10 tails Jinchuriki, he will be the wronged one. He doesn't have that ambition now. Now he just wants to complete the task left by Hyuga, and after completing it, he will go to Nohara-rin to compete for her heart. Obito's expression remained unchanged, "Then let's deal with them quickly." The 2 regrouped and launched another attack on the ninja coalition. 10 tails raised its 10 hands high in the air, and countless wooden thorns separated from its hands, and shot towards the ninja coalition like raindrops. Senju Hashirama took a step forward and clasped his hands together, instantly entering Sage mode, and black Sage facial makeup appeared on Hashirama's face. Advertisement. Sage Art Myojinman. The next moment, 10 red Myojin gates fell from the sky and hit the 10 tails of 10 tails, firmly suppressing 10 tails' 10 hands, making it unable to continue firing wooden spikes. Naruto was not to be outdone at this time, and condensed a spiral shuriken in his hand. "Everyone, let's go together." Many Ninja Alliance ninjas wrapped in tailed beast chakra also followed Naruto and killed Obito and Sasuke. However, 10 tails power is extremely powerful. Even if it is suppressed, it still keeps struggling in an attempt to fight back. Its head, which had not yet been crushed, condensed a tailed beast jade and shot it towards everyone. Relying on the chakra of 9 tails, Naruto linked everyone together and transformed into a giant red bird. He faced the tailed beast jade resolutely without any dodge. "You're just asking for death," Sasuke shouted. The giant red bird vibrated its wings and hit the tailed beast jade head-on without hesitation. What was amazing was that it directly smashed the tailed beast jade into pieces. The giant red bird continued to fly towards the 2 of them. "Well done." The people behind also cheered and rushed towards 10 tails together. Later, Hyuga put his hand under his chin as if thinking about his next plan. But in fact, he was thinking about how Naruto did it, relying on 9 tails chakra to crush 10 tails tailed beast jade. This is really weird. Could it be that Arajura's chakra plays a role again? Or is it the power of fetters in the legend? In the original work, Neji sacrificed his power to the sky, but what is the situation now? Sasuke saw that the situation was not good, and a panicked look appeared on his face. Obito gritted his teeth and said bitterly, just delay it for 10 more minutes, and 10 tails will evolve immediately. A trace of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes, I will fight to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke and Obito planned to use all their strength to resist the fierce attack of the Ninja Alliance. Chapter 221 The war resumes, the delayed battle. Obito once again condensed several Kamui shurikens and shot them in an attempt to cause interference, but they were successfully intercepted by the attacks of the ninja coalition. Sasuke threw the Kusanagi sword into the sky, releasing the power of the powerful lightning style, activating the Sage Jutsu organ to induce natural energy. Thunder and lightning gathered into blue-white light pillars that fell straight down from the sky and hit the giant red bird. However, the red giant bird's 9 tails chakra shone brightly, and it was able to withstand this powerful lightning-style attack. Naruto roared angrily, and his power surged out again, leading everyone to break through the obstacles of thunder and lightning, and continued to approach Sasuke and Obito. Advertisement. However, the giant red bird became a little swaying at this time. Naruto used his last strength to throw the spiral shuriken in his hand and shot it at Sasuke and Obito. After doing all this, 9 tails chakra could no longer hold up and led everyone back to the ground. The tailed beast chakra wrapped around Naruto has disappeared. Even a chakra as huge as 9 tails cannot withstand such consumption. He was panting heavily, and it was considered that he had lost most of his combat power, which would require a long period of recovery. Sasuke and Obito looked at the incoming attack and at the same time opened Suzanu's frame to protect themselves. But the attack did not fall on the two of them as expected. Instead, it turned in the air and struck behind the two of them, cutting off the conduit connecting them to 10 tails. That's fine, 10 tails has been sealed and cannot display its strength. Obito said, I will use Kamui to take away a few strong men, and the battlefield here will be left to you. Obito was the first to fix his eyes on Kakashi who had arrived in front of him and Hotaki Sakumo next to him, and instantly burst out the space ninjutsu, bringing the two of them into the Kamui space without any accident. Then he jumped towards the many strong men who rushed over, and brought Namikaze Minato into the Kamui space. Then he himself followed into the Kamui space, and he was going to complete his final mission. Let Sasuke become 10 tails Jinchuriki, and he will do the final cleansing and redemption. Sasuke looked at the direction where Obito disappeared, his eyes became more solemn. The enemy he faces now is the strongest people in the entire ninja world united together, and he only has himself. Looking at Naruto being protected, Sasuke showed a trace of disdain in his eyes. Only the weak would seek protection from others. He wanted to be the strongest in the world, how could he fall here? Advertisement. The ninja coalition did not relax at all because of Obito's departure, and they launched a fierce attack on Sasuke again. Sasuke stamped his foot and gave an order to 10 tails, and grey monsters began to separate from 10 tails' body. They all turned into monsters and attacked the ninja coalition. The next moment, Sasuke also jumped down and fell into the ninja alliance. He waved the Kusanagi sword, and the sword flowers flew up and down, instantly taking the lives of countless people. Without the protection of the 9 tails chakra, they became the most ordinary ninjas again. Facing enemies like Sasuke, they didn't even have the ability to fight back. Because Sasuke had just established a connection with 10 tails, his physical strength, chakra, and eye power were all restored to their peak state by 10 tails. This can be regarded as his only advantage against many strong men now. The enemies he will face are Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama of Konoha village. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto are already in a semi-offline state. They have experienced continuous battles, and these two people have consumed all the chakra. If you want a few people to regain their fighting strength, it will take time to recover. In Uegakure village, there are 2 people, Wu and Onaki. Tsunagakure village, Raza, Gaara, and his son, and Chiyo's mother-in-law. Cloud Hidden village, 3rd Raikage, 4th Raikage, Killer Bee. Kirigakure, 2nd Mizukage Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei. The enemies Sasuke faced were all powerful, with the lowest being at the cage level. Sasuke took a deep breath, the Kusanagi sword in his hand burned with the immortal flames of Amaterasu, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that this would be an extremely difficult battle, but his pride did not allow him to back down. Senju Hashirama took the lead, and a huge wooden dragon swept towards Sasuke. Sasuke dodged and avoided the blow. At the same time, the Kusanagi sword in his hand swung out a black flame sword energy. The wooden dragon burned and flew a short distance before completely falling to the ground. Senju Tobirama took the opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly appeared behind Sasuke, stabbing him with a kunai in his hand. Advertisement. Sasuke reacted very quickly and turned around to block the kunai with his sword. At this moment, Onoki controlled dust style to form a huge cube and envelope Sasuke. Sasuke's samsara eye lit up on his forehead, and a light blue transparent shield appeared next to his body, absorbing all dust style. Gaara controlled the sand and rushed towards Sasuke from all directions. Sasuke used Susanoo, condensed the human form, and jumped out of the range of the sand. Luo Sha was waiting for an opportunity and took action in an instant. Shajin condensed a sand hand in the air, pulled Sasuke back to the ground, and threw him to the ground. The third Raikage and the fourth Raikage rushed towards Sasuke at extremely fast speeds, and kicked Sasuke's Susanoo from the sky, but Sasuke could only open his 8-foot mirror to block it. Facing the rebound ability of the 8-foot mirror, the two of them were immediately repelled by their own strength. At this time, Anato Kanazuki and Terumi Mei also performed the joint water-style ninjutsu. The huge water flow suddenly submerged Sasuke. The two controlled the water flow to continuously restrain Sasuke's movement. The next moment, the complete Susanoo appeared again, and the water style of the two Mizukages was defeated. Sasuke stood on top of Susanoo's head, overlooking the Genin coalition. There are too many ants, which is really troublesome, but the fun ends here. Sasuke controlled the complete Susanoo, drew out the katana from his waist, and slashed at the people at his feet. Sasuke now feels that since Naruto and Minato are not around, he can't just manipulate these people. But he didn't expect that there was Senju Hashirama among the crowd. Senju Hashirama shouted loudly, formed seals with his hands, and countless huge trees rose from the ground, blocking Sasuke's powerful blow. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." Hashirama's eyes were full of majesty. Sasuke sneered, "Senju Hashirama, do you think you can still stop me?" After saying that, Sasuke used his strength again, and the katana in Susanoo's hand ignited blazing black flames. The black flames continued to burn the trees, and the katana continued to draw towards everyone. Senju Hashirama strikes again, wood-style laughing Buddha's technique. In an instant, several wooden palms sprouted from the ground and grabbed the katana. Wood-style wooden golem's technique. The trees at Senju Hashirama's feet grew rapidly, and a giant wooden golem appeared, which was comparable in size to the complete Susanoo. Chapter 222 Uchiha Sasuke is defeated again, defeating Susanoo 4 times. The moment the wooden golem appeared, it slammed into Sasuke's complete Susanoo. Sasuke had to abandon his long sword and collide with the wooden golem, starting the most primitive wrestling. When the two sides were in a stalemate, Senju Tobirama and Killer Bee, who had not made a move, took action at the same time. Water-style Water Dragon Bite. Tailed Beast Jade. Senju Tobirama formed a seal with his hands, and used the pool of water left by Terumi Mei and Ghost Light Gengetsu on the ground to activate this ninjutsu. Advertisement. All the water on the ground rushed into the sky, converging into a huge water dragon that kept circling in the sky. And Killer Bee also completely transformed into 8 tails from the tailed beast, jumped into the air, and in his mouth was the tailed beast jade that had been condensed for a long time. Suiryu and tailed beast Tama simultaneously attacked Sasuke, who was wrestling with the wooden golem. The water dragon circled and bit into the complete Susanoo. The huge impact made Sasuke's complete Susanoo tremble. But Sasuke didn't back down. He opened his eyes angrily, shouted loudly, and unleashed the chakra in his body again. The light on Susanoo's body grew stronger, and he resisted the double attacks. Then Susanoo raised his foot and kicked wooden golem, causing him to take a few steps back. Sasuke slashed at the wooden golem with his sword, and the sharp sword wind roared out. However, Senju Hashirama controlled the wooden golem to dodge sideways flexibly, and at the same time stretched out his huge wooden palm and swatted at Susanoo. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and he controlled the Susanoo to vibrate its wings and instantly flew into the air, avoiding this heavy blow. Immediately afterwards, he held the handle of the knife with both hands and used the force of his dive to strike hard at the wooden golem's head. Senju Hashirama quickly formed seals with his hands, and the wooden golem's body instantly grew countless thick branches, intertwining into a protective net to block Sasuke's slashing attack. Upon seeing this, Sasuke's Rinnegan flashed, and a powerful repulsive force burst out from Susanoo's body, breaking the branches. At this time, Senju Hashirama once again injected the condensed Sage Jutsu Chakra into the wooden golem at his feet. The wooden golem suddenly burst into green light, and its power seemed to be further enhanced. Wooden golem waved its huge fist, and with the sound of howling wind, it hit Susanoo. Advertisement. Sasuke showed no fear and controlled the Susanoo to attack with the same fierce force. The two behemoths hit each other fist to fist. A loud noise was heard and the ground around them trembled. From behind, Hyuga took out a scroll and handed it to Cho. The last scroll left by Scorpion can aggregate the waste parts of the puppet to form a new giant puppet. This is the scroll behind the scorpion corpse that Hyuga went to take away. After returning, Hyuga also studied the principle of this scroll and enhanced its effect. The scroll that originally could only fuse 100 puppets was upgraded to unlimited by Hyuga, and can be used as long as the chakra is sufficient. However, Scorpion, who was originally the driver, has died. Without the puppet core as the driver, Hyuga can also use his reincarnation mental power as energy to activate. Hyuga raised his head and looked at the clouds on the horizon, as if he was remembering his dead friend. I said it back then, Scorpion didn't lose to your puppetry, but to your feelings. As he spoke, Hyuga pointed to the sinkhole in the distance, where there were more than 2,000 blown-up puppets, signaling Cho to use them to activate the scroll. Cho took the scroll with trembling hands and gently stroked the lines on it, as if stroking a treasure. He defeated Xiao during his lifetime, but Xiao only lost to his own feelings. He made himself an unintentional puppet, but he could not escape human emotions. Cho opened the scroll tremblingly and saw a big deficit written on it. Then Cho injected chakra into the scroll, and with the input of chakra, the scroll floated. The next moment, countless chakra threads shot out from the scroll, turning into a chakra wave that swept towards the many puppet fragments in the pit. Chiyo's figure at this time seemed to overlap with that of Xia, Red Secret Book the Troop Ensemble. With this sound of falling, the puppet waste pieces trembled one after another, as if they had been given new life. They quickly combined and spliced together, and a huge puppet gradually took shape. Its size was already comparable to the wooden golem, but it could not be activated yet. Hyuga sighed in praise. Yes, Xia is indeed an artist, he looks very good. As he spoke, Hyuga condensed a golden spirit ball in his hand and shot it into the puppet's body. Advertisement. The spirit ball came to the puppet and quickly integrated into the giant puppet's body. After the giant puppet was injected with the spirit ball, its eyes instantly lit up, and it slowly raised its arms, exuding a powerful aura. The battle between Sasuke and Senju temporarily stopped, and they both turned their attention to this powerful existence that suddenly appeared. Hyuga did not control the giant puppet, but handed over the control to Cho, who was holding the scroll. After all, he is not a genuine puppet master, so this kind of thing should be left to professionals. Cho looked at the giant puppet that came to life in front of him, and was filled with emotion. His grandson's work could be seen in his hands again. He placed the scroll in front of him, formed seals with his hands and controlled the giant puppet to kill Sasuke. Sasuke snorted, and Susanoo raised his katana again and slashed towards the puppet. The fragments of the puppet's arm surged, and a shield condensed in its hand, with a golden light glowing on it. That golden light is because the puppet itself relies on the spirit ball created by Hyuga's reincarnation eye. Of course, it can use the part of the eye power left by Hyuga. The shield in the giant puppet's hand collided fiercely with Susanoo's katana, causing dazzling sparks to burst out. Sasuke felt a powerful counterattack and was shocked. But the giant puppet didn't feel well either, and the puppet fragments on the shield were scattered. Cho controlled the puppet to take advantage of the situation and launch an attack. The puppet's other hand quickly made a fist and punched Susanoo. Sasuke reacted quickly and controlled Susanoo to dodge sideways. At this moment, Senju Hashirama once again commanded the wooden golem to join the battle, and the wooden golem's huge palm slapped towards Sasuke. Sasuke roared angrily, injected all the chakra into the Susanoo, and withstood the wooden golem's attack. Facing the continuous attacks of the wooden golem and the puppets, Sasuke could only control the Susanoo to fly into the sky. At this time, the giant puppet's chest shot out several thick arrows towards Susanoo in the air. Not to be outdone, wooden golem separated two wooden dragons from its body and flew into Susanoo's air. Sasuke controlled Susanoo to dodge left and right in the air, avoiding most of the attacks, but a few arrows and parts of the wooden dragon still hit Susanoo, causing his body to shake. Chapter 223 Naruto's Prayer. Sasuke dodged left and right in the air, but it was still difficult to completely avoid all attacks. Several heavy arrows and parts of the wooden dragon hit his Susanoo firmly. The Susanoo's figure shook violently, and Sasuke's face became extremely ugly. The giant puppet controlled by Cho had no intention of stopping at all. The puppet's arms waved again, and a dense burst of hidden weapons shot towards Sasuke like a rainstorm. The wooden golem commanded by Senju Hashirama also continued to attack, with thick branches stabbing Susanoo in the air like spears. Sasuke could only continue to dodge in the air while slashing out his sword energy to break the numerous attacks that were coming at him. Advertisement. Sasuke was struggling to deal with attacks from all sides in the air, and his Susanoo was already scarred under the intensive attack. The giant puppet controlled by Cho kept firing hidden weapons, shouting, "Sasuke, today is the end of you." The wooden golem commanded by Senju Hashirama was also merciless, shooting thick branches at Susanoo like sharp arrows, while shouting loudly, "Stop your madness, otherwise there will be only destruction." Sasuke gritted his teeth and roared, "Only you can't defeat me." He waved the katana in his hand desperately, trying to cut off the incoming attack. However, the combined attacks of everyone became more and more fierce. Killer Bee, who has fully transformed into a tailed beast, also joins the battle, spraying powerful tailed beast lianya from his mouth. Sasuke's defense gradually collapsed under the constant attacks, and huge cracks appeared in Susanoo's armor. Gaara and Raza also controlled the sand mixed with placer gold to form a huge vortex, rolling it towards Susanoo, and cooperated to pull one of his legs. Nagato also created a planetary devastation to restrain Sasuke's movement with gravity. Susanoo's body movement was restricted. Under this irresistible and powerful force, Sasuke could no longer hold on. With a loud bang, the Susanoo was completely shattered. Sasuke fell straight from the air and hit Ten Tails hard on the back. Advertisement. In an instant, many people rushed towards Ten Tails' position. They wanted to give Sasuke the final blow to end this war. Just when everyone was running towards Sasuke, who fell from the sky and hit Ten Tails hard on the back, trying to give him the final blow to end the war, a figure came as fast as lightning and blocked everyone. This person was Naruto. He looked anxious and sincere, opened his hands and shouted loudly, "Please stop and give me a chance to persuade Sasuke." Naruto's voice was full of eagerness and determination, and he looked at everyone with burning eyes, full of prayer. He was breathing heavily, big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his expression was tense and determined. "Sasuke is my friend. I believe I can make him come back. The bond between us is very deep. I don't want to see him killed by you like this. Please trust me once and give me this chance." Naruto plopped down on his knees and said loudly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Everyone looked at Naruto standing in front of them and stopped for a moment. At the same time, everyone had different reactions. "What did you say? Sasuke killed so many of our companions, it is absolutely unforgivable." Fourth Hokage angrily kicked Naruto away in front of him and continued to run towards Ten Tails. But the next moment Naruto hugged Fourth Hokage's thigh tightly. "Get away!" Fourth Hokage was furious and wanted to throw Naruto away with brute force, but he couldn't move even half an inch, and his feet felt like they were wearing 10,000-pound shackles. "Master Hokage, please believe me. Sasuke must still have the possibility to turn back." Naruto hugged Fourth Hokage's thigh tightly, his voice firm and persistent. At this time, Jiraiya stepped forward, looked at Naruto and said slowly, "Naruto, your friendship for your friends is admirable, but the crime committed by Sasuke cannot be ignored. Forgive." Naruto raised his head, his eyes full of determination. "Teacher Jiraiya, I understand everyone's anger, but we in Konoha are also responsible for Sasuke reaching this point. I believe that as long as he is given a chance, he will be able to find himself again." Gaara stood aside, thought for a moment and then said, "Naruto, I understand your mood, but this is related to the life and death of many people and the future of the ninja world. You cannot rely solely on your emotions." Naruto gritted his teeth. "Gaara, you have also experienced pain and darkness in the past, and you can best feel Sasuke's current emotions. Can't you give Sasuke a chance?" Advertisement. Granny Cho sighed, "Naruto, this child has been lost too deeply, I'm afraid it will be difficult to turn back." Naruto stood up and looked around at everyone. "Everyone, I guarantee with my personality that if Sasuke can't turn back, I am willing to bear all the blame with him." Fourth Hokage was furious. "What qualifications do you have to take responsibility? How can we face those dead people?" said Fourth Hokage angrily punched Naruto in the face. At this moment, another person took action and firmly held down Fourth Hokage's fist. Fourth Hokage raised his head and saw Senju Hashirama's serious face. Senju Hashirama looked at Naruto's current state and felt very sympathetic. He and Uchiha Madara were not like this back then. "I can understand your mood. Why don't you all give Naruto a chance for my sake? I just heard Zayazuna tell the story about the child. There is indeed a reason for Konoha. Even if it is given to him this time, let me save my face." Hokage's body paused, and 10,000 grass and mud horses ran through his mind. "How can you, a dead man, have any dignity? After the war, you left and returned to the Pure Land. Who can I exchange this favor with?" But he didn't have any solution yet. The gap in strength was already before his eyes, and he had no choice if he didn't want this face. But there was one person at the scene who could not give Senju Hashirama face, and that was his younger brother Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama said coldly, "Brother, have you forgotten what happened to Uchiha Madara? It was your soft-heartedness that indirectly caused this situation. If you had listened to my suggestion and killed the Uchiha clan directly, things like this wouldn't have happened, right?" Senju Hashirama was also choked and speechless. After all, the facts were right in front of him. He couldn't believe it, but if he had it to do over again, he would definitely make the same decision. With that said, Senju Tobirama was going to personally deal with the evil Uchiha kid. Naruto stood in front of Senju Tobirama again. "Uncle second generation Kage-wa, I beg you." Senju Tobirama glared at Naruto and shouted, "Kid, don't block my way." Naruto did not flinch and said loudly, "Tobirama-sama, I know you have prejudices against the Uchiha clan, but Sasuke is different." Chapter 224 Ten Tails Perfect Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama sneered, "What's the difference? People from the Uchiha clan are full of ambition and cannot be trusted." Naruto took a deep breath and looked firmly. "Sasuke has experienced too much pain, and his heart is not completely dark. I believe that as long as he is given warmth and understanding, he can get rid of the shackles of hatred." At this moment, Terumi May stepped forward and said, "Naruto, your ideas are too naive. Sasuke has committed numerous crimes, which cannot be easily erased by you with a few words. Naruto bit his lip and responded, Sir Terumi May, I know this is difficult, but I am willing to use my actions to prove it. Killer Bee also spoke, Naruto, although I admire your courage, I can't stand on your side this time. Advertisement. A trace of disappointment flashed in Naruto's eyes, but soon a light of hope ignited, everyone, please, believe me again. At this time, Oniki, who had been silent all the time, said slowly, Naruto, I am moved by your persistence, but this is related to the safety of the entire ninja world, and it cannot be based on your enthusiasm alone. Naruto clenched his fists, Master Tsuchikage, I know this is risky, but if we don't give Sasuke a chance, we will forever lose the possibility of letting him return to the right path. Everyone fell into silence for a while, and the atmosphere was tense and solemn. At this moment, Sasuke's weak voice in the distance sounded again, Naruto, I don't need your mercy. I have my own path to follow. Ten Tails entered the third stage, and the originally skinny monster's muscles expanded. The next moment, Ten Tails' body flowed into Sasuke's body like a whirlpool, until Ten Tails disappeared, and the original Sasuke had turned into a white sphere. Then the white ball burst, exploding white feathers all over the sky. Sasuke, holding a Zen staff with 8 truth-seeking balls behind his back, and his whole body turned white, reappeared in front of everyone, symbolizing Sasuke's transformation into an immortal and becoming a sage of 6 paths level. Exists. Sasuke from Ten Tails' Jinchuriki was suspended in the air, exuding an extremely powerful aura. He looked at everyone indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes. Raikage and others now wanted to punch Naruto to death. If he hadn't stopped him, Sasuke might have been dead, and the current situation would not have happened. Advertisement. But at this point, there is no other way but to try to defeat him. Cho and Senju Hashirama once again controlled the wooden golem and the giant puppet to attack Sasuke again. The hidden weapons and wooden spears combined with countless attacks swept towards Sasuke. And Sasuke just waved the Zen staff in his hand to smash all the attacks. The next moment, he dived in the direction of the wooden golem and the giant puppet. Seeing Sasuke rushing towards him with great force, Cho and Senju looked solemn. Senju quickly formed seals between the pillars, and the branches of the wooden golem instantly intertwined into a huge protective net, trying to block Sasuke's impact. However, Sasuke's power was too strong. With a wave of his Zen staff, the protective net instantly shattered, and the wooden golem was cut off again. The giant puppet controlled by Cho hurriedly stretched out its arms, trying to resist Sasuke's attack. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the arms of the giant puppet were cut off by Sasuke. Then Sasuke stabbed the puppet's chest directly, shattering the spirit ball inside. The next moment, the huge puppet exploded and turned into scrap metal again. Damn it! Chiyo's face turned pale. At this time, everyone else also used their strongest ninjutsu to attack Sasuke. Gaara and Raza controlled the sand and placer gold to form huge spikes that stabbed Sasuke. Sasuke, however, just turned sideways slightly and dodged the attack. Killer Bee once again sprayed out the tailed beast cannon and shot at Sasuke together with Nagato's condensed Shura cannon, but Sasuke waved his Zen staff and scattered the tailed beast cannon. Senju Tobirama appeared next to Sasuke at this time and threw out a dozen detonating charms. The detonating charms channeled each other and instantly caused a huge explosion. Tandem paper bombs activate. Senju Tobirama reused the Flying Thunder God and returned to the ranks of the Ninja Alliance. The explosion overwhelmed Sasuke for a while, but after the explosion gradually dissipated, Sasuke remained unscathed. The truth-seeking ball condensed in his hand blocked all damage. Advertisement. Then Sasuke rushed towards the coalition forces, the Senju pillars formed seals again, and the Myojin gate fell from the sky again. The Myojin gate that could even restrict Ten Tails was now easily shattered by Sasuke. Faced with Sasuke flying close to the ground, everyone made a defensive posture, preparing to face Sasuke's attack. But the next moment, Sasuke fell to the ground uncontrollably, the flesh and blood all over his body swelled, and his body was filled with chakra, facing the same situation as Obito in the original work. His consciousness is constantly being eroded by the power of Ten Tails and his memory is deprived. If Sasuke cannot survive this threshold, he will become a puppet of Ten Tails and completely lose his consciousness. Everyone also saw that Sasuke's current state was not right, and they were about to rush forward to deal with Sasuke. Hyuga appeared at this moment and stood in front of everyone. Your attacks will not be effective. He is now the ancestor of chakra. Ordinary chakra attacks cannot cause damage to him. Only Taijutsu and Sage Jutsu can cause damage. Taking this opportunity, I will transplant the Sage Jutsu seal to you, which will allow you to use the Sage Jutsu chakra to a certain extent. Saying that, Hyuga entered Sage mode for the first time in a long time, and the familiar chakra snake appeared next to Hyuga again. Under such circumstances, no one would doubt Hyuga's purpose. After all, the world is already in danger. Hyuga transplanted Sage Jutsu curse seals on everyone except Naruto, Jiraiya, Senju Hashirama, and Metkai. Even several dead people were transplanted with Sage Jutsu curse seals by Hyuga. Especially 4th Hokage, he is the second Taijutsu master besides Metkai, and the master most likely to crush the truth-seeking ball. When Hyuga was transplanting the Sage Jutsu seal to everyone, in Sasuke's mental consciousness, his body was constantly being torn apart by the roots of 10 tails, taking away his left arm and his own memory. Then the left arm with the memory of Uchiha Fugaku, then the right arm with the memory of Uchiha Mikoto. The family portrait was torn apart by the roots of 10 tails, until the memory of Uchiha Itachi came. Sasuke couldn't bear it anymore and burst out with a roar. All the pain and anger he had experienced burst out at this moment. The swelling all over Sasuke's body was suppressed in the next moment. He regained control of his body and regained his memory and consciousness. He has managed to become the perfect Jinchuriki of 10 tails. Chapter 225 Changes in the Sky and Earth, Endless Natural Disasters. After Sasuke successfully became the perfect Jinchuriki of 10 tails, he stood up slowly, his eyes revealing a firmness and calmness that he had never seen before. Everyone looked at Sasuke at this moment and couldn't help but feel nervous, but they were also ready to fight to the death. Naruto rushed forward first and shouted, "Sasuke, let's put an end to this." The chakra in his body surged and he performed Sage Jutsu Raise Nan. With a slight wave of the six-path Zen staff in Sasuke's hand, he easily blocked Naruto's attack and knocked Naruto back at the same time. "Naruto, you are still so naive." At this time, the wrinkled 3rd Hokage who was in the curse seal state was not to be outdone. His whole body shined with lightning style, and he rushed towards Sasuke at an extremely fast speed, and his hand came with the power of thunder and lightning. Advertisement. Sasuke paid great attention to it and used several truth-seeking balls to resist. The 3rd Hokage's finger hit the truth-seeking ball's defense and tore a hole, but there was no progress after that. Gaara and Raza controlled the sand to form huge sand waves, trying to restrict Sasuke's movements. However, Sasuke just stamped his foot lightly, and the powerful force shook the sand away. Senju Hashirama once again summoned the huge wooden golem and launched a fierce confrontation with Sasuke. The wooden golem's fists hit Sasuke like a violent storm, but Sasuke smashed the wooden golem into pieces. Killer Bee wields 8 knives and wants to fight Sasuke in close combat. But Sasuke stabbed his chest with his palm, and 8 tails was still held by Sasuke. Then Sasuke tried to take away 8 tails, but Senju Tobirama saved him in the end. Sasuke looked at the people struggling to resist in front of him, with a sneer on his face. He held the Zen staff tightly with both hands, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Seeing this, 4th Hokage roared and rushed forward, his whole body shining with lightning style. Sasuke was not in a hurry, sideways avoiding 4th Hokage's attack at a very fast speed, and at the same time kicked him in the abdomen, causing 4th Hokage to fall heavily to the ground. Senju Tobirama tried to use the Flying Thunder God technique to sneak attack Sasuke, but Sasuke was keenly aware of it. Sasuke waved his Zen staff with his backhand, and a powerful energy wave was shot towards Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama had to give up the attack and dodge. Terumi May performed the cursed version of lava style, and the highly corrosive liquid rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke snorted and had to let the truth-seeking ball turn into a shield to block it, easily blocking the lava style technique. Granny Cho controlled the remaining puppets to attack. Sasuke just pointed a finger, an array of light flashed, and the puppets instantly turned into ashes. Advertisement. Oniki and Wu teamed up to perform the curse seal dust style, and a powerful attack was shot towards Sasuke. At one time, countless Sage Jutsu attacks were directed towards Sasuke, and Sasuke had to dodge one after another. Sasuke looked at the people in front of him who were chasing him and attacking him desperately, and the anger in his heart burst out like a volcano. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were chattering. "Why? Why don't you let me go?" he roared in his heart. "Which of you can truly understand the pain I have experienced? The power I pursue is just to avenge those who hurt me." He thought of the catastrophe suffered by the Uchiha family, of his brother Itachi's cold and determined eyes, and of the countless days and nights he spent wandering and struggling alone in the darkness. "I just want to resurrect my relatives, what's wrong with this?" Sasuke was roaring in his heart, and his body was shaking slightly with anger. "I have lost too much. You so-called righteous people are just a group of selfish guys." His eyes were full of anger, as if he wanted to burn the world to death. Hyuga secretly praised Sasuke's current state in his heart. "It's simply great. Sasuke's current state will definitely be able to better develop the power of 10 tails. Come on. Only by developing the power of 10 tails to the limit, Princess Kaguya can we resurrect better. The foundation of chakra is the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. The reason why most of the strong men in this world go to extremes is because of their strong spirit. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Nagato, these people are the best examples. This even includes Hyuga, who experienced great pain and terror when he was a boy, and his mental energy surpassed that of most people. So as long as he can keep up with physical exercise, the chakra extraction speed will be very fast. Sasuke is now in an absolutely furious state and can certainly better develop the power of 10 tails. And secretly, Heiju was also very excited. Yes, that's it, more angry and more painful. In anger, Sasuke completely wrapped himself in the truth-seeking ball, no longer paying attention to the attacks from the outside world. Advertisement. And Hyuga saw Sasuke in the truth-seeking ball forming dozens of seals with his hands in a row. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, strong winds roared, flying sand and rocks. The sky was covered with dark clouds, with lightning and thunder, and thick bolts of lightning shuttled through the clouds like silver snakes, striking straight towards the battlefield. The ground began to tremble violently, and huge gaps appeared in the ground, as if everyone was going to be swallowed up. Raging flames spurted out from the ground, hot magma flowed, and everywhere it touched was scorched earth. The heavy rain poured down, quickly forming a rapid torrent, mixed with rocks and soil, sweeping everything. Mountain peaks collapsed, boulders rolled down, and the roar was deafening. The entire battlefield instantly fell into extreme chaos and panic. The ninjas appeared extremely small and fragile in the face of these sudden multiple natural disasters. Hyuga floated in the air and had already recognized this move. 10 Tails' ability can cause natural disasters to erupt in the surrounding environment. Sasuke's truth-seeking ball shield dissipated and he looked at the hell-like scene at his feet, pain, moan, struggle. Then die. Every resistance of yours is just a drama to please me. Fourth Hokage struggled to steady his body and roared, Sasuke, you madman. Sasuke was unmoved, his eyes revealed determination and coldness, this is what you will get for opposing me. Naruto looked at this doomsday scene, feeling extremely anxious. He shouted at Sasuke, Sasuke, stop quickly, this will ruin everything. Sasuke sneered, Naruto, you are too naive, this world should be reshaped. You are the nourishment of the new world. Senju Hashirama frowned and used wood style to resist some disasters and protect the surrounding companions, but in the face of this endless disaster, it seemed to be a drop in the bucket. Gaara and Raza tried their best to control the sand, trying to protect their companions from the torrent and falling rocks, but they felt powerless. Everyone kept trying to save their companions and subordinates, but countless people still died from this move. At this time, Sasuke stood at the center of this chaos, like a demon who controlled everything. His power seemed to be endless, continuing to exacerbate this terrible disaster. Chapter 226 Hyuga takes action again. At this time, Hyuga came out again and stood together with the coalition forces. Sasuke, what you have done is a little too much, right? Put an end to this senseless killing. This move of Tianbian has no effect on strong people above the shadow level. Sasuke can only kill ordinary ninjas from the coalition forces with this move. This is tantamount to massacre. Hyuga, I am fulfilling your original dream, do you still want to be my enemy? Sasuke said, bursting out a substantial wave of chakra, if this is the case, then I can only kill you. When Hyuga heard this, he chuckled and shook his head, do you know how I evaluate your character? Advertisement. Before Sasuke could ask, Hyuga asked and answered, you don't have a true understanding of your own strength. You were like this back then, and you are the same now. Even if I can't use the Tsanjiken now, could you be our opponent? Hyuga said and opened his hands, and many strong men from the Ninja Alliance came behind Hyuga. Sasuke, your arrogance will always make you rarely have companions, and my arrogance makes everyone admire me. This is my charm. This is the last lesson I teach you on behalf of Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's eyes widened angrily and he shouted loudly, Hyuga, please stop lecturing me here. I am now 10 Tails Jinchuriki, an existence that transcends you. Hyuga smiled slightly, then let's give it a try. Everyone, Naruto, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and 3rd Hokage will go with me to defeat Uchiha Sasuke, while the others will rescue the coalition ninjas. Leave this place to us. There is a reason for choosing these people. Among these people, Naruto is the protagonist and has an aura. Senju Hashirama's Sage Jutsu Wood style can delay Sasuke's attack. Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique can also help everyone move quickly. The last one, the 3rd Hokage, is the ninja who has the best chance of defeating the tailed beast Dama under normal circumstances. Hyuga also entered the state of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan at this time. The Saiyan humanoid Susan jumped up, holding the chakra sword, and killed Sasuke in the air. He planned to continue paddling, acting with Sasuke, and waiting for Obito and Yakushi Kabutari to take the next step. Naruto also entered the Fairy Fox mode, turning into a huge golden 9-tails demon fox and killing Sasuke with Hyuga. After Senju Tobirama left the Flying Thunder God mark on 3rd Hokage, the next moment, 3rd Hokage also turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the sky, heading straight for Sasuke in the air. Senju Hashirama kept using wood style to summon trees to restrict Sasuke's movement, but they were all smashed by Obito's Zen staff. Advertisement. Hyuga's Eternity Mangeki Sharingan. The Saiyan humanoid Susanoo jumped up high, the chakra sword in his hand shone with a cold light, and stabbed straight towards Shizuke in the air. Shizuke snorted coldly, waved his Zen staff, and a powerful energy wave greeted Susanoo. The huge golden nine-tails demon fox transformed by Naruto roared, sprayed out hot-tailed beast jade from its mouth, and blasted towards Shizuke. Shizuke took his time and controlled the truth-seeking ball to form a shield, easily blocking the tailed beast's attack. The aftermath of the explosion spread in the air, shocking people. The lightning transformed by third Hokage arrived in an instant. His whole body flashed with lightning style, and he rushed towards Shizuke at an extremely fast speed. His original hand stabbed Shizuke with violent thunder and lightning power. Shizuke ducked sideways and waved his Zen staff, trying to cut off third Hokage's arm. However, in the next moment, Senju Tobirama appeared behind third Hokage. Immediately afterwards, Senju Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly switched to the other side of Shizuke. At such a close range, Shizuke could only turn the truth-seeking ball on that side into the weakest shield. The third Hokage's first Hokage hand has become Sage Jutsu under the blessing of Hyuga Sage Jutsu's curse seal. The powerful power instantly shreds the protection of Shizuke truth-seeking ball. The third Hokage's arm pierced Sasuke's shoulder. Shizuke suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and immediately controlled the truth-seeking ball to crush the third Hokage's arm. But how could Senju Tobirama give Shizuke this chance? In an instant, Senju Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the ground with the third Hokage. As a result, Sasuke's attack failed. The brief entanglement between these three people gave the three people around them an opportunity to take advantage of it. Senju Hashirama used wood style, and the huge branches wrapped around Sasuke's body like a dragon. Just as Shizuke was about to cut off the trees on his body, Hyuga Sage Jutsu version of Susanoo's sword energy and Naruto Sage Jutsu version of the tailed beast jade attacked at the same time. The continuous attacks meant that Shizuke had no time to control the truth-seeking ball to protect himself. Shizuke could only fly to dodge to prevent these two attacks from landing in critical places. But the two men's attacks were extremely fast, and they landed on Shizuke in just one breath. Susanoo's sword energy roared past and cut off Sasuke's shoulder. The tailed beast Tama's attack range was so large that it directly hit Shizuke, and then a huge explosion directly submerged him. Smoke filled the air, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion, wondering about Sasuke's life or death. Advertisement. However, a powerful breath suddenly burst out from the smoke, and Sasuke's figure slowly emerged. Although his body was scarred, the perseverance and anger in his eyes had not diminished at all. "You ants, do you think you can defeat me like this?" Shizuke roared, the chakra on his body surged again, and the truth-seeking ball attached to his body to repair his wounds. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a giant tree rose into the sky from behind Shizuke. The sacred tree reappeared in the ninja world and was planted on the battlefield by Shizuke. The sacred tree grew crazily and entangled many struggling coalition ninjas. In the blink of an eye, those entangled ninjas were sucked into mummies by the sacred tree. Relying on the chakra of these ninjas, the sacred tree is still growing, rising into the sky in an instant, and still reflecting with the moon in the sky. The sacred tree then grew 6 huge flowers. In the center of the huge flower at the top was a 9 Magadama Samsara eye, while the flowers on the branches each had a tailed beast jade condensed on them. The size of the condensed tailed beast jade alone exceeds the combined volume of 9 tails and humanoid Susanoo. It is difficult to imagine what power it would have if it exploded. When everyone saw this scene, they all gasped, and the tension in their hearts reached its peak. Hyuga looked solemnly and shouted, "Everyone, be careful, you must not let this tail beast jade be launched." Naruto gritted his teeth and gathered chakra again. The power of 9 tails exploded with all its strength, and the 9 tails shone with light. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, the power of wood style surged wildly, and the surrounding trees grew rapidly, forming a huge wooden wall, trying to block the attack of tailed beast Tama. Senju Tobirama flashed and used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind Shizuke, trying to break his seal. Third Hokage's entire body glows with lightning style, ready to charge again. However, Shizuke sneered, "It's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 huge tailed beast jades were instantly launched, attacking everyone with a destructive momentum. At this critical moment, Hyuga's eternal Mangeki Sharingan shines brightly, and a mysterious power emerges. The Eye of Time Confinement. Hyuga shouted loudly. Chapter 227 Uchiha Attack is Persuasion. Time confinement accurately locked the few-tailed beast jade in the air, and no one else was affected. The tailed beast jade that was about to explode actually stagnated in the air for a moment, buying everyone precious time. Senju Tobirama took the opportunity to quickly form seals and used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer all the tailed beast jade away. Boom! Huge explosions sounded one after another on the distant sea, with flames rising into the sky and smoke filling the air. The water wave was swept far away here, washing away the struggling people on the ground, but this was still much better than dying in the explosion. Advertisement. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Sasuke suddenly appeared behind Hyuga and Naruto, and the truth-seeking ball turned into two arms and grabbed them. Hyuga subconsciously wanted to use the Eye of Time to imprison Sasuke, but the next moment he felt the aura in the distance and gave up on this plan. Then Hyuga quickly slipped away from Sasuke. Sasuke grabbed Naruto with a black arm composed of truth-seeking ball and threw Naruto to the ground. Naruto fell heavily to the ground, and was knocked out of the Nine Tails connection state by this blow. Sasuke said condescendingly, "Don't you understand? Now I am the second sage of Six Paths, the creator of the new world. Think about the pain you have experienced. Is it really worth fighting for such a world?" Hyuga stretched out his hand and pulled Naruto up next to him. Naruto stood up with the help of Hyuga and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I said I would protect this world, and I will do what I said. This has always been my way of ninja. I will build a new world, but not use this method." Sasuke said indifferently, "Hey, it's a weak excuse. I want to create a brand new world, a world dominated by me." Just then a voice sounded, "Master Chi, I hope I'm not late." At this time, Kabuto Yakushi ran from a distance and landed next to Hyuga. Advertisement. "You came just in time, did someone bring it?" Hyuga said and patted the dust on his body. "Of course, as you command." Sasuke also frowned at this time. "Kabuto Yakushi, victory is close at hand, you are going to betray me." Kabuto Yakushi sneered, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "He, Mr. Sasuke, betrayal is not a word that can be used. We are just a cooperative relationship. Master K once again made an offer that I cannot refuse. Of course I acted for profit." A hint of impatience flashed in Sasuke's eyes. "That's fine, I just happened to execute you, the traitor, too." With that said, Sasuke was about to attack again. Yakushi Kabuto smiled strangely, clapped his hands, and a coffin popped out of the ground in front of him. When Sasuke faced this ninja who was reincarnated from the dirt, he didn't even care. "Who is this? Who else can you summon to change the situation of the battle? Even the first Hokage is not my opponent. Who else can you revive to be me? The opponent, Sage of Six Paths." Kabuto Yakushi still had a kind smile. "No, none of them, Mr. Sasuke, but you will definitely be surprised to see this person." As he spoke, the coffin board fell down, and the people inside slowly walked out. The appearance of this man made Sasuke's eyes widen. This was his brother Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi." Sasuke said the name of the visitor softly, and the next moment he burst into rage. "Kabuto Yakushi, you actually dare to reincarnate as Uchiha Itachi? This is touching my bottom line. No matter what, being betrayed by everyone in the world and becoming an enemy of everyone, Sasuke didn't want Uchiha Itachi, who had endured so much for himself, to become someone else's pawn again." Saying that, Uchiha Sasuke was about to rush forward and kill Yakushi Kabuto. Uchiha Itachi, who regained his consciousness, stood directly in front of Sasuke. "Sasuke, I agreed to his resurrection of me, and I already know those things." "Sasuke, stop." Uchiha Itachi's voice was still calm and gentle. "The way you are now will only bring pain to the world and won't change anything." Advertisement. The information gap appears again. Uchiha Itachi has just been resurrected and can only rely on Kabuto Yakushi's narration for his understanding of the outside world. As a subordinate of Hyuga, Kabuto Yakushi will of course make up half-truths and half-false stories for Hyuga. At this point, Uchiha Itachi has no idea or even unclear about Hyuga's adding fuel to the fire on Uchiha's genocide. And he would never know that the two brothers had no time to actually sit down and talk about the Uchiha genocide. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi and said softly, "No. No. Brother, just wait, I will succeed soon. I have become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you and your father and mother are all in the Pure Land, etc. I will be able to truly resurrect you soon." Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke who was falling into madness, and his heart was full of helplessness and distress. "Sasuke, resurrection is not the real relief. Letting go of hatred and returning to the right path is what we should do." Sasuke turned a deaf ear. His eyes were full of stubbornness. "No, brother, you don't understand. They all deserve to die. Only by resurrecting you can our family be reunited." Uchiha Itachi looked at the stubborn Sasuke and said slowly, "Sasuke, hatred has blinded your eyes. Your so-called success is nothing but an illusion. The reunion of our family should not be based on the pain of countless people. Superior." Sasuke fell back to the ground, and the two faced each other and roared, "Brother, why don't you always understand me? Everything I do is for us." Uchiha Itachi shook his head, with a hint of sadness in his voice. "Sasuke, true reunion is inner peace and reconciliation, not in this extreme way." Sasuke's eyes widened, tears welling up in his eyes. "No, brother, you are wrong. Only I have absolute power that can change everything." Uchiha Itachi reached out and tried to touch Sasuke's face. "Sasuke, let it go. Looking back at the damage you caused, this is not what we want. Sasuke couldn't figure out why his brother stopped him. Anyone could stop him. He could be an enemy of the world, but he didn't want to face his brother. Sasuke suddenly waved Ataka's hand away. I won't give up, brother. Uchiha Ataka listened to Sasuke's words and knew that he could no longer persuade Sasuke, but he could not do anything to his brother. He closed his eyes in pain. Sasuke, I am sorry for you, I am sorry. Sasuke looked a little ugly and said, Nisan, it's okay, please wait, our family will be reunited soon. Saying that, Sasuke put his hand on Ataka's body and activated the truth-seeking ball, which instantly destroyed the ninjutsu. A ray of light shot down, enveloping Uchiha Ataka's soul and ascended into the Pure Land. Chapter 228, Confrontation of Tianuma Spear, Showdown of Faith. Congratulations, Hyuga, you succeeded in irritating me. Sasuke raised his head and looked at Hyuga with anger on his face. Really, that's really not good. Hyuga's face was full of joking, and the people around him didn't see the slightest fear on his face. The time has come, it's time to end this farce. Hyuga closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had transformed into a pair of golden eyes. Sasuke couldn't help but change his color when he saw this scene. Hyuga's reincarnation eye power recovered so quickly. Advertisement. Hyuga did not rush to attack, but kept provoking Sasuke's nerves. How does it feel to be rejected by a loved one? How do you feel after hearing Ataka's words? Sasuke's eyes were split when he heard Hyuga's provocative words, shut up. As he spoke, a truth-seeking ball in his hand continued to extend, turning into a long sword that was spirally wound like DNA. This is the artifact of Sage of Six Paths. The owner's powerful thoughts will be attached to the sword, creating such a sword of the heart. The more determined a person's mind is, the more powerful the sword will be. Sasuke clenched the spiral spear in his hand and said in a cold and determined voice, this sword of the heart will materialize my thoughts. It can penetrate all obstacles that block my progress. My thoughts are unwavering and no one can block. Hyuga sneered, ha ha ha, is that so? Why do I feel that your desire to destroy the world is not as strong as my desire to protect the world? Hyuga's words are not true, and the will he talks about cannot be to protect the world at all, but to become a being that transcends the world. Saying this, Hyuga entered the Sansagan Chakra mode, golden chakra ignited all over his body, and 9 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. Hyuga opened his hand, and an identical Amanuma spear appeared in Hyuga's hand. Sasuke glared at Hyuga and shouted loudly, then let's try and see who has the stronger will. Before he finished speaking, he waved the sword of heart and rushed towards Hyuga. Hyuga did not flinch and faced Sasuke with the Amanuma spear. The weapons of the two collided together instantly, bursting out with dazzling light and powerful energy impact. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted by this force, the ground cracked, and sand and rocks flew. Advertisement. At the same time, countless phantom-like memories appeared in the hearts of the two of them, which was the test of the Tianum spear to its master. It picks out the weakest points in the human heart and breaks through it. Another timeline of the world appeared in front of Hyuga. His parents were not forced to death by the Hyuga clan. He was recognized by the Hyuga clan, and finally became an ordinary Chunin, married a Hyuga branch housewoman, and another my lovely daughter lived her life happily. Feeling the memory in his mind, Hyuga smiled slightly and ignored it. He knew very well that this was not a decision he would make at all. Being a caged bird trapped for a lifetime was not his style. This illusion did not hinder Hyuga, but made him more determined, and the Amanuma spear in his hand became more powerful. On the other side, Sasuke's heart was like a sea raging by a strong wind, with turbulent waves. He never expected that even his closest brother Ataka wouldn't support him. There was a trace of confusion and struggle in his eyes. The path he once firmly believed in had slight cracks in the face of Ataka's denial. Why? Brother, why don't you stand by my side? Sasuke shouted in his heart, and the voice seemed to penetrate his soul. His hand holding the Tianum spear trembled slightly, and his firm mind became a little looser at this moment. Am I really wrong? This thought flashed through his mind, but it hit his heart like a heavy hammer. However, the flame of hatred quickly burned again, trying to cover up this wavering. No, I'm not wrong. They all deserve to die. My brother just doesn't understand yet. Sasuke gritted his teeth and tried to convince himself. But that slight wavering was like a seed taking root and sprouting in his heart, making his heart even more chaotic and painful. The wavering in his heart was completely reflected on the Amanuma spear in his hand. In the process, the Amanuma spear in Sasuke's hand actually shattered inch by inch. Seeing the right moment, Hyuga suddenly swung the Amanuma spear, and the powerful force directly cut a huge gash in Sasuke's chest and abdomen. The chakra symbolizing the 9-tailed beasts is revealed. After Hyuga slashed with this sword, he seemed to be in a weak state. The golden chakra in his body converged, he exited the Sansagan Chakra mode and fell back to the ground to kneel on one knee. Naruto took action at this critical moment. I saw the golden-tailed beast chakra tails in Naruto's body, grabbing the chakra that symbolized the 9-tailed beasts. Advertisement. At this time Killer Bee also stepped forward to grab the chakra symbolizing 8 tails. Many ninjas from the coalition captured Naruto's chakra and Sasuke and started a tug of war. Naruto also established a spiritual connection with Sasuke at this time, and gave Sasuke a set of mouth escapes in the spiritual space to persuade Sasuke. Sasuke's will to resist became weaker and weaker. With the combined efforts of the three, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts was slowly pulled out of Sasuke's body. The 7-tailed beasts reappeared on the battlefield, and Sasuke was forced to exit the 10 tails Jinchuriki state and hit the ground feebly. At this moment, several figures all rushed towards Sasuke in the air. Except for the two brothers Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, the reincarnated ninjas all rushed towards Sasuke in the air. These ninjas reincarnated from the dirty land all looked dull, like mindless puppets. This change happened so fast that no one except Hyuga had time to react. Orochimaru used his own spell to seize control of the ninjas who had been reincarnated in the filth. Among them, the Senju brothers were strengthened by Hyuga and were able to resist the control of the reincarnation of the earth. They were not afraid of the control of the reincarnation of the earth at all. At the same time, two people appeared on the ground and in the sky at the same time, and Heiju on the ground was secretly hiding in them as an ambush. An Uchiha Madara fell from the sky to kill Sasuke directly and openly. The target of these two waves is the Samsara Eye in Sasuke's hand. If Orochimaru wants to become 10 tails Jinchuriki, it is an indispensable material. An Uchiha Madara wants to resurrect himself as 10 tails Jinchuriki, and he also needs Sasuke to activate the reincarnation technique for him. The second step is to get back your own reincarnation eye. It's Orochimaru who's causing trouble with the charm. Stop them. Everyone in the coalition forces reacted after hearing Hyuga order, and quickly took action to block the many ninjas who were reincarnated in the dirty land. The ninjas reincarnated in the dirty land were like out-of-control puppets, rushing madly towards Sasuke who was falling powerlessly in the air. Their only target was the precious Rinnegan eye in Sasuke's hand. With a greedy light in his eyes, Orochimaru manipulates the talisman in an attempt to seize complete control over the reincarnated ninja of the dirty land in order to realize his ambition to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 229 Uchiha Madara Reincarnation in the Dirty Land Explanation. The third Raikage controlled by Orochimaru was extremely fast and reached Sasuke in the blink of an eye, reaching out to grab Sasuke's eyes. But how could Senju Tobirama let Orochimaru get his wish? He once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind third Raikage and teleport him 100 meters away. Uchiha Madara fell from the sky menacingly, carrying endless domineering power. He was also determined to obtain Sasuke's Samsara Eye, because it was a key step in his resurrection as 10 tails Jinchuriki. But Senju Hashirama also noticed his old friend, activated the wooden golem technique, and punched Uchiha Madara in the air. Uchiha Madara was also forced to turn on Susanoo to deal with Senju Hashirama's attack. Advertisement. Nagato, who was riding the Yatagata, was also controlled to rush towards Sasuke who was falling to the ground. But how could Naruto let Orochimaru succeed? Naruto instantly entered the complete tailed beast state and stopped Nagato with one claw. For a moment, everyone was once again plunged into the extremely chaotic battlefield. All forces were entangled together, and the battle entered a fierce stage. But at this moment, Heiju, who had been lurking in secret, acted quietly. Like a ghost, he approached Sasuke silently underground, and then possessed Sasuke with lightning speed. Sasuke was already unconscious due to the loss of the tailed beast chakra and serious injury. At this moment, he was possessed by Black Zetsu. His body trembled suddenly and his body was wrapped in Black Zetsu uncontrollably. Everyone on the battlefield was not aware of Heiju's action at all, and they were still fighting fiercely for their respective goals. Hyuga, Naruto, Killer Bee, and others were busy dealing with the immediate crisis and had no time to take into account the unexpected situation on Sasuke's side. With Black Zetsu's possession, Sasuke couldn't help but form a seal. Sasuke's consciousness desperately resisted, but there was nothing he could do. He was too weak now. Hyuga shouted at this time, Yakushi Kabuto, unlock the filthy earth reincarnation technique of everyone present. Yakushi Kabuto immediately obeyed Hyuga's order and cancelled the filthy earth reincarnation spell of everyone on the scene. Countless rays of white light fell, wrapping everyone around them and rising into the sky. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama's soul gradually rose into the air and was about to leave this world. He said to Uchiha Madara, Madara, we are already dead people. There is no need to disturb the real world anymore. Leave this world with me. Var. Two kinds of light shroud Uchiha Madara, one wants to take Uchiha Madara out of this world, and the other wants to resurrect him. Ha ha ha, Hashirama, my plan is about to be completed, you'd better go on your own. Uchiha Madara said, forming a seal with both hands, slamming the ground, the art of reincarnation of dirty earth open. The light representing the Pure Land on his body disappears and smoke comes out, which also represents the complete resurrection of Uchiha Madara. Following this, Sasuke fell completely into a coma, was severely injured one after another, and he was already on the verge of death. It was Hyuga who asked Kabuto to treat him, which saved his life. Many ninjas who had been reincarnated from the Dirty Land were shocked when they saw this scene, but they had no choice but to leave this world soon. Nagato said, Hyuga, Naruto, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, brother Nagato. Naruto promised loudly. Damn Orochimaru, he has had bad intentions for a long time. Tsunade angrily hammered the stone wall next to her. And Hyuga really has to thank Orochimaru for his help, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hand over the Rinnegan and 10 Tails to Uchiha Madara so smoothly. Orochimaru, who was 100 miles away, looked a little ugly. His plan failed. The art of reincarnation in the dirty soil was cancelled by Yakushi Kabuto, and he lost all his chess pieces. Then he turned around and was about to leave, when a voice came from behind him, Where are you going, Orochimaru-sama? It's you. Kabuto Yakushi. Aren't you on the battlefield? How did you find this place? Orochimaru frowned and said after seeing the face of the person coming. That kind of thing can be done with just one clone. Kabuto Yakushi took out a charm made by Orochimaru and waved it in front of Orochimaru's eyes. If I am the one, guess who is the real creator of this charm? Advertisement. Orochimaru's face turned pale when he heard this, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. He suddenly figured out a lot of things. Kabuto Yakushi was Hyuga's person from beginning to end. From beginning to end, the two of them were acting. From Jiraiya going to rescue him, to the invasion of Konoha, to the Great War of the Ninja World, this is just a drama carefully crafted by Hyuga and Yakushi Kabuto. After Orochimaru thought about this clearly, his eyes widened, his eyeballs were filled with bloodshot eyes, his narrow pupils shrank violently, and his mouth opened wide, as if he could fit an egg into it. Kabuto Yakushi didn't rush to take action, he just watched this scene quietly from the side. After being shocked, Orochimaru quickly accepted the fact, and then he regained his previous calmness. He laughed, ha ha ha, it's so interesting, the truth of the ninja world is actually like this. Orochimaru's laughter echoed in the air, with a bit of madness and self-deprecation. I always thought that I was the one in control of the chess game, but I didn't expect that I was just a pawn on your chessboard. Orochimaru turned and narrowed his eyes, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Kabuto Yakushi, do you think that you will end well if you take refuge in Hyuga? He is just using you. You know so many of his secrets. After the incident, he will. How can I forgive you? Orochimaru knew so many secrets, how could Kabuto Yakushi let him leave alive? In the end, he wanted to use a divorce plan to gain a chance for himself. Kabuto Yakushi smiled slightly and said with a calm expression, Master Orochimaru, you still don't understand. Master Hyuga's strength and resourcefulness are far beyond your imagination. It is my voluntary choice to follow him. Hyuga followed his earliest promise and resurrected the dean for him. How could he betray Hyuga for a few words? As the pharmacist spoke, Kabuto made a seal, and instantly Orochimaru fell to the ground in pain, convulsing all over his body. It turns out that the curse mark left by Yakushi Kabuto reaches the soul. He was able to kill Orochimaru once when Konoha collapsed the plan, and he was able to kill him a second time. But there will never be a third time. Kabuto Yakushi walked up to Orochimaru, stretched out his hand and put it on Orochimaru's head. Kabuto Yakushi used the ninjutsu taught to him by Hyuga to extract Orochimaru's soul, and then used chakra to chew up Orochimaru's soul. Farewell, Orochimaru-sama. Before leaving, Kabuto Yakushi took Orochimaru's body away, completely destroying it. No one could find out that Orochimaru was killed, only that Orochimaru was still wandering in the ninja world. Chapter 230 Invisible Power, Wheel Tomb Border Prison. On the other side, Black Zetsu controlled Sasuke and reached out to dig out the Rinnegan eye on his forehead. Black Zetsu took the Rinnegan eye and possessed it in turn to possess a white Zetsu, drilled into the ground, and came to next to Uchiha Madara. Madara-sama, this is your samsara eye. Uchiha Madara took the reincarnation eye and stuffed it into his eye socket, showing an arrogant smile. Then Uchiha Madara channeled the Gedo statue in Sasuke's body through the hand seals. The Gedo statue was released from Sasuke's body and appeared behind Uchiha Madara after a burst of smoke. Beasts. It's time to end it. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara jumped on top of Gedo statue and glared at the 9-tailed beasts with his samsara eyes. In an instant, the 7-tailed beasts, including Naruto and Killer Bee who had fully transformed into tailed beasts, were all knocked to the ground by a force that appeared out of thin air. Then Gedo statue spit out 9 chains from its mouth, wrapped them precisely around the necks of the 9-tailed beasts, and dragged them towards Gedo statue. From 1 tail to 7 tails, the 7-tailed beasts were swallowed into Gedo statue's body without any resistance. 8 tails cut off his own tail with a knife, and the tail was cut off to save Killer Bee. Ninetales did not have such ability and was directly extracted from Naruto's body. Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, lost his tailed beast, which is equivalent to a person losing his whole body of chakra. Naruto fell heavily and fell to the ground with his face as pale as paper. Naruto. Sakura, Shikamaru and others hurriedly ran towards Naruto and carried him back to the coalition team. Sakura gave Naruto first aid. Uchiha Madara laughed wildly, haha, it seems everything is under my control. At this moment, Hyuga stood up and looked at Uchiha Madara firmly, Madara, your ambition will not succeed. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, based on who you are now, how much strength do you have now, 30%? Or 40%? Advertisement. I won't kill you now. You are the only enemy on this battlefield that can interest me. I will wait for you to recover and have a fair fight. At this moment, a whirlpool rolled up in the space around Naruto, and 4 people, Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi and Hatake Sakumo, appeared on the battlefield. The strong men of the surrounding ninja coalition were on guard the moment they saw Uchiha Obito appear. Kakashi stood in front of everyone and said, don't worry, everyone, Obito has decided to join us, and we are now comrades fighting together. Then he briefly talked about what happened in Kamui space. 4 people fought in Kamui space. In the end, Obito was defeated by 3 people. They also learned from Obito that Sasuke had become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Minato knew that they might need Obito's power, so he stopped Kakashi who wanted to kill Obito and persuaded Obito to change his ways. Obito also followed the script left by Hyuga and expressed that he had become the Uchiha Obito who dreamed of becoming a Hokage. And with Minato's forgiveness, others did not continue to pursue Obito's crimes. After all, who among the people present was Minato who suffered the most harm from Obito? As for why Hatake Sakumo and Namikaze Minato were not released from the Filthy Land reincarnation technique, this is also the result of Hyuga's special arrangement. After all, we are not in the same world, right? Hyuga also briefly talked about what happened in the real world during this period and informed each other of the information. Minato was no longer interested in listening to Hyuga's story. He squatted next to Naruto and formed a seal to send him the Yin 9 Tails in his body. And at this moment, Black Zetsu once again appeared from the ground and stopped in front of Minato's palm, sucking the 9 Tails chakra into his body. Everyone was about to make a move to stop Heiju, but he leaned on Yin Yang style, and then his body was about to sink into the ground again. Everyone's eyes were splitting when they saw this scene. Minato's eyes were blood red, and he held a kunai and stabbed the unknown black liquid at his feet suddenly. But Black Zetsu's body was not harmed by physical attacks at all. Black Zetsu's body was like water, and the kunai failed to cause any damage at all, and he continued to escape towards the ground. If he was really allowed to leave, everyone in the coalition would lose the last tailed beast, which meant that they had lost the possibility of saving Naruto. Advertisement. They must regain part of the tailed beast's chakra within a certain period of time before Naruto can regain his life, otherwise Naruto will definitely die. Now Naruto has entered the countdown to death. So how can they defeat Uchiha Madara in 10 Tails state and regain the tailed beast chakra? At this moment, Obito took action, grabbing Black Zetsu's flowing body and activating Kamui to suck Black Zetsu into the Kamui space. At this time, Uchiha Madara walked toward the crowd, and the 10 Tails behind him was sucked into his body, transforming into a new 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Without Sasuke's situation of being unable to restrain 10 Tails, Uchiha Madara was directly the perfect Jinchuriki of 10 Tails. Uchiha Obito, are you going to betray me at this time? We are about to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. We can transform this world and turn hell into heaven. Uchiha Madara stretched out her hand to invite Uchiha Obito, come back to me now, and you will still be the savior of the new world. Obito looked at Uchiha Madara, with a trace of hesitation on his face, and finally said as if he had made up his mind, Madara, maybe you are right, I am willing to return to you and complete the Eye of the Moon project together. Uchiha Madara heard this and laughed arrogantly, haha, Obito, you finally understand my great ideal. The Moon Eye project is the salvation of this world. Obito slowly walked towards Uchiha Madara. Kakashi stepped forward to grab Obito's shoulders but was easily dodged by Kamui's sudden blur. The members of the Ninja Alliance were helpless against Obito, who was in a virtual state. In order to prevent Uchiha Madara from getting the second Samsara Eye, they had to change their targets. Many strong men attacked Uchiha Madara together. But Hyuga was still pretending that the battle was consuming a lot of money and watching everyone take action. But Uchiha Madara just glared at Samsara, you bugs, stop jumping around. In an instant, many shadow-level experts were all repelled by an invisible force. This is the unique blood inheritance limit ability of Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye. This is a special skill that can only be used by one's own Samsara Eye. The shadow produced by this ability cannot be seen and perceived by people without the power of 6 paths, but can interfere with and harm the real world. The shadow clone has almost the same ability as the main body, and can activate the techniques that the main body is good at. There can only be one shadow with one eye, and it increases to 5 with both eyes together. Chapter 231 Yakai reappears, Hyuga reveals the severed sacred tree. Hyugakai's reincarnation eye could clearly see such an attack. Hyuga saw a clone of Uchiha Madara walking among the people, knocking one person back with every blow. Then many strong men were easily repelled without any resistance. Jiraiya helped Kakashi stand up beside him. This guy is terrifyingly strong. His aura has surpassed that of Sasuke just now. I can't detect his attack at all. Why is that? Oniki was also full of questions. He had been fighting for a lifetime and had rich combat experience, but he had never encountered such a weird ability. They didn't feel any chakra fluctuations, and there were no enemies in front of them, but they suddenly felt attacked and were repelled. Advertisement. They were helpless and could only watch as Obito kept walking towards Uchiha Madara. Just when everyone thought the two were about to shake hands, Obito suddenly thrust his palm into Uchiha Madara's body. Using the power of the Rinnegan to seize Ten Tails chakra, he wants to take away part of Uchiha Madara's tailed beast chakra to rescue Naruto. You guy! Uchiha Madara was furious and stretched out his hand to grab the Rinnegan on Obito's forehead, but Obito avoided it with a virtual blur. Obito suddenly withdrew his hand, already holding part of the chakra of 8 tails and 1 tail. He then immediately jumped back, wanting to return to the Ninja Alliance, but Uchiha Madara would not give him this chance. Uchiha Madara chased Obito, and joined forces with his shadow to kill Obito. Facing the approaching Uchiha Madara, Obito was forced to activate Kamui and roll towards Naruto. He must bring Naruto into the Kamui space for the next step, otherwise Uchiha Madara can interrupt him at any time to transmit the tailed beast chakra for Naruto. Uchiha Madara also seized this gap. The shadow quickly came to Obito, and his right hand went straight to the Samsara Eye on Obito's forehead. Obito's Samsara Eye saw this scene and tried to dodge, but there was nothing he could do. He could only let Uchiha Madara's shadow take away his Samsara Eye. He also took advantage of this opportunity to enter the Kamui space with Naruto, but at the cost of Uchiha Madara gathering his own pair of reincarnation eyes. Advertisement. The shadow also returned to Uchiha Madara's body with the Samsara Eye. Uchiha Madara stuffed the Samsara Eye into his left eye socket without hesitation. In the eyes of the ninjas of the Ninja Alliance, they saw a strange scene. Obito's Rinnegan suddenly flew out of his forehead in the air and returned to Uchiha Madara's hands. Hyuga said at this time, the person who just knocked you down was his clone. You can't see that clone, so it can defeat you silently. Just now, the clone returned to his body. 80 percentile is the limit of the skill. Now is the time for you to take action. Buy me time. I want to restore my pupil power. After everyone heard Hyuga words, they suddenly became energetic and their fighting spirit was ignited again. The strong men of the Ninja Alliance launched another charge against Uchiha Madara without hesitation. Minato rushed forward first, holding a kunai in his eyes firm. Madara, your conspiracy will not succeed. Uchiha Madara sneered, you guys don't know how to live or die. However, all the coalition forces cooperated with each other and displayed their own unique skills. Tsuchikage Onoki controlled the rock and smashed it at Uchiha Madara from the air. Mizukage Terumime used water style to form a huge water dragon and rushed towards the enemy. Kazekage controlled the sand and tried to restrain Uchiha Madara's actions. But facing the combined attacks of these people, Uchiha Madara dispersed all the attacks with just one blow. At this time, Hyuga closed his eyes tightly behind him, seemingly recovering his eye power with all his strength. He was waiting for an opportunity to push Uchiha Madara into a desperate situation and force him to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara almost completely suppressed the coalition forces, leaving them unable to fight back. Everyone persisted for less than 3 minutes, and everyone was lying on the ground. Uchiha Madara's current strength was too powerful and was simply beyond their ability. Just when everyone fell into despair, Metkai stepped forward, burning the power of life, and once again launched the 8 Gates Gate of Death of the 8 Gates armor formation. Kakashi, this move was originally reserved for you. As he spoke, blazing red chakra burst out from his body, like a burning flame, and the air was distorted by this powerful force. This scene is very similar to when facing Hyuga. Advertisement. Then Metkai launched the familiar 5 elephants. The 5 elephants did not cause much damage to Uchiha Madara, but he still had the strongest move. Metkai took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. Yakai. His figure is like a burning dragon head, rushing towards Uchiha Madara with indomitable momentum. The space seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force, making a deafening roar. Facing such a decisive and powerful attack from Metkai, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with surprise and appreciation. You can actually display such a powerful force. Your physical skills deserve my praise, kid. Madara said loudly, with a hint of solemnity in her voice, but more of it was still arrogance. However, Metkai's Yakai attack was so fast that Madara had to deal with it with all her strength. He used the 6 Paths Zen staff to block Yakai's move. Under Yakai's impact, Madara's body was kicked out, and the land across it cracked inch by inch. It's a different experience to watch others being kicked by Yakai. Hyuga stood up and dusted himself off, preparing to take action again. The smoke dissipated, and then everyone did not see the scene of Uchiha Madara's tragic death. Half of his body was slowly recovering after being kicked to pieces. Although the power of Metkai's attack was astonishing, Madara was able to withstand it with her strong strength. Due to this full blow, Metkin's body reached its limit and collapsed to the ground. Madara looked at Metkai, who fell on the ground, and said, "You are proud of yourself for forcing me into such a situation. I will give you a decent exit." As he spoke, he shot a truth-seeking ball from his back towards Metkai. At that critical moment, Hyuga opened his eyes suddenly, and the powerful Tensagen Chakra burst out instantly. He flashed and entered the Tensagen Chakra mode. He was seen controlling the truth-seeking ball to rush in the direction of Metkai at an extremely fast speed, and successfully collided with the truth-seeking ball shot by Uchiha Madara. The huge energy impact made the surrounding space tremble slightly. At this time, Hyuga stood in front of Metkai and looked at Uchiha Madara coldly. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, stared at Hyuga and said, "Humph, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly, but it's okay, we want to have a fair fight, and we have plenty of time to learn from each other before the sacred tree blooms." "Really, what will happen if I cut down the sacred tree?" As he spoke, Hyuga merged the 9 truth-seeking balls behind his back into one. He held the truth-seeking ball in his hand, and a golden beam of light erupted from his hand, slashing towards Uchiha Madara. The sacred tree behind. Chapter 232 Naruto and Sasuke's Respect, Sage of Six Paths Invitation. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Hyuga would be so shameless and attack his lifeblood, the cornerstone of his dream. But there was nothing he could do about Hyuga's attack. The Samsara Eye is the eye of skill and has comprehensive capabilities. Then what Hyuga has opened is the eye of power, and his ability is biased toward attack. Facing Hyuga's golden wheel reincarnation explosion, Uchiha Madara could resist or avoid it, but she just couldn't stop it. Taking into account the abilities of the Rinnegan and Ten Tails Jinchuriki, none of them can stop this attack. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara could only watch helplessly as the golden beam in Hyuga's hand slashed towards the sacred tree, and the sharp light instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. There was only a loud click sound, and the thick trunk of the sacred tree was cut off. The huge sacred tree began to shake, its branches broke, and its leaves fell one after another, as if it was a doomsday leaf rain. The energy inside the sacred tree began to lose control and spewed out crazily in all directions, forming surging waves of energy. Uchiha Madara's face became extremely gloomy. He glared at Hyuga and shouted, "You are asking for death." How could he not be angry? The cornerstone of his dream was cut off by Hyuga. At this moment, Uchiha Madara heard the call of the sacred tree to himself in his mind. He rushed towards the fallen sacred tree and sucked it into his body. At this moment, Kamui's whirlpool rolled up again, and Naruto and Black Zetsu reappeared on the battlefield wrapped in Obito. The moment Black Zetsu landed, he separated from Obito's body, escaped into the ground, and then possessed a white Zetsu. Hyuga is not surprised that Black Zetsu can come out. This is the information Hyuga hinted to Obito. Obito must bring Black Zetsu out even if he is acting. At this time, Naruto had fully recovered and was in a state where he had the truth-seeking ball condensed by 9 Sage of Six Paths behind him. The moment Naruto appeared, he came to Metkai's side and used the power of Yang to extend his life. At this time, Sasuke also woke up, and his left eye became the Rinnegan eye of Roku Megatama. Both of them ended up behind Hyuga and confronted Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. The first thing Sasuke said was to Hyuga, "I'm sorry, senior, I went astray, and now I have to try my best to make up for my mistakes." This sentence made Hyuga confused. Before Hyuga could ask, Naruto said again, "Brother Mushu, the ninja world is all thanks to you, thank you." Question mark, question mark, question mark? What is this, Thanksgiving? The first moment these two people came out, they thanked me like crazy. What on earth did the old man from Six Paths say to them? He originally thought that the old man from Six Paths, who secretly guards the ninja world, would reveal Hyuga's secret, but why is it now Thanksgiving? Sasuke explained succinctly, "We met Sage of Six Paths. He gave us new powers and told us what you have done for the ninja world over the years." Naruto looked at Hyuga with admiration in his eyes. "That's right, Brother Mushu, we know about your efforts over the years. The ninja world is grateful for your care over the years." Both of them said this, and Hyuga smiled happily and nodded pretendingly, "It's just to protect our world, so this little effort is nothing." After hearing Hyuga's words, the two of them looked at him with increasing admiration. On the other hand, Hyuga was even more confused. What the hell? What on earth did the old man from Six Paths say to Naruto and the others? Why did the two of them look like they were deceived? Naruto then said seriously, Sage of Six Paths asked us to let you enter the spiritual world. He has something to tell you. What does this mean? Is this to trap him and kill him? Having said so much, Hyuga is now completely confused. What kind of medicine is sold in the gourd of Sage of Six Paths? If so, Hyuga really wants to take a look at the spiritual world. He is not afraid of what Sage of Six Paths will do, ambush Hyuga or the like. You must know that Hyuga's current strength is expected to defeat Princess Kaguya, let alone the old man from Six Paths. Hyuga said in a difficult tone, we are facing a powerful enemy, so let's deal with Uchiha Madara first. Naruto and Sasuke took a step forward and protected Hyuga behind them. Don't worry, it's enough for the two of us here. We are not weak now. Advertisement. Hyuga hesitated for a moment and then nodded, okay, then I'm going to go to the spiritual space. Just hold on, he just gained the power of the sacred tree and it's very powerful. Leave it to us. Sasuke said, drawing the Kusanagi sword from behind. Hyuga returned to the rear of the coalition forces and was once again protected by many masters. Hyuga sat down, took the initiative to enter a sleep state, and then entered his own mental space. He wanted to see what kind of medicine the old man at Six Paths was selling in the gourd. If there is a problem, he must deal with it thoroughly. After Hyuga entered his conscious space, he felt that there was an idea that wanted to enter his conscious space. No wonder he had to tell Naruto first. Sasuke told Hyuga in advance that if he suddenly had such an idea that wanted to invade his mental space, he would definitely crush it with his Tsenjigen without hesitation. Then Hyuga released the defense of the mental space and allowed the spirit of Sage of Six Paths to enter it. Hyuga saw a white soul wrapped in chakra entering his consciousness space, and then the white spiritual energy turned into a human form and appeared in front of Hyuga. Hyuga did not speak, but looked at Sage of Six Paths coldly. He was waiting for Sage of Six Paths to speak in order to maintain the initiative. Sage of Six Paths looked at Hyuga with nostalgia in his eyes. Long time no see, brother. After hearing these words, Hyuga finally had a clue. He recognized Hyuga as the reincarnation of Satsuki Rain Village, that is, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan and the Moon Satsuki lineage. Hyuga pretended not to know, maintained his original character, and said seriously, Sage of Six Paths, I respect you as a senior. If you are like this, I can only eradicate you as a threat to the ninja world. As he spoke, Hyuga raised a hand, and golden light surged from it. Hyuga feels the current weakness of Sage of Six Paths. Now Hyuga can erase it with one hand. He has not been reincarnated for such a long time. He relies entirely on his previous strength to maintain his memory and part of his strength. He also relies on his previous capital. Time has greatly reduced his strength. But it's also possible that Sage of Six Paths simply sent a distraction into Hyuga's mental space. Hyuga felt that this 1000-year-old BD was very likely to do this. Chapter 233 Satsuki Kaguya appears, the best ultimate nourishment. Sage of Six Paths saw that Hyuga was ready to take action at any time, but did not show any fear or other expressions. He shook his head and sighed, oh, you really can't remember the past after you were reincarnated. You are actually the reincarnation of my brother, Satsuki Rain Village Chakra. We sealed our mother together thousands of years ago. You should already know this. I'll tell you something you don't know. We agreed to protect the ninja world together. In order to gain stronger strength to fight against those in your mother's hometown, you took the initiative to send your own chakra and spiritual reincarnation to complete the transformation. Although this road was bloody, it seems that you succeeded. Your power now has surpassed that of your mother, and you also have the strength to fight against the Satsuki clan. Sage of Six Paths sighed, I don't have the courage like you, so I can only protect the ninja world in the dark. Advertisement. Hyuga listened to the words Sage of Six Paths with doubts on his face. Could it be that he knew that he was the reincarnation of a soul from another world and wanted to deceive him? But seeing the sincerity of Sage of Six Paths, it seems that it is really not a show. There are only two possibilities, that is, the perception of Sage of Six Paths is wrong, because Hyuga's identity as a time traveler is powerful, and there are speculations about what happened during this period. This possibility is very small. Sage of Six Paths is a Six Paths level expert no matter what. It is impossible to make such a stupid mistake and mistake his brother's chakra. Then there is only the second possibility, which is also the option that Hyuga thinks is the most likely. This Hokage timeline may be somewhat different from the original work. During the Battle of the Moon, Hyuga did not discover the soul of Satsuki Rain Village. According to the memory of the previous life, Hinata in the original work at that time was mentored by Rain Village. The second possibility is that Hyuga devoured all the Hyuga clan members on the night of genocide. The reincarnation of Satsuki Rain Village is of course the Moon Satsuki clan, or the Hyuga clan. Among the people Hyuga swallowed was the reincarnation of Satsuki Rain Village, and that part of the chakra was absorbed into his own chakra by Hyuga. When Hyuga caused a big stir and the Sage of Six Paths discovered Hyuga, he only thought he was the reincarnation of his younger brother Chakra. Advertisement. Not only will he not stop him, he will even secretly help Hyuga. But with the current situation of Sage of Six Paths, even if it is discovered that Hyuga is not the reincarnation of his brother Chakra, it will not be able to stop Hyuga. After Hyuga understood these things, he finally understood why Sasuke and Naruto suddenly respected Hyuga so much. When Sage of Six Paths told the world the truth, they also told Hyuga that he was the reincarnation of his brother, and then told them about Hyuga's plan to reshape the moon and stop Tonari's plan. Hyuga narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Sage of Six Paths, and said slowly, I am Hyuga, not the Tsutsuki Rain Village you said, not now, nor in the future. This sentence is indeed true, he can never beat Tsutsuki Rain Village, or he is not himself. Sage of Six Paths seemed to have anticipated his reaction and said calmly, believe it or not, it all depends on your heart. But now the crisis in the ninja world has not been resolved. Uchiha Madara has absorbed the power of the sacred tree. If it is not stopped, the whole world will be in dire straits. Hyuga spread his hands, you don't need to tell me, I will solve it naturally. That is my business, so I won't bother you, an old man. Sage of Six Paths took a deep look at Hyuga and said, no matter how you deny it, you do have the aura of Rain Village. I know you have your own ideas and decisions, but I hope you remember to protect the ninja world. Don't lose your original intention. Hyuga sneered, humph, I don't need you to remind me of my original intention. Of course he will not forget his original intention, and next he will devour Tsutsuki Kagaya. And the aura of Rain Village on him is just proof of killing him. At this moment, Hyuga's mental space suddenly experienced strong fluctuations, and he frowned. It seemed that Princess Kagaya had been resurrected, and he was about to complete the last step of his plan. It seems that I don't have time to talk to you anymore. After Hyuga finished speaking, he instantly expelled Sage of Six Paths consciousness from his mental space. Sage of Six Paths seemed to have something to say, but he couldn't resist Hyuga's will at all, so he was expelled from the spiritual world. Hyuga returned to reality from the spiritual space. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was the huge trunk of the sacred tree, which was covered with the branches of the sacred tree that were spreading throughout the world, as well as the coalition members who were wrapped like cocoons. Only Naruto, Sasuke, Obito, Kakashi, Sakura, the reincarnated Hatake Sakumo, and Namikaze Minato were left on the battlefield, a total of 7 ninjas who were not controlled by infinite Tsukuyomi. Advertisement. In the middle of the battlefield, Uchiha Madara was wrapped by the chakra gathered from all the ninja world. His body continued to expand, and his whole body was completely wrapped by Black Zetsu. Sure enough, even though Black Zetsu used White Zetsu's body, he still successfully stabbed Uchiha Madara in the back. Then the huge body gradually shrank and converged into the appearance of a woman. She has long blue-white hair that falls like a waterfall, even exceeding the length of her body. His eyes are a pair of pure white eyes, and the unique Samsara Sharingan on his forehead exudes a chilling light, as if it is the key to controlling the cycle of life and death. The 2 horns on her head show her unique identity. She is a member of the Tsutsuki clan. Hyuga stood up and moved his somewhat stiff body, his whole body trembling with excitement. Hyuga looked at that alluring body, lowered his head and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, finally appeared. Tsutsuki Kagaya, the last step of my plan. My nourishment. Her appearance proves that Hyuga's hard work has not been in vain. It took him nearly 10 years of hard work to achieve the current situation. No matter how powerful Kagaya is now, and he also holds the bargaining chip that can defeat Kagaya in his hands, Hyuga alone can go head-to-head with Kagaya, not to mention his strength. He also has enhanced versions of Sasuke, Naruto, Uchiha Obito with twin Kamui, and Minato who was reincarnated in the earth. Hyuga can be said to hold an ace in hand, against a newbie, Kagaya, who has just come into contact with landlords and a dog-headed strategist, Black Zetsu. He is also about to gain all the power contained in the chakra and bloodline that transcends this body. Then he can rely on the sacred tree to invade other planets and continue to plant the sacred tree. Chapter 234 Hyuga, Double Eye Mode, 6 Yuan Ninja. Except for Hyuga, everyone was a little sluggish under the influence of Kagaya's terrifying aura. Naruto, this is what the old man called Tsutsuki Kagaya. No wonder Sage of Six Paths gave us such power. Sasuke touched the crescent moon in his hand. Kagaya's eyes were suddenly attracted to Hyuga. Feeling the familiar aura of Hyuga, as if thinking of something bad, she stuttered and said, they are here. Feeling his mother's panic, Heiju also spoke to comfort him at this moment, Mother, these are the last few people in this world. Those 2 people are the reincarnations of Indra Azura, and the last one is just a primitive of this world. The residents are not the people from your hometown. Advertisement. But Kagaya then carefully felt the aura of Hyuga. The aura of Tsutsuki was already very strong, even surpassing her in some places. But this is indeed not a member of the Tsutsuki clan, they are just very similar, and there are still some differences in their breath. Kagaya then opened her Byakugan and saw the huge chakra contained in the three people's bodies. The most important thing was the familiar chakra fluctuations in Hyugakai's body. It's Rain Village's chakra, no, that's all my chakra. Then the hair on her back rushed towards Hyuga, Sasuke, and Naruto, and immediately launched an attack. Those were her chakras and now she was taking them back. This is Kagaya's attitude towards chakra. This can be seen in Kagaya's attitude towards her two sons. They were the two sons she created through the prayers of all the people. They were her tools to resist those in her hometown. But the tools are disobedient, and she has to take back the power she gave them. That's what she was thinking, as if she was instructing them to go to fratricide. The author's idea, I think in the original work, after Tsutsuki Kagaya caught Nezuo, she was the one crying. Facing the surging hair, Hyuga just waved his hand and chopped off all the hair that reached his face. Sasuke and Naruto also used their own methods to avoid the attack. Advertisement. Hey Zetsu, congratulations on completing your goal. Hyuga said with a smile. Black Zetsu heard Hyuga instructions and said with a sly smile, thank you for letting me resurrect my mother. To thank you, I will let my mother make good use of your eyes. Black Zetsu only felt that he had a chance to win, now that Kagaya had been resurrected. Now that you've said that, can you also congratulate me? Hyuga still kept smiling. Black Zetsu looked at Hyuga and felt an inexplicable panic in his heart for some reason, and asked, what do you want to congratulate you for? Hyuga spread his hands and said, congratulations, I got a good nourishment and got the opportunity to counterattack the Tsutsuki clan. Isn't this worthy of our celebration? Until now, he is still acting. Since Naruto and Sasuke have obtained wrong information, it is better to continue to mislead and take a look at Black Zetsu's frightened face. Do you think there is a possibility that I took advantage of the situation and resurrected you, Tsutsuki Kagaya, so that we can completely eliminate this scourge? I had this idea when Uchiha Madara became Ten Tails Jinchuriki, and I guessed your purpose, so I didn't expose your true origin in front of Uchiha Madara. Although Naruto and Sasuke had some surprise in their eyes, they did not question Hyuga's actions. Even Naruto, who always has a holy mother's heart, clapped his hands, then let us deal with the last threat to the ninja world in one go. Let the seniors seize her power so that their loved ones can be resurrected. Sasuke thought about this, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He has now become Hyuga's Iron Man again. He wants Hyuga to swallow the woman in front of him to build the world of his dreams and resurrect his relatives in the right way. Itake will definitely support me. Although others were surprised, they did not show any surprise. This seemed like something Hyuga would do. To achieve the goal at any cost, but also for the sake of the ninja world, even if there is a problem with the method, now is not the time to raise it when facing such an enemy. Black Zetsu also thought about some issues clearly at this time, why Hyuga didn't expose him. He thought that Hyuga still regarded him as an ally, so he didn't say anything. But now it seems that he himself was tricked. Advertisement. There was a hint of fear in Heiju's tone, but he still said in a pretentious manner, so what, how could you beat the mother who is the master of chakra? Resurrecting my mother was your worst decision. Hyuga sneered, really? Then give it a try. Having said that, he entered the double pupil mode again, and the reincarnation eye appeared in Hyuga's eyes at the same time. After many months, Hyuga once again went all out and used the double pupil mode. He flashed and rushed towards Kagaya instantly. Sasuke and Naruto saw this and followed without hesitation, launching an attack on Kagaya together. But there was a flash of fear in Kagaya's eyes. Listening to the words of the man in front of him, it seemed that he was the real prey. After all, the familiar yin and yang powers of six paths have appeared again. Will they still be sealed this time? Then she activated the heavens control, teleporting everyone to the lava world, and the ground and surroundings instantly transformed into hell. This is her blood inheritance snare ability, which can transfer the world she is in and the people around her to other spaces in an instant. The spaces that can be moved include lava, ice and snow, supergravity, sand, acid and other spaces. These 5 spaces it is directly connected to the origin space. Now she has changed her surrounding environment into a world of lava. But this ability was of no use to Hyuga. He helped several teammates float in the air when he was distracted. He rushed towards Kagaya like a shooting star, with incomparable power on his body. Facing Hyuga's impact, Kagaya did not dare to neglect at all, controlling countless hairs to attack him like tentacles. Hyuga's figure did not stagnate at all, and those hairs were crushed by the chakra escaping from Hyuga's body before they even got close to Hyuga's side. Facing the unstoppable Hyuga, Kagaya stretched out her hands and struck countless purple fist shadows in an instant. Hyuga is also extremely familiar with this ability. Isn't this the Asagami air strike? Then Hyuga Kiya used the Yasushi God Air attack without hesitation and collided with Kagaya's attack. Chapter 235 The battle begins. Hyuga fist shadow and Kagaya's fist shadow collided fiercely in mid-air, bursting out with amazing energy fluctuations. The entire lava world was shaken by this powerful force. Sasuke and Naruto were not idle either. Sasuke activated the Susanoo and kept shooting powerful arrows from the bow in his hand, trying to interfere with Kagaya's actions. Naruto used the power of 9 tails to create a huge-tailed beast jade and blasted it towards Kagaya. Kagaya had to be distracted to deal with the attacks of Sasuke and Naruto, which gradually put her at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Hyuga. Hyuga took advantage of the situation and stepped up his attacks, each punch containing the power to destroy the world. Advertisement. Kagaya's face became more serious. She didn't expect Hyuga to be so powerful. The current situation is that Kagaya may not be able to defeat Hyuga in a single fight, and now she is still being beaten by a group of strong men. Mother, send them to different worlds, defeat them one by one, and seize their chakra. Heiju suggested again at this time. Okay. Kagaya said, and a portal opened behind her. She turned around and escaped into the portal behind her. This is a special ability activated by Kagaya's bloodline snare. It opens a black portal out of thin air and can travel freely in different spaces. Although the speed is not as good as Flying Thunder God and Kamui, it is more convenient and has fewer restrictions. Then 2 portals quietly appeared behind Sasuke and Naruto, and Kagaya stretched out her hand to pull them into the world of ice and snow. Others may not be able to detect Kagaya's move, but Hyuga's reincarnated eye can indeed see it clearly. Hyuga also took action at this time, activated Kamui and instantly came to the world of ice and snow alone through the portal. He appeared behind Kagaya, stretched out his hand and grabbed Kagaya's neck, and threw him with all his strength. Iceberg behind. Kagaya's fighting experience was like that of a ninja school genin, and she never expected Hyuga to suddenly appear behind her. Kagaya didn't react in time, and was hit hard by the blow, hitting the iceberg, and a large human-shaped hole was reflected in the iceberg. Then the 9 truth-seeking balls behind Hyuga came to Hyuga's hand and began to spin at high speed, rolling up a silver storm. Jinlong Reincarnation Explosion. Advertisement. The silver storm rolled up from Hyuga's hand and flooded Kagaya's location. A few minutes later, the silver storm caused by Hyuga's Jinrin Reincarnation Explosion gradually dissipated, but Kagaya's figure had disappeared. Then countless ice spikes on the ground and around him stabbed at Hyuga. This is another one of Kagaya's abilities. She can integrate with nature and control the natural environment to attack the enemy. But how could such an attack be effective against Hyuga? Hyuga has 9 truth-seeking balls, and each 3 are fused into a Fuma Shuriken, which is also wrapped with Hyuga's eye power and surging wind attribute chakra. Wind release truth-seeking ball Shuriken. Hyuga used this move again for a long time. 3 truth-seeking ball Shurikens shot out, spinning around Hyuga and tearing apart all the ice picks around him. To be honest, these abilities are really wasted on you, why not give them to me? Hyuga said sarcastic words to anger Kagaya in the dark. At this moment, 2 space-time gates opened behind and in front of Hyuga, and 2 grey bone rods shot out from them and pierced Hyuga's chest and back. The reincarnation eyes in Hyuga's eyes radiated light, and the 2 bone rods stopped directly in the air. Kill the ashes together, and they will be destroyed as soon as they are touched. A technique that can change the composition of the victim's bone structure and turn it into a powerful weapon. It shoots bones from the palm of the hand. The body of the person stabbed by the bones will gradually collapse like a person reincarnated in the dirt. It is the blood successor of Macabre Bone Pulse. An enhanced version of Snare. Then Hyuga staggered a little to the right, but his next movement made Kagaya, who thought he was going to fail again, widen his eyes. Hyuga actually stretched out a golden hand and held a grey bone stick that was used to kill the ashes. He then took the initiative to pierce the bone stick into the palm of his left hand. He just watched his left hand collapse, and the reaction was spreading to his whole body. Is he crazy? Heiju exclaimed. But the next scene made both mother and son's eyes widen. The damage on Hyuga's body continued to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye until it returned to its original state. The ability to travel back in time easily retraces Hyuga's state. Advertisement. I see. Hyuga wants to use his own experience to try to understand the method of condensing the ash bones of killing together, and try to use it. The method of cohesion between killing ashes and truth-seeking ball is similar. Truth-seeking ball is a fusion of 7 attributes of chakra. Then many grey bone spurs appeared on Hyuga's back, and the same grey bone spurs appeared on his hands. The grey bone spurs in Hyuga's hands shone with dangerous light. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, he raised his hands in the direction where Kagaya was hiding, and said, "It seems that I have mastered this ability." Kagaya and Heizetsu were shocked beyond measure, and Heizetsu's originally confident voice became trembling at this moment. How is this possible? This is impossible. Kagai's eyes were full of disbelief. She had never thought that someone could master her blood inheritance snare ability so easily. Kagai took a few steps back unconsciously. You are not Rain Village, who are you, the master's genius, or what? Hyuga sneered, it doesn't matter who I am, what matters is, but today may be the end of you, Kagaya. A fierce look flashed in Kagai's eyes, arrogant. Even if you can master some of my abilities, you can never defeat me. At this time, Heiju shouted anxiously from the side, Mother, take him to the ancestral space and fight quickly. He should want to learn your moves and keep irritating you. Kagai took a deep breath, and her body merged with the surrounding world again. The entire ice and snow world began to tremble violently, and countless huge ice picks rose from the ground and smashed towards Hyuga. Hyuga didn't panic, and swung the ash bone thorn in his hand forward, and the powerful force shattered the flying ice cone instantly. Then Kagai's body emerged, and the next moment, the two of them were teleported to the ancestor space. Hyuga looked around and looked at the structure of the world with his reincarnation eyes, giving him a brief understanding of the world. The Shizu space is a central world created based on the chakra of the person who was possessed by infinite Tsukuyomi, and is also connected to other worlds in the heavenly palace. In this world, Kagai can absorb the chakra of those who are in infinite Tsukuyomi to restore and enhance her own strength. In fact, Kagai cannot store all the chakra in her body even though the fruit of the divine tree is so huge, so this ancestral space is where she stores chakra. Hyuga next saw countless chakra streams rising from the ground and flowing into Tsutsuki Kagai's body. The aura in her body continued to increase, and the chakra in her body returned to its peak. Chapter 236 The Final Blow. Kagai's sleeves were flying and she looked at Hyuga coldly, Now, do you still dare to say that you can defeat me? Hyuga's face was calm, not affected by Kagai's powerful aura at all. No matter how strong you become, the ending will not change. Kagai stopped talking nonsense, and a powerful wave of energy burst out from her body and swept towards Hyuga. Then, she wielded countless fists with the Yaoyogami airstrike and hit Hyuga hard. And Hyuga still fought back in the same way. Advertisement. Hyuga has rich combat experience and is often able to counterattack with gentle fist skill. Kagai's attacks are not afraid of consuming chakra, and every blow is done with her full strength. The two of them were fighting like this, and they were evenly matched. Just when the two were in a stalemate, with the help of the two powers of Flying Thunder God and Kamui, Sasuke and Naruto also entered the ancestor space. Senior, let's help you. Sasuke shouted. Suzanu's power increased again, and he condensed an arrow and shot it at Kagaya. Not to be outdone, Naruto gathered the different chakras of the nine-tailed beasts in his palm to form 9 raised nan with different attributes, and threw it towards Kagaya. Sage Art Super-tailed Beast Shuriken. Facing the attack of these two people, Kagaya was restrained by Hyuga and it was difficult to concentrate on dealing with it. The raised nan and chakra arrows directly flooded Kagaya's body, causing a huge explosion. The explosion directly flooded Kagaya's body, and when the smoke dissipated, Kagaya was already covered in scars. But because of her immortality, this damage is not a problem at all for her. But Naruto's tailed beast chakra made the chakra in Kagaya's body become restless. 10 Tails chakra became restless at this moment, and a white body emerged from Kagaya's body, flooding Kagaya's body. This is the state after the fusion of 10 Tails and Kagaya. The main body of Kagaya's tail beast transformation is a huge white rabbit. The rabbit's body is extremely bloated and has the faces of 9-tailed beasts. Kagaya was forced into a state of complete tailed beast transformation. A huge rabbit-shaped creature appeared, with 10 huge hands extending from its back, grabbing Hyuga, Sasuke and Naruto from different directions. Advertisement. Sasuke's body flashed, opening Suzanu's complete body, and the katana in his hand slashed towards those huge palms. Naruto also mobilized the power of 9 tails in his body with all his strength and used the spiral shuriken again. However, Kagaya's tailed beast's arms were extremely powerful, easily catching the two's attacks and crushing them to absorb them. This ordinary attack has no effect on Kagaya in his current state. After Hyuga, the 9 truth-seeking balls merged into one, and he had to use the Dijin reincarnation blast again to deal with it. The next moment, the huge rabbit's body continued to grow larger, and its body melted like ice and snow. A huge truth-seeking ball was revealed, and this truth-seeking ball continued to grow. This is Kagaya's last ability, expanding the truth-seeking ball. This is the truth-seeking ball maximized by ingesting the chakra of the ninjas captured by the sacred tree. This has the same composition as Hyuga's truth-seeking ball, but the size is completely incomparable. Evaluation of the Book of Formation, it can destroy all properties and return the world to nothingness. It is also the starting point of a new space. Now, when Hyuga faces this expanding truth-seeking ball, he knows that what he said is true. If this truth-seeking ball really continues to expand, it can drown everything around it. And it does have nearly endless chakra as energy support. And in the moment when everyone was surprised, the truth-seeking ball had expanded to the size of a mountain, and the ground of the ancestral world was submerged under the truth-seeking ball. That truth-seeking ball continues to expand like a black hole, swallowing everything around it. But Kaguya also showed her body. It looks like we have to fight quickly. This thing is still expanding. If you feign an attack, I'm going to give her the final blow. Hyuga decided to give Kaguya a big move. He had been studying this move for a long time and just now used it to completely defeat Kaguya. Leave it to us. Naruto said, dividing the sky into shadow clone and killing Kaguya. Don't worry, senior, I've surpassed Itaki. Sasuke said as he and Naruto attacked Kaguya. Hyuga also activated Kamui and entered the Kamui space and began to accumulate the final attack. He now wants to gather the power of his reincarnation eye and samsara eye together to launch this move. Advertisement. Hyuga thought about it, sat down cross-legged, and began to gather his eye energy. Outside, Sasuke and Naruto tried their best to deal with Kaguya. Naruto used the power of the nine-tailed beasts to continuously release Shadow Clone and throw spiral shurikens, and Sasuke's Susanoo also showed unprecedented power. And in doing so, they only barely delayed Kaguya, leaving her with nothing to do for a while. Kaguya waved countless fist shadows, constantly defeating Naruto's Shadow Clone and numerous attacks at close range. Sasuke, this is not the way to go. Naruto shouted. Hold on a little longer and wait for Hyuga-senpai. Sasuke responded. At this moment, Kaguya suddenly burst out with a powerful force, knocking Sasuke and Naruto away. Ha 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 ha, do you think you can defeat your mother like this? Hyuga has probably left here with Kamui, and you two idiots are still here hoping that he will come back to save you. Black Zetsu crawled out of Kaguya's sleeves and taunted loudly. Hyuga is just a two-faced loser and a profit-seeking guy. Thanks to you being so loyal to him, he died at the hands of his mother in this life. Be careful not to look at the wrong person in the next life. Don't say that, brother Mushu. Naruto yelled angrily. You're looking for death. Sasuke also said angrily. In the eyes of these two people, Hyuga was already considered a great hero who worked hard for the ninja world. How could they allow others to slander Hyuga? Sasuke instantly used his power to switch places with Kaguya, making Kaguya appear next to Naruto. Then Naruto cut off Kaguya's right arm with a hand knife, and Black Zetsu was also cut off. At the moment when Black Zetsu fell with Kaguya's broken arm, Kaguya quickly activated Huangchuan Hirasaka to open the portal and distance herself from Naruto. Her powerful chakra surged again, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Hyuga in the Kamui space has gathered the power of the reincarnation eye and the samsara eye to the extreme. His eyes were closed tightly, but a single eye appeared on his forehead. The eyeball showed a deep dark golden color, like an endless whirlpool in the starry sky, and seemed to contain the secret of chaos at the beginning of the universe. A layer of pale golden light flows on the surface of the eyeball, and complex and ancient runes are vaguely visible in the light. Chapter 237 Final Chapter. There is a surprise at the end. This eye is the masterpiece of Hyuga. It combines the Samsara Eye, Sensei Eye, Sage Jutsu and other extraordinary powers, symbolizing Hyuga's peak strike. Hyuga slowly opened his eyes, and the mysterious eyes instantly burst out with terrifying power that destroyed the world. He jumped out of the Kamui space and headed towards Kaguya. Kaguya keenly felt this unprecedented power, her eyes finally showed panic, and she was about to escape through the portal behind her. However, the next moment, Hyuga inspired the spatial ability of the reincarnated eyes and instantly sealed the surrounding space tightly. Advertisement. Even so, Kaguya still tried to resist, and once again mobilized all the chakra in her body, preparing for a final desperate fight. Hyuga, I got a lot of strength in my mouth. It's over. Following his voice, the light blooming from the mysterious eyes transformed into a surging torrent, rushing towards Kaguya. Kaguya tried her best and used all kinds of defense methods with all her strength. However, in the face of this majestic, vast, and powerful force, everything seems vulnerable. The light penetrated her heavy defenses in an instant and hit her body accurately. Ah! Kaguya screamed, and her body began to break apart, but her immortal body allowed her to recover quickly. Under the alternation of these two states, she suffered extreme pain. Heiju yelled in panic, Mother! Hyuga also released a ray of energy at this time, which instantly submerged Black Zetsu and completely obliterated him. Kaguya's body suffered irreparable damage, and gradually, even her magical immortal body could not restore it to its original state. The light gradually dissipated, and Kaguya lost consciousness, fell from the sky, and hit the ground heavily. The dark golden eyes on Hyuga's forehead also disappeared at this moment, and he himself slowly fell back to the ground as if he had lost all strength. Under the gaze of Naruto Sasuke, Hyuga staggered and slowly moved to Kaguya. Hyuga first used the Rinnegan to extract 10 tails from Kaguya's body and absorbed it into his own body. But what is surprising is that Hyuga did not show the changes that 10 tails Jinchuriki usually has. The power of 10 tails was successfully suppressed by Hyuga in his body, and it would only appear when he needed it. Although 10 tails is not very smart, being defeated by Hyuga one after another can be regarded as gaining some memory. Goodbye, Princess Kaguya. Then, Kaguya's body was wrapped in a strange black flesh and blood, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. At this moment, Hyuga felt that all the genes representing Tsutsuki in his body were turned on. The bloodline purity problem that used to bind Hyuga no longer existed, and the Samsara Eye also evolved into a bright golden color at this time. Hyuga felt the changes in his body, and an unprecedented power surged in his body. Sasuke and Naruto stepped forward, and Naruto said excitedly, "Brother Hyuga, we succeeded. Congratulations, senior." Sasuke's eyes were full of admiration. Advertisement. "Hyuga, let's go, I'll do the last step to build a new world." Then, Hyuga used the golden Samsara Eye to activate Hirazaka, and easily brought Naruto Sasuke from the ancestral world and Obito, Kakashi, Naruto and Namikaze Minato who were still in the magma world back to the ninja world. Naruto looked around and asked with confusion, "Why is this? Kaguya has been eliminated, why are everyone still hanging on the trees?" Sasuke also seemed to have thought of something and looked at Hyuga with an expectant expression. Hyuga smiled, "Don't worry, I just want to take this opportunity to resurrect some people." Naruto jumped up with joy, "Then can you resurrect my parents?" "Certainly." "Isn't this not good?" Minato asked hesitantly. Hyuga said, "There is nothing wrong with it. Since I want to establish a unified ninja federation, rewards and punishments must be clear." Naruto, the federal ninja, participated in the 5th Ninja War, made a significant contribution to the victory of the war, and resurrected 4 relatives and friends. At this time, Sasuke next to him felt depressed, but Hyuga's next words rekindled his hope. Sasuke, a federal ninja, participated in the 5th Ninja War. Although he made mistakes, he also made a significant contribution to the victory of the war and resurrected 3 of his relatives. Federation Ninja Kakashi, resurrected 2 loved ones. Federation Ninja Obito, resurrects a loved one by one. Then Hyuga raised his hand, and the huge spell circle instantly covered the surrounding area of 100 meters. With the huge light shining, many people appeared in front of them in an instant. Not only Minato, Kushina, Fugaku, Mikoto, Itaki, Sakumo and others, but also Nohara who was teleported to the scene by Hyuga. There are also Hyuga Hisashi and his wife, Hyuga's parents, Nagato, Scorpion, Deidara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, 3rd Raikage, Raza, and others. There are hundreds of scattered people in total, some of whom are relatives of meritorious people, in order to win people's hearts. Some are to increase the combat power of the ninja world and prepare for a future counterattack against the Tsutsuki clan. Naruto immediately threw himself into Kushina's arms, which frightened Kushina. But after he calmed down, Kushina reached out and hugged him back. Sasuke also walked up to his father and brother, and the family reunited. Itaka looked at the resurrected people around him and the powerful aura exuding from Hyuga. He seemed to have figured something out, and shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't plan to tell his poor brother about being plotted, so as not to break Sasuke's heart. The Hisashi couple and Hyuga's parents opened their eyes and saw Hyuga in front of them. "Hisashi. Chi. Brother. It's you. This is not the Pure Land. Are we resurrected?" Aunt Yun said in surprise when she saw everyone. "It seems like this, the 4th Hokage couple are also there." Hisashi looked at the people around him, and many familiar faces were also resurrected. Is this what you did right?" Advertisement. He had a hunch that this incident was probably done by Hyuga, just like when he felt that Hyuga could achieve great things. Hyuga smiled and nodded, admitting it. And Hyuga's mother, whom she had never met before, also hugged him at this moment. "Is it you? Son, woo woo woo." Hyuga's body suddenly became a little stiff. After all, this was the first time he met his mother in this life. But Hyuga still patted her on the back. After all, it was they who gave their lives in exchange for Hyuga's life. Hyuga's father, Hyuga looked at Hyuga from the side and was filled with emotions. Hyuga said, "Let's talk about old times later, I still have some things to deal with." Then Hyuga opened the 9 Megatama Samsara Eye on his forehead and released the control of infinite Tsukuyomi and God Deep Forest creation over everyone. The tree cocoon that wrapped everyone was opened, and they all woke up from the genjutsu. They looked at the surrounding scenery with some confusion, looking very overwhelmed. And Hyuga walked up to the 5 cage. "Next, let's discuss the establishment of a true ninja federation." Hyuga faintly showed his great strength at this moment. The 5 shadows looked at each other and could only nod with a wry smile. End of book. *3. Final remarks. Bow. To my dearest readers and friends. I finally finished writing this Hokage fanfic. The process of writing this book was like a crazy adventure. At the beginning, I just wanted to write out my love and fantasies about Hokage. I didn't expect to get the support and love of so many of you. Thank you for your continued companionship and support. Your reading, comments, and likes make this story more complete and meaningful. In this story, I let the protagonist laugh all the way, just to let everyone enjoy the story and forget about the troubles in reality. Some people may think this is brainless, but I think life is tiring enough, so let's have fun in novels. I hope this novel can bring you some happiness. Even if it's just a small moment of relaxation in your busy lives, that's enough. Now that the novel is finished, I feel empty in my heart, as if I have lost a group of good friends. But I know that this story has stayed in your hearts, just like it has stayed in my heart. Thank you for accompanying me through this period of time. I hope we can meet in other stories in the future. I love you. Author, Dim Moon. July 31, 2024.